Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, or perhaps the golden-horned young man really did sense something. But as soon as Lu Shuer's voice trailed off, he suddenly looked up, then raised a hand to summon a black bowl that hovered in midair. Immediately thereafter, the young man began to chant something before flicking his 10 fingers toward the bowl in rapid succession, casting a series of incantation seals of different colors that vanished into the treasure in a flash. A long ringing sound erupted from the bowl in response, and black light began to emanate from it as it swelled drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to over 100 feet, and it was hovering in midair like a house. The lid on the treasure was then lifted, and boundless inky black chi poured forth from within, spreading in all directions in a frenzy. It was as if night had suddenly descended, obscuring the entire sky, making it impossible for Han Li and Lu Shuer to see anything using the projection crystal aside from a vast expanse of darkness. Their expressions both changed slightly in unison, yet before either of them had a chance to say anything, black light flashed from the crystal and everything returned to normal. The image on the crystal appeared to be identical compared to what it had been, yet all of the Jiao Qi beings had abruptly vanished. Lu Shuer pointed a finger at the crystal, and spiritual light flashed as the image on the surface of the treasure changed into that of the ground down below. However, even from that perspective, they were still greeted by nothing but the sight of yellow sand without a single Jiao Qi being to be seen. It looks like they've unleashed an illusionary technique to conceal themselves. We won't be able to see anything unless I force the projection crystal to project the scenes inside the restriction, but doing so would blow our cover for sure, so it's not really worth it. Lu Shuer sighed in a resigned manner. She then swept a sleeve over the crystal and the image on it vanished like an illusion amid a flash of spiritual light. In the end, it reverted back to the appearance of a normal white crystal before being stowed away up her sleeve. So be it. These Jiao Qi beings are clearly quite cautious, and it would be unwise for us to alert them to our presence. From the looks of it, their target seems to be in this nearby area. I wonder if what they're doing will affect us. Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. Lu Shuer's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and she said, "That is indeed a valid concern. Do you have any good ideas, Brother Han? These Jiao Qi beings significantly outnumber us, and all of them seem to be quite powerful, so I don't really have any good ideas to offer. All we can do is set up a few more formations to mask the fluctuations when we break the restriction of the restricted ruins. On top of that, even though the Jiao Qi beings have set up an illusionary technique to conceal what they're doing, that doesn't stop us from deploying some puppets or spirit beasts to the nearby area to keep an eye on them. That way, if something does happen, we'll be alerted and can adopt measures to prepare ourselves." Han Li replied after a brief pause. Lu Shuer was also silent for a moment before nodding in a resigned manner. "Looks like that's all we can do. Seeing as that's the case, why don't we begin setting things up right away? This is not a place we should stay at for much longer, so let's head to the restricted ruins now," Han Li immediately suggested. "Of course, I'm just concerned about fellow Taoist Sure. Hopefully, nothing has happened to him on the way here." Lu Shuer replied with a concerned nod. "The two of us were able to make it here unscathed, so I'm sure Brother Sure would be more than capable of doing the same. Besides, 2 months have only just passed since we split up. Perhaps fellow Taoist Sure merely took a slightly longer route, in which case it would only be normal for him to be late by a few days," Han Li said in a confident manner. "I hope that's the case." Lu Shuer could only heave a faint sigh in response. At this moment, Han Li suddenly rustled a sleeve, and a white shadow shot forth from within before revealing itself to be a completely expressionless white-robed woman amid a flash of white light. It was none other than his sentient puppet, Doll. "Go and keep an eye on those Jiao Qi beings. Don't engage them in battle, just observe them from afar," Han Li instructed. Doll bowed slightly upon hearing this before rising up into the air. However, just as she was about to depart, a thought suddenly occurred to Han Li, and he said, "Hold on. Take these 2 things with you. Your top priority is to not be discovered." Han Li flipped a hand over as he spoke, and a black veil suddenly appeared in his grasp along with a purple talisman. The latter was none other than a high-zenith invisibility talisman. Doll remained completely expressionless upon hearing this, but it made a grabbing motion to draw the 2 items into its grasp in an obedient manner, then flew away as a streak of white light. You seem to cherish that puppet a lot, Brother Han. But then again, that's no surprise. Even I'm very envious that you possess a sentient puppet of such a high caliber. Lu Shui sighed with an amused smile. Hee. Surely you jest, Fairy Lu. With your wealth, I'm sure it's not a difficult task to purchase a sentient puppet. Come to think of it, these types of puppets are kind of gimmicky, and most of the time, they're not even as useful as a spirit beast of the same power level. Even this puppet of mine was a present from someone else, Han Li replied with a faint smile. Seeing as Han Li clearly didn't want to speak too much about his sentient puppet, Lu Shu'er changed the subject and said, that's true. Just the amount of top-grade spirit stones required to use such puppets poses quite a headache. Seeing as you've deployed a sentient puppet, I'll also send out a spirit beast to keep an eye on those Jiao Qi beings as well. Thus, she patted a certain item hanging from her waist, and a burst of 5-colored light suddenly erupted forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Even through the use of his spirit eye ability, Han Li could only catch a very brief glimpse of what appeared to be a small winged mink with 5-colored light emanating from its body. Han Li was quite startled by the small beast's incredible speed, and he couldn't help but cast a meaningful glance toward Lu Shu'er. However, she merely disregarded Han Li's reaction and rose to her feet as she said, let's go and wait for fellow Taoist Shi near the restricted ruins. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and thus, both of them rose up into the air before flying away from the Jiao Qi beings as streaks of light. Along the way, the scenery down below remained completely the same, with nothing but yellow sand stretching as far as the eyes could see in all directions. Han Li had arrived at this place a few days in advance, and he'd taken the opportunity to inspect the ruins here for himself. During the process, he discovered that these ruins stretched for over 1 million kilometers, and there were many places in those ruins where restrictions still existed, so it appeared to be quite a dangerous place. Thankfully, Han Li had been warned by Kai Luiying and the others about this place prior to entering the vast glacial realm, so he knew to stay far away from those areas. Otherwise, he would have definitely triggered traps in those ruins, such as the lightning bird puppet from earlier. As for the restricted ruins that Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were referring to, that appeared to be situated in one of the perilous places in this area. After flying for several tens of thousands of kilometers, the two of them finally stopped, and Han Li narrowed his eyes as he cast his gaze downward. There, he discovered a ball of white light that, with a diameter of around 1,000 feet, slowly rotating within the wind and sand down below. Despite the fierce winds blowing around it, the ball of light remained completely unmoved, and as soon as the gusts of sandy winds came into contact with this light, they would disappear in a flash as if they'd been devoured. What was even more unsettling was that there were piles of beastly bones littered all around the ball of light, most of which had been buried by the surrounding yellow sands already. However, among the bones that were protruding from the sand, some had already been blackened by age, so they'd clearly been there for an extremely long time, while others were pristine and new, clearly belonging to beasts that had only died here relatively recently. At this moment, Lu Shu'er was holding a palm-sized formation plate and was staring at it with rapt focus. After a while, Lu Shu'er exhaled and confirmed, this is the place, this is the restricted ruins that Master and Senior Duan were referring to. Han Li glanced at the bones littered down below in a calm manner as he replied, it looks like this place is indeed quite perilous. But seeing as the two seniors expended so much effort to gather the three of us, there has to be a good chance that we'll be able to break this restriction. Lu Shu'er clearly knew a lot more about this restriction than Han Li did, and she said, I certainly hope so. According to my master, this restriction was formed by high zenith azure light, which ranked alongside divine essence-fused light in ancient times, and it can only be broken using divine essence-fused light. As such, the three of us should be able to break this restriction with our combined powers. A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he exclaimed, High zenith azure light. Lu Shu'er had naturally noticed Han Li's reaction, and she asked, Are you interested in this light, Brother Han? Han Li's expression instantly reverted back to normal as he replied, I possess the divine essence-fused light, so I'm naturally quite interested in the lights that rank alongside it. From what I've heard, this high zenith azure light is extremely lethal and can conjure up devastating invisible sword chi that can kill unsuspecting enemies in an instant. I wonder if this light really is as extraordinary as the rumors proclaim it to be. Looks like you've done quite a lot of research into this high zenith azure light, Brother Han. According to my master, this light is indeed quite fearsome, but it's not as lethal as the legends suggest. However, restrictions created using this light are extremely difficult to break through. Otherwise, my master would have most definitely tried to force her way into the restriction and obtain the treasures in there, even though doing so would incur a massive risk. On top of that, high zenith azure light can't be acquired, and can only be naturally formed by the power of heaven and earth. As such, beings who have cultivated this light are far rarer than even those who possess the divine essence-fused light. In fact, it's said that no one has been successfully able to cultivate this light since ancient times, Lu Shuier explained. In that case, there must be an extremely powerful treasure that can emit high zenith azure light under that restriction, Han Li immediately deduced. My master didn't elaborate on that before this trip, but that's most likely the case, Lu Shuier replied with a nod. That's great. I didn't think that I'd be able to witness the vastly renowned high zenith azure light during this trip. Even if I don't obtain any other treasures, this journey will have been a worthwhile one, Han Li said with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Lu Shuier looked down at the ball of white light, and a contemplative look appeared on her face. All of a sudden, she flipped a hand over to produce a crimson blade before hurling it through the air. The blade transformed into a streak of crimson light as it sped downward, reaching the white light in a flash. However, just as it appeared that the crimson blade was about to pierce through the white light, it abruptly shuddered before separating into 7 or 8 segments amid an anguished wail. It was as if several extraordinarily sharp weapons had struck it at the same time, thereby slicing through it with ease. The segments of the blade then continued to plummet downward, only to be sliced into more and more pieces before finally vanishing as specks of crimson light. The smile on Han Li's face faded upon seeing this, and a slightly solemn look appeared in his eyes. He was unable to detect the form of the high zenith azure light using his spiritual sense, but thankfully, he'd activated his bright sight spirit eyes in advance, and in the instant that the crimson blade was reduced to specks of light, he managed to catch a brief glimpse of several tens of thin projections striking it from all directions. Those thin projections were clearly the true form of the high zenith azure light. Lu Shuier seemed to have also caught sight of those projections somehow, and she heaved a faint sigh as she mused. This high zenith azure light really is quite extraordinary. At this moment, Han Li raised an eyebrow before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a streak of azure light shot forth from within before hurtling downward. This was an azure flying sword that was around a foot in length. The sword descended at an astonishing speed, and after a single flash, it was only just over 100 feet away from the white light. Meanwhile, blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he looked on with an intense, unblinking gaze. All of a sudden, several tens of thin projections appeared out of thin air before striking the flying sword in a flash. A sharp screeching sound rang out as azure light flashed erratically around the flying sword, and it managed to continue downward despite the attacks from the surrounding projections. However, in the instant before it came into contact with the white light, countless thin projections emerged all around the flying sword before hurtling toward it in unison. The azure bamboo cloud's warm sword was finally unable to withstand the barrage of attacks any longer, and it shattered into specks of azure light amid a low cry. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately made a grabbing motion, upon which the specks of azure light converged before him to form a complete flying sword again. A peculiar light flashed through Lu Shuier's eyes in response to this, while Han Li shook his head and stowed his flying sword away. He had other treasures with far superior defensive properties compared to his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords, but if those were to be destroyed, there would be no way to recover them, so he naturally wasn't going to take that risk. However, even though Han Li was doing his best to maintain a calm expression, he was filled with excitement internally. The high zenith azure light most likely stemmed from a high zenith azure mountain, which was one of the main materials required to refine the integrated 5 extremes mountain. Even though there were other treasures aside from high zenith azure mountains that possessed high zenith azure light, Han Li was convinced that the treasure beneath this restriction was most likely a high zenith azure mountain. There was a good chance that this restriction was left behind by a true immortal, and it had been able to maintain itself since ancient times. As such, it seemed plausible that only a high-zenith azure mountain could provide such a limitless source of high-zenith azure light. If he were to obtain this mountain, he'd be able to refine it into a second extreme mountain alongside his divine essence-fused mountain. As these thoughts were running through his mind, Hanli turned to Lu Shu'er and said, as expected, this high-zenith azure light restriction is not something that the two of us can break. We'll have to wait for fellow Taoist Shi to get here before we make a concerted attempt to break this restriction together. My thoughts exactly, Brother Han. Let's find a place nearby to settle and meditate, so we can recover to our peak condition. Lu Shu'er agreed with a nod of her head. Thus, after a brief discussion, the two of them rose up into the air before flying toward a certain direction. A short while later, their duo descended somewhere around 500 kilometers away from the ball of white light. The winds were still quite fierce here, but Lu Shu'er had already summoned a yellow bead that was producing a yellow light barrier around them, which was keeping the wind and sand at bay. Thus, Hanli and Lu Shu'er found themselves in a dilapidated hall, most of which had already collapsed, leaving only a small portion of the building still intact. Half a month later, a burst of light flashed in the distance, and a streak of yellow light came flying toward them. After just a few flashes, the streak of light appeared in the air above Hanli and Lu Shu'er before revealing a tall and broad humanoid figure. It was none other than Shi Kuan. However, his face was slightly pale, and his eyes were also rather dull, seemingly indicating that he was far from his peak condition. After appearing in the air over this area, Shi Kuan didn't immediately make his descent. Instead, he inspected his surroundings in a cautious manner, and only after ascertaining that there were no potential hazards nearby did he flip his hand over to produce a formation plate. He carefully inspected the formation plate for a short while before descending as a streak of yellow light. The grains of sand intermingled with the gusts of fierce winds scraped against the layer of protective spiritual light around his body, creating a sound that was akin to metal grating on metal, but the layer of light remained completely unscathed. When Shi Kuan descended in front of the ruined hall, Hanli and Lu Shu'er were also waiting at the entrance. Lu Shu'er was quite surprised to see the sorry state that Shi Kuan was in, and she immediately asked, "Brother Shi, you don't look very well at all. Did you encounter some trouble on your way here?" Shi Kuan's expression eased slightly at the sight of Hanli and Lu Shu'er, but a wry smile then appeared on his face as he replied, "I certainly did. I almost lost my life along the way." His body swayed, and he abruptly appeared before Hanli and Lu Shu'er, upon which Hanli asked, "Could it be that you were unable to shake off the insects that were pursuing you?" He recalled quite clearly that Shi Kuan had been pursued by a group of silver swarm insects, and from personal experience, he knew that it was very difficult to get away from these insects unless they were killed. Those insects were indeed quite troublesome to deal with, but I know a secret technique that allowed me to escape from them relatively easily. However, after that, I encountered a group of snow roar beings, and I only managed to barely escape from them after being hunted for over a month. Shi Kuan spat through gritted teeth. Snow roar beings? The snow roar race is a race of freaks. They're only allowed to cultivate ice attribute abilities, and they think ice attribute abilities are the origin of all abilities and cultivation arts. On top of that, they have a vendetta against every being that cultivates abilities of any other attribute. It's extremely unfortunate that you ran into them, Brother Shi, Lu Shu'er exclaimed with a shocked look on her face. That's them, all right. They're only a medium-sized race, and all of them are absolutely inexplicable, but when it comes to individual powers, they're not inferior to beings from major races like the Sea Monarch race and the Jiaoqi race. In the past, these beings mostly resided in the northernmost region of the Thunder Continent, and due to how rural their territory is, it's very rare for them to obtain vast glacial badges and enter the vast glacial realm. I can't believe I was unlucky to run into those freaks, Shi Kuan said in a hateful manner. Hanli had also read about the snow roar race in the past, so he was naturally also aware of their extremist tendencies. As such, he could only exchange a glance with Lu Shu'er and lament Shi Kuan's misfortune. In his current state, he clearly wasn't in any condition to help Hanli and Lu Shu'er break the Holy Zenith Azure Light formation. So they had no choice but to afford him some time to rest and recover. Thus, 6 days passed by in a flash. During this time, Hanli's puppet and Lu Shu'er's spirit beast hadn't noticed anything amiss in their surveillance of the Jiaoqi beings. It was as if they were content to simply camp under their illusionary technique. Hanli and the others didn't have any idea what those Jiao Qi beings were up to, but this was certainly a welcome sight for them. All they could hope for was that things would continue like this, and that they'd be able to break through the restriction without any trouble before sneaking away from this place. Thus, on this day, the three of them rose up into the air before flying toward the restriction in a stealthy manner. Moments later, Han Li's trio appeared above the white ball of light again. As soon as they arrived, the three of them split up, arranging themselves in a huge triangular formation in the air above the restriction. I'm sure all of you have already memorized the procedure required to break this restriction. The restriction consists primarily of high zenith azure light, and it's split up into 3 major levels, which are in turn comprised of 11 minor layers. We have to break through all of those layers at once. Otherwise, if we're stalled during the process, the layers of the restriction that we've already broken will immediately repair themselves again, which would make all of our prior efforts go to waste. Back before Senior Duan had become a holy race being, he was able to rely on his astonishingly powerful body and defensive prowess to break through the first 7 layers of the restriction on his own. As such, we should definitely be able to break through all 11 layers with our combined powers, especially considering our divine essence-fused light is effective in nullifying high zenith azure light. However, we still need to be very careful here, and it would be unwise to take things lightly, Lu Shuer said as she appraised Han Li and Shi Kuan with a serious look on her face. Han Li smiled upon hearing this, and he said, "Both fellow Taoist Shi and I expended a lot of effort to get here, so we'll definitely be giving this everything we have. I'm sure you're both aware of the agreement I made with the 2 seniors, right? Rest assured, Brother Han, aside from the few treasures that my master and Senior Kai require, our abilities will determine what other treasures we can obtain from these ruins, and we definitely won't try to take the treasures you obtain away from you." Shi Kuan chucked as he nodded in response. Han Li nodded with a pleased expression upon hearing this. After that, there was nothing more that had to be said, and Lu Shuei patted her storage bracelet, upon which an extremely vibrant small umbrella appeared in her hand amid a flash of 5-colored light. The umbrella was only around half a foot in length, yet it was very colorful and eye-catching. Shi Kuan seemed to have recognized this treasure, and his expression changed slightly at the sight of it. Lu Shuei tossed the umbrella up into the air in a solemn manner, and the treasure immediately flew up into the air as a ball of 5-colored spiritual light, vanishing out of sight after just a few flashes. Moments later, a vast expanse of 5-colored light descended from above, encompassing the surrounding area in a radius of close to 10 kilometers. Within the light, runes of different sizes began to appear before vanishing again after flashing erratically a few times. Immediately thereafter, the entire expanse of light gradually blurred before disappearing into nothingness. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he swept his spiritual sense outward, only for it to be repelled by a burst of invisible power as soon as it traveled to the border where the 5-colored light had just vanished. Thus, this entire space had been restricted by that small umbrella. However, that was not the end. Spiritual light flashed, and a dozen or so shimmering golden formation flags flew forth from within Lu Shuer's body. Each and every one of those flags was extremely intricate in design with many runes inscribed on their surfaces. After being hurled up into the air, they all disappeared into the surrounding space as streaks of golden light, following which a dozen or so pillars of golden light erupted into the heavens, then also vanished in a flash. A burst of extremely faint fluctuations was left in the wake of these golden pillars. Only after doing all that did the expression on Lu Shuer's face ease slightly, and she smiled as she explained, "This umbrella is a treasure given to me by my master, and it can conceal the spiritual pressure fluctuations that are sure to appear when we break this restriction. On top of that, the golden spirit restricting formation set up by those formation flags are a purely defensive formation that can even withstand the attacks of an early holy race being for a while. In that case, let me set up some things as well." Shi Kuan chuckled before opening his mouth to expel a dozen or so balls of gray light. Within each ball of gray light was a gray ring, and there were a total of 13 such rings. All of them revolved around Shi Kuan, emitting a faint buzzing sound before vanishing into thin air. Soul-bonded rings. I didn't think Senior Duan would have entrusted you with such a precious treasure, Brother Shi, Lu Shuai exclaimed as his pupils contracted drastically. These rings have no effect other than to harm the souls of living beings, and if one were to be caught off guard, they could be severely wound by these rings even as a holy race being, so they complement your restriction perfectly, Fairy Lu, Shikuan said in a calm manner. Lu Shuai quickly recomposed herself as she said, with these measures in place, even if the Jiao Qi beings really do try to ruin our plans, we'll be able to keep them at bay for a while. At this moment, Han Li stroked his chin and said, seeing as we've completed all of our preparations, let's begin breaking this restriction right away. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that the longer this takes, the riskier everything becomes. Hee, I certainly agree with you on that, Brother Han. Let's begin, Fairy Lu. Shikuan chuckled in response. Seeing as both of you are ready, I'm naturally also prepared to proceed, Lu Shuai said with a smile. Thus, she raised a hand, and a small gray flag suddenly appeared in her grasp. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was faint divine essence-fused light emanating from the flag. Lu Shuai tossed the small flag in front of her, then made a hand seal as she began to chant something. A gray wheel of light abruptly emerged behind her, and the rune at the center of the wheel began to slowly rotate. The small gray flag immediately began to tremble in response while emitting a low buzzing sound, as if it were resonating with the gray wheel. Seeing as Lu Shuai had activated her divine essence-fused light, Han Li and Shikuan glanced at one another before also following suit. Gray light erupted from Shikuan's body as he rustled a sleeve to produce a badge-like treasure. The badge was also gray in colors, and the ancient characters for essence and light were inscribed onto each of its two sides. The badge rotated on the spot before swelling drastically to around 10 feet in size. Shikuan then immediately extended a hand, pressing it onto the back of the badge while spreading open his fingers. Spiritual light flashed from his 5 fingers, and brilliant gray light instantly erupted from the badge, and the 2 ancient characters on it began to glow extremely brightly. As for Shikuan himself, gray divine essence-fused light was surging around his body, creating quite an astonishing spectacle to behold. Meanwhile, Han Li had already extended his inky black hand out of his sleeve, and he curled his fingers inward slightly, upon which a miniature mountain that was around a foot tall appeared directly over the center of his palm. This was none other than his extreme essence-fused mountain. The mountain flew forth at Han Li's behest, then expanded to over 100 feet in size in a flash. At the same time, the silver runes on the surface of the mountain lit up, sending halos of gray light proliferating outward in all directions. Almost at the exact same moment, the gray wheel behind Lu Shuai shuddered before releasing a pillar of gray light that struck the gray flag she'd summoned earlier. The small gray flag immediately unfurled, and countless runes appeared on its surface as an even thicker pillar of light erupted from it. The giant badge in front of Shikuan was releasing clumps of gray threads, while Han Li stood in midair in an expressionless manner, making a hand seal with one hand while pointing a finger at the black mountain before him with his other hand. The extreme essence-fused mountain rotated on the spot, and waves of gray light began to surge forth from its underside. The 3 types of divine essence-fused light instantly combined as one to form a giant rune that was over 100 feet in size. The massive rune descended at Lu Shuai's behest, vanishing into the white light down below in a flash, upon which a resounding dull thud rang out. White and gray light intertwined briefly, following which the ball of white light was torn apart by the gray rune with ease before vanishing as specks of spiritual light. However, another barrier of azure light then immediately appeared to take its place. The giant rune continued descending without pause, striking this new barrier of azure light with tremendous force. On this occasion, the azure light barrier abruptly vanished as if had been instantly devoured. Thus, the rune descended once again, only for a massive net comprised of countless crimson threads to suddenly appear beneath it. Prior to even making contact with this restriction, the red net flashed with spiritual light before releasing crimson clouds that drifted directly upward. The massive rune plunged into the red clouds, and a string of rumbling thunderclaps rang out in quick succession. Bright gray light began to emanate from the huge rune, and the red clouds were eradicated in the end after churning violently for a short while. As a result, All of the crimson threads quickly dissipated like snow melting under the scorching sun. The rune then continued to plummet toward the fourth restriction. The gray rune had only dulled slightly compared to its initial form, and Hanli was rather surprised that the first few restrictions were broken so easily. The high zenith azure light that everyone had been most wary of didn't even appear to oppose the giant gray rune, as it had encountered the bane of its existence in the form of divine essence-fused light. This was why they had been able to break through the first few restrictions so easily. In what seemed like the mere blink of an eye, the huge gray rune had crashed through 9 restrictions of different forms. However, at this point, the rune seemed to have finally expended almost all of its power, and following a low wail of anguish, countless thin cracks appeared over its surface, as if it weren't going to shatter at any moment. "What are you waiting for? Prepare for the final strike." Wuxia let loose a loud cry as the gray wheel of light behind her flew forth, disappearing into the cracked rune as a thick pillar of gray light. All of the cracks on the rune were instantly sealed as a result, and it began to radiate brilliant gray light again as it continued to descend in an unstoppable manner. Hanli and Shikuan also sprang into action at this moment. The former pointed a finger at the black mountain before him, sending it plummeting downward with devastating force, while the latter gently laid a hand onto his giant badge, upon which the treasure hurtled downward like a massive arrow. The two of them descended from above as 2 giant balls of gray light, plummeting rapidly like a pair of gray shooting stars. The 10th restriction was comprised of a layer of yellow sand, and the gray rune faltered as soon as it came into contact with this restriction. Through the use of his spirit eye ability, Hanli could see that the high zenith azure light, which had been repressed by the divine essence-fused light earlier, was beginning to surface in the nearby area again. It had finally begun to display its power again after the giant rune formed by the divine essence-fused light had been severely weakened. Countless thin, barely visible projections slashed through the air, and the giant rune shattered into countless pieces mid a dull thump. Gray light surged forth in all directions as a result, forcibly blasting away most of the transparent projections formed by the high zenith azure light. Right at this moment, the giant badge and the black mountain also arrived. What remained of the high zenith azure light attempted to keep the 2 treasures at bay, but it was swept away with ease before the 2 treasures struck the sand barrier down below. The entire film of sand tremored violently, following which each and every constituent grain of sand swelled to the size of a human fist before surging upward in a frenzy, desperately trying to destroy the giant badge and the black mountain again. These yellow grains of sand were clearly no ordinary treasures themselves. Otherwise, there was no way that they'd be able to withstand such an enormous impact. However, both Hanli's extreme essence-fused mountain and Shikuan's gray badge were also exceptional treasures that contained divine essence-fused light. And even though the gray light around the 2 treasures was being compressed by the grains of sand, the light only became brighter and more dazzling. These grains of sand were certainly nothing to scoff at, but they were unable to force their way into the gray light even by a single inch. Right at this moment, the silver runes on the extreme essence-fused mountain and the ancient characters on the gray badge flashed in unison, and only then did they begin to display their true power. The silver runes on the surface of the mountain were projected outward before rapidly forming several black holes around the mountain, each of which had a diameter of around 10 feet. Gray light swirled inside those black holes as bursts of enormous suction force erupted from within. All of the nearby grains of sand were swept up by the gray light, reverting back to their original form before surging into the black holes in a frenzy. Thus, a vast expanse of empty space appeared around the mountain. Meanwhile, the ancient characters on the giant badge flashed before unleashing a thick pillar of gray light. The badge acted as a hilt while the pillar of divine essence-fused light formed a blade, and the 2 combined to create a massive sword of gray light that was around 70 to 80 feet in length. The sword swept through the air, causing the nearby space to warp and twist, and destroying all of the fist-sized grains of sand in the surrounding area. There were millions of these yellow grains of sand surging through the air, yet most of them were drawn away by the extreme essence-fused mountain while the rest were destroyed by the gray light sword. Thus, the 10th restriction was finally broken, thereby revealing the final restriction. This was a giant piece of artwork formed by an azure light barrier. The artwork depicted lush mountains and scenic forests with countless beasts and birds residing within them. At the same time, Spiritual light suddenly flashed from the tallest mountain in the artwork, and balls of spiritual light began to explode all over the image. Bird projections of all colors sprang to life within the azure light, and some of them flapped their wings while others raised their head and let loose long cries. All of them then erupted from the artwork as if they were actual living creatures. Some of the birds opened their beaks to blast forth balls of crimson flames, some flapped their wings to unleash white blades of wind, and some summoned arcs of silver lightning around their talons amid rumbling thunderclaps. Attacks of different forms erupted like floodwaters through a shattered dam, and at the same time, the light flashing from the azure mountain transformed into projections that were untraceable to the naked eye before hurling toward the black mountain and the gray sword of light. The amount of high-zenith azure light imbued within this layer of the restriction was far more than that in all of the previous layers combined. As these projections struck the extreme essence-fused mountain and the gray light sword, the gray light emanating from the two treasures dimmed significantly as if they were being overwhelmed. However, as opposed to being disheartened by this, Han Li was elated as he exclaimed, "That really is a high-zenith azure mountain." Han Li was almost immediately able to identify that the mountain within the artwork was the treasure that he'd been searching for. However, the mountain had clearly been refined into this artwork as its main material, and its powers seemed to have been significantly enhanced by the entire artwork. Just as he was thinking this, Shi Kuan let loose a loud cry, and his gray light sword began to glow brightly again as it slashed through the air. All of the oncoming fireballs, blades of wind, and arcs of lightning were immediately vanquished before a devastating streak of sword chi crashed into the flock of birds that had emerged from the artwork. Hundreds of bird projections were destroyed at once, but even more of them transformed into five-colored balls of fire that hurtled toward the light sword in a frenzy. Resounding booms rang out in rapid succession as the initial barrage of five-colored fireballs were snuffed out by the gray light emanating from the giant sword. But as more and more fireballs flocked toward it, the massive sword was finally forced to revert back to its badge form, which was then swept up by the flames amid an anguished wail, then sent plummeting into the artwork down below. Meanwhile, the rest of the five-colored flames continued to surge toward the black mountain up above. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the extreme essence-fused mountain. A dull sound akin to the toll of a giant bell rang out from within the mountain, and it began to swell drastically once again amid a flash of silver light. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to several thousand feet in size, and countless silver runes had appeared over its surface, sending waves of gray light crashing downward with devastating might. The giant gray sword that Shi Kuan had unleashed was extremely powerful, but the amount of divine essence-fused light contained within it was completely incomparable to that of the extreme essence-fused mountain. Thus, as the giant mountain began to descend from above, all of the five-colored flames sweeping up toward it were instantly snuffed out by the waves of gray light before they could even make contact with the mountain. The massive mountain then continued to plummet downward, yet just as it was about to strike the artwork down below, a long cry rang out from the azure mountain, following which all of the other features on the piece of artwork, regardless of whether they were beasts or plants, transformed into azure spiritual light that surged into the mountain in a frenzy. The mountain took on an extremely vibrant green hue as a result, and it slowly began to emerge from the artwork. At the same time, the entire mountain shuddered, and the azure light emanating from it manifested into a series of green threads. The high-zenith azure light within the mountain had finally been revealed in its truest form, and the green threads intertwined to form layers of green nets that surged directly upward. The gray waves and green net clashed in an instant, and a sharp screeching sound akin to that of metal grating on metal immediately rang out. The two mountains both shuddered at once, and an impasse ensued. Han Li narrowed his eyes while rapidly circulating the spiritual power within his body upon seeing this, planning to inject the extreme essence-fused mountain with more power in order to enhance it. However, right at this moment, a string of loud thunderclaps suddenly erupted high up in the air, following which bolts of gray light that were as thick as large bowls crashed down viciously onto the green net. The giant net formed by the high-zenith azure light immediately began to tremor violently as a result. Han Li was quite elated to see this, and he looked around to find that the bolts of gray lightning were erupting from the flag in front of Lu Shu'er. Seeing as Han Li and Shi Kuan's treasures weren't able to easily break through the final restriction, she had finally unleashed her own treasures to lend them her assistance. However, the Azure Mountain really was immensely powerful. It was quite clear that the high zenith azure light it was releasing wasn't powerful enough to withstand the combined attacks of the extreme Ascension-fused mountain and the bolts of gray lightning, but green threads were pouring forth relentlessly from the mountain, constantly replenishing the areas of the net that had been damaged. As such, even though the green net was firmly on the back foot, it wasn't immediately vanquished. In contrast, Han Li's trio had gained a significant advantage, but they weren't able to break through the 11th restriction with immediate effect. If they were to be delayed until all of the previous restrictions they'd destroyed fully recovered again, then they'd be in big trouble. Han Li and Lu Shuier were naturally both aware of this, so they were injecting their power into their respective treasures with all their might. However, even in the face of the devastating waves of light and bolts of gray lighting, the green net displayed extraordinary resilience, constantly bringing itself back from the brink of destruction. Han Li and Lu Shuier's expressions both changed slightly upon seeing this. Thankfully, right at this moment, Shi Kuan suddenly sprang into action again. He took a deep breath, and his body immediately swelled to several tens of feet tall. He slammed his fists together in front of his chest, upon which brilliant gray light erupted from his body. Immediately thereafter, he swung his arms through the air, and countless fist projections were conjured up around him, all of which then came crashing down violently as balls of gray light. These balls of divine essence-fused light proved to be the final straw that broke the green net's back. The green net was already struggling to hold itself together in the face of the extreme essence-fused mountain and the barrage of gray lightning, and with the addition of Shi Kuan's attacks, it was finally shattered into specks of spiritual light amid a dull thump. Thus, gray waves of light, bolts of lightning, and balls of light all struck the Azure Mountain at once. The entire artwork flashed with azure light before shattering amid a rapid string of successive explosions, then also vanishing on the spot. The final restriction had been destroyed. After the artwork was destroyed, a gaping hole with a radius in excess of 100 feet was left in its wake. The hole hovered motionlessly in midair, and its edges were emanating faint white light. This was clearly an entrance leading to somewhere. Shi Kuan and Lu Shuier were both staring intently at the hole with scorching looks in their eyes, but Han Li had cast his gaze elsewhere. His attention was focused on none other than the small azure mountain that was hovering above the hole. Without the enhancement of the artwork it had been attached to, the high zenith azure mountain had been reduced to only around 10 feet tall, and the azure light shimmering around it had also become extremely faint, making it appear as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he suddenly raised an arm to point at the extreme essence-fused mountain down below. The black mountain swayed before suddenly vanishing on the spot at his behest. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the small azure mountain, following which the enormous extreme essence-fused mountain reappeared. Gray light then swept forth from the underside of the mountain, completely enshrouding the small azure mountain down below. The high zenith azure mountain let loose an anguished wail as azure light flashed feebly around it in a desperate attempt to keep the divine essence-fused light at bay. However, the small mountain had clearly already been severely debilitated, so it was no match for the power of Han Li's extreme essence-fused mountain. A series of silver runes abruptly emerged within the gray light, and they revolved around the azure mountain before adhering to it like glue. Following a final resigned wail, the high zenith azure mountain was forcibly drawn to the underside of the extreme essence-fused mountain by the countless runes around it. In the end, it was drawn into the extreme essence-fused mountain and vanished in a flash of azure light. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face, and he waved a hand through the air, upon which the extreme essence-fused mountain rapidly shrank down to its miniature form amid a flash of gray light. The miniature black mountain then vanished up Han Li's sleeve, and the entire process had been extremely quick, to the extent that by the time Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan had reacted to what he was doing, the high zenith azure mountain had already been secured. Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan both faltered slightly upon seeing this before exchanging a glance with one another. The two of them had naturally also identified the high zenith azure mountain, and it was naturally impossible to say that they didn't want this treasure. However, they didn't expect Han Li to act so quickly. taking the mountain without any hesitation almost as soon as the final restriction was broken. Peculiar looks appeared on both of their faces in response to this situation. This mountain is quite useful to me, and I'm sure there are many more precious treasures down there, so you wouldn't mind me taking this, would you? Han Li asked with a smile. Hee, if that treasure is useful to you, then feel free to take it. I have no objections, Lu Shuai replied as a smile appeared on her face. Shi Kuan's expression changed a few times before a wry smile appeared on his face, and he conceded, I'm also rather interested in that treasure, but seeing as you've obtained it first, I have nothing to say. Then I'll have to thank you too for your generosity, Han Li said with a smile as he cupped his fist in a salute. Don't mention it, brother Han. Now that we've broken this restriction, we should enter these ruins and find the treasures that Master and Senior Duan require as quickly as possible. After we secure these treasures, we'll definitely be rewarded handsomely when we return to Cloud City, Lu Shuai said as a serious look appeared on her face. After that, she stowed away her gray flag before flying into the hole down below as a streak of blue light. Shi Kuan also hurriedly followed along as a ball of yellow light. In contrast, Han Li inspected his surroundings through narrowed eyes, and only after ascertaining that nothing was amiss in the nearby area did he also slowly descend toward the hole. At this point, Lu Shuai and Shi Kuan had already sped on ahead. Just as Han Li flew into the massive hole behind them, vibrant balls of light suddenly appeared in the surrounding area before sweeping toward him. Han Li was naturally quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately conjured up a layer of protective azure light to shield himself. However, those vibrant balls of light then faltered before transforming into runes of different sizes, and they revolved around Han Li before forming a small five-colored light formation. Han Li found himself situated at the very center of the formation, and a faint buzzing sound rang out as bursts of spatial fluctuations erupted around him. As opposed to becoming even more alarmed by this development, Han Li's expression eased slightly instead, and he clasped his hands behind his back, displaying no intention to shatter this light formation. In the next instant, bright five-colored spiritual light erupted, and Han Li was struck by a rush of dizziness while his surroundings blurred and he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, Han Li opened his eyes to find that he was situated on a tall platform. The entire platform had been paved with gigantic blocks of blue stone, and there were some patterns on its surface, but it certainly couldn't be classified as intricate or beautiful. Instead, it gave off a simple and primitive air. Directly underfoot was a teleportation formation with a radius that was no more than 20 feet, and close to the formation was a stone staircase that led down from the platform. Han Li only took a quick glance at the teleportation formation and the stone platform before casting his gaze toward the surrounding area. At this moment, he seemed to be situated within an alternate space. There was a bright sun up above, and the sky was of a bright blue color without a single cloud in sight. There were all types of exotic plants and flowers growing in the area, and an occasional gentle breeze would blow past, carrying the fragrance of these plants toward Han Li. However, the thing that attracted Han Li's attention most was a mountain that was several thousand feet tall situated close to the platform. The mountain wasn't very tall, but it spread for close to 10 kilometers, and its terrain was quite remarkable. The entire mountain was of a completely bland white color, and it consisted entirely of sheer faces that were almost completely vertical. At the summit of the mountain was a massive purple palace that covered almost the entire peak. Han Li focused his gaze toward that direction and appraised the palace for a long while before turning his attention to the ground at the foot of the stone staircase. Lu Shuai and Shi Kuan were standing there motionlessly, and both of them also seemed to be carefully appraising the purple palace in the distance. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and his body swayed as he prepared to fly down from the stone platform. However, he only managed to get several feet off the ground before he was abruptly forced back down onto the platform, landing in the formation with a resounding dull thump that made the entire platform tremor slightly. It was as if his body had suddenly become extremely heavy. Han Li raised an arm and swung it through the air a few times in an experimental manner, only to find that it was just as light as normal. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes, but a thought then immediately occurred to him. An azure light flashed around his body as he slowly rose up into the air again. However, he'd only flown around a foot into the air before a burst of enormous power crashed down onto his body without any warning. Han Li wobbled slightly before righting himself, but his expression changed slightly in response to this situation. After that, he continued to slowly rise upward, using his immensely powerful body to combat the enormous force weighing down on him. Upon reaching around 2 feet off the ground, his body shuddered again, and the azure light around him also began to flash erratically. Han Li furrowed his brows slightly upon seeing this, following which blue light flashed through his eyes as he inspected his own body. Through the use of his spirit eye ability, he was able to discover that bands of faint yellow light had wound themselves around his body, completely disregarding the protective layer of azure light he'd conjured up. At this moment, Shi Kuan turned around with a wry smile and said, "I see you've also noticed this, Brother Han. The flight restriction here is a little different from normal restrictions. For every successive foot that we rise up into the air, the power of the restriction will be doubled. I can only fly to about 7 or 8 feet before being forced to come back down. The power of the restriction increases by 2-fold for each successive foot of height. This restriction sure is quite powerful. Even a holy race being most likely won't be able to fly more than several tens of feet off the ground," Han Li said in a slow voice before slowly descending onto the ground again. In the instant that his feet came into contact with the ground, the yellow bands of light around his body abruptly disappeared. Even with fellow Taoist Shi's immensely powerful body, he can only rise up into the air for 7 to 8 feet. For normal upper race beings like me, I can probably only handle 3 to 4 feet at most, Lu Shuer said without even turning her head. She was still appraising the palace in the distance intently. A slightly grim expression appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he emerged from the formation, then descended down the stone stairs. "Looks like that palace on the mountain is where the treasures should be. What are we still waiting for?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "There are other restrictions here that we need to be wary of," Lu Shuer said as she finally turned around to appraise Han Li in a solemn manner. "The fact that there are other restrictions present further verifies that there are precious treasures to be found here. However, if they're just restrictions like flight restrictions, then they shouldn't be too dangerous," Han Li said with a smile. "That would normally be true, but seeing as the owner of this place could be a true immortal, we can't make assumptions based on our own judgments," Lu Shuer replied with a faint sigh. "But if you just stand here and look at the palace from afar, there's no way that you'll be able to secure the treasures in there. In that case, why did we take so many risks to come here in the first place?" Han Li reasoned in a calm manner. Shi Kuan seemed to have also failed to identify any potential hazards, and he nodded in agreement as he said, "You're right, Brother Han. There are still Jiao Qi beings not too far away from us, so we shouldn't delay for much longer here." Lu Shue's expression changed slightly before she also made up her mind, and she said, "In that case, I have no objections either. Let's go." Shi Kuan suddenly swept a sleeve through the air upon hearing this, and a black object flew out from within. However, it thudded heavily to the ground as soon as it left his sleeve, revealing itself to be a metallic black giant wolf puppet. "The restrictions here are even effective against treasures?" Lu Shuer exclaimed as her expression darkened slightly. In that case, if they were to encounter any unforeseen perils, they'd only be able to protect themselves using their own magic power and secret techniques. A cautious look also appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. In contrast, Shi Kuan merely chuckled before leading the way as he strode toward the mountain. Seeing as treasures were unable to be used here, his powerful body naturally became a particularly valuable asset. Han Li also gave a faint smile before following along behind Shi Kuan. Lu Shuer could only follow suit after a brief hesitation. There was a path that was almost completely straight leading directly to the summit of the mountain. The entire path consisted of steps paved with white stone slabs that were around 10 feet wide each, and from afar, it was as if there were a giant white python sprawled over the mountain, creating a rather startling spectacle to behold. Han Li's trio naturally didn't dare to travel through flight, but their bodies were far more powerful than that of normal beings, so they didn't fear the prospect of having to take this path either. Thus, the 3 of them strode onto the stone steps, heading up toward the mountain summit. However, a peculiar look immediately appeared on Shi Kuan's face as soon as he strode onto the first step. He continued to scale the steps, but he was gradually slowing down in the process, clearly not able to scale the steps as swiftly as he could in the beginning. Han Li had naturally noticed this as he walked along behind Shi Kun, and as soon as he set foot on the first stone step, he understood why Shi Kun was slowing down. A burst of suction force had erupted from the stone step, making his legs feel as if they were filled with lead. After scaling a few more steps, he immediately discovered that the suction force from each successive step was slightly more pronounced than that of the previous step. The slightly incremental increase was almost unnoticeable over just a few steps, but there were over 10,000 steps leading up to the summit, and that was quite a harrowing thought to consider. Thankfully, it seemed that as long as one were to stand still on a step, the enormous suction force emanating from it would gradually weaken, and if one were to stand on a step for a long enough time, all of the suction force would gradually disappear. Han Li was quite intrigued by this, but he didn't pay much attention to this detail. After cultivating the Provenance True Devil Arts, his body was more powerful than even most normal holy race beings. These stone steps were slightly peculiar, but he was confident that he'd be able to make it to the mountain summit without pause. As for whether Shi Kun could also do the same, that would depend on whether he'd been holding back in displaying the powers of his body. As for Lu Shuer, there was most likely no way for her to make it to the summit without pausing in between if she were to rely on the power of her body alone. With that in mind, Han Li took a glance back at Lu Shuer after scaling a dozen or so steps. Thus, he discovered that she was still situated on the first stone step, seemingly in deep thought about something. However, it was quite apparent from the expression on her face that she was feeling very frustrated and angry. It was quite clear that she'd also identified her situation, which was why she appeared to be so enraged. Even though the three of them hadn't agreed on this in advance, it was quite clear that whoever reached the palace first would be able to get to the treasures in there first. As such, it was very likely that Shi Kun and Han Li would have taken all of the treasures in the palace by the time she arrived. However, Lu Shuer wasn't completely powerless in a situation like this. After a brief pause for contemplation, she flipped a hand over to produce several talismans of different colors. One was yellow, another was silver, and the final one was crimson. 3 spluttering sounds rang out in quick succession as she plastered these talismans to herself. 3 balls of light of different colors then erupted from the talismans before vanishing into her body in a flash. Immediately thereafter, yellow, silver, and red spiritual light emerged around her body, releasing astonishing spiritual pressure in the process. It appeared that these 3 talismans were all capable of enhancing one's physical body, and after applying them to herself, Lu Shuer continued to scale the steps without any further delay. Han Li witnessed this from above but displayed no reaction in response. Assistance talismans were very interesting, but they were next to completely useless to high-grade cultivators like them. Cultivators who focused on cultivating their magic power naturally wouldn't be interested in talismans that could enhance their physical bodies, and they wouldn't use such talismans in battle either. As for beings who specialized in cultivating their bodies, these talismans were also largely superfluous. After all, body refinement cultivators had already tapped into much of the latent potential of their physical bodies, so talismans of that nature wouldn't provide significant enhancements. For body refinement cultivators, even the rarest high-grade assistance talismans would only be able to enhance their bodies by 10% to 20% at the very most. As such, regardless of how many assistance talismans a normal cultivator were to use, their bodies would still be far inferior in power compared to body refinement cultivators. Han Li was quite adept in the art of talismans himself, so he was naturally well aware of this. As such, he didn't think much of what Lu Shuer was doing and merely continued to scale the steps in an unhurried manner. Thus, the 3 of them continued onward, gradually opening up distance between one another as they approached the mountain summit. Initially, as the restrictive power from the stone steps became more and more pronounced, Lu Shuer and Shi Kun simply forced themselves to continue onward, despite knowing that they'd be able to expend a lot less effort if they were to pause momentarily on each step. However, Han Li's condition was vastly different compared to that of his 2 companions. Shi Kun was still leading the way, striding up the stone steps at a steady pace, but he was clearly breathing more heavily and sweat was beginning to appear on his forehead. Han Li was situated in the middle, and his skin was beginning to take on a faint golden hue, but his expression remained completely unchanged, displaying no signs of strain whatsoever. As for Lu Shuer, the layer of white light over her face made it impossible for anyone to glean her expression, but she was slowing down at a noticeable rate. After scaling up around a third of the staircase, her body would shudder with each successive step that she took, and the three-colored spiritual light around her also fluctuated erratically in brightness, looking as if they could be snuffed out at any moment. It was quite clear that even with the enhancements of her talismans, she wasn't going to be able to keep this up for much longer. Lu Shuier was clearly well aware of this herself, and a resigned look had already surfaced in her eyes. After scaling an additional 200 to 300 steps, she heaved a faint sigh and finally drew to a halt. Hanli didn't turn back to look at her, but he could detect this through the use of his spiritual sense. His expression changed slightly in response, but he showed no sign of stopping at all. After that, Shikuan and Han Li continued to scale up over 1,000 steps, upon which they finally arrived at the halfway mark of the entire mountain path. Sweat was already pouring down Shikuan's face, and with each successive step he took, the ground beneath him tremored slightly while the yellow light around his body flashed erratically, clearly indicating that this was becoming quite difficult for him. Throughout this process, he'd also been using his spiritual sense to inspect Han Li. At this moment, aside from the fact that the golden light around his body was glowing more brightly than before, his expression and pace remained completely identical to when he'd first set foot on this path, as if he weren't being affected by the restriction underfoot at all. Shikuan was quite stunned to see this, and it began to occur to him that Han Li was most likely also a high-grade body refinement cultivator, and that his body could be even more powerful than his own. After resting for a while, Lu Shuier took some pills to replenish her energy before also continuing onward. Shikuan was desperate to maintain his advantage, but he could feel his legs growing heavier and heavier. Even the joints within his body were creaking and groaning, clearly indicating that he was under immense physical strain. Thus, Shikuan began to slow down significantly while Han Li maintained an even pace. After about 10 minutes, Han Li was finally able to catch up. He turned to Shikuan, who was sweating profusely, and gave him a faint smile before passing him by without slowing down even in the slightest. After a few more steps, Han Li was able to easily open up a gap between himself and Shikuan. Shikuan gritted his teeth upon seeing this, and he finally stopped as he looked up at Han Li's profile with an indecisive look on his face. Thus, Han Li scaled up over 100 more steps without suffering any decrease in speed, and Shikuan's expression had darkened significantly at this point. He looked up at the purple palace on the mountain, then used his spiritual sense to inspect Lu Shuier, who was slowly catching up, and his eyelids twitched as he abruptly flipped a hand over to produce a small crimson vial. The entire vial was of a vibrant translucent red color, and there were several inch-long miniature talismans plastered to its surface, giving it a rather mysterious appearance. Shikuan exhaled toward the vial in his hand, expelling a burst of yellow light that removed the talismans plastered to the vial. A dull thump immediately rang out as these talismans vanished into thin air as balls of flames of different colors. As soon as the talismans were removed, the lid of the vial immediately flew off on its own. A streak of crimson light then shot forth from within, and a crimson pill could be seen within the streak of light. Shikuan was prepared for this in advance, and he immediately inhaled with all his might, creating a burst of suction force that drew the pill into his mouth, then down his throat and into his stomach. The pill dissolved almost instantaneously, forming a burst of scorching heat that traveled directly into his dantian and meridians. Even though Han Li was quickly progressing onward up ahead, he had naturally noticed what Shikuan was doing, and his heart stirred slightly in response. After taking the pill, an unnatural flush appeared on Shikuan's face, following which the rest of his gray skin also became as red as blood. At the same time, his entire body began to emanate scorching heat like a furnace, and the yellow spiritual light around him had also been tinged with hints of red. Immediately thereafter, he let loose a low cry, and thick veins suddenly began to bulge on his forehead while his neck thickened by more than twofold. His body then swelled drastically to around 40 to 50 feet tall. Following his dramatic increase in size, Shikuan stepped forward without any hesitation, scaling 2 steps with a single strike. As such, Shikuan was traveling slightly faster than even when he'd first begun scaling the mountain path, and he was slowly closing the gap between himself and Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Shikuan had clearly used some kind of secret technique that was harming his body in exchange for a temporary sharp boost in power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for so long before employing this method. With that in mind, Han Li immediately took a deep breath before making a hand seal with one hand. The golden light around his body instantly brightened significantly, and golden scales surfaced over his skin. After that, Han Li laid a hand on the back of his own head, following which a burst of golden light erupted from behind him to form a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as the golden projection emerged, it descended toward Han Li, vanishing into his body amid a flash of golden light. All of a sudden, a slightly blurry suit of armor that was constructed from golden light appeared around Han Li's body. As a result, Han Li was able to accelerate even further, thereby maintaining the advantage he had over Shi Kuan. Shi Kuan and Lu Shui'er were both naturally stunned to see this. Both of them had pulled out all the stops, and they could only barely maintain their current speed. However, after that golden suit of armor had appeared over Han Li's body, he was able to scale the steps at an incredible speed. He wasn't literally running up the steps, but he seemed to be drifting lightly from step to step without being affected by the restriction at all. Shi Kuan was struck by a pressing sense of urgency upon seeing this, but he could only look on as Han Li continued to widen the gap between them. After a while, Han Li had stretched his lead over Shi Kuan to close to 500 steps, by which point Shi Kuan was no longer able to maintain his current speed and was forced to slow down again. However, on this occasion, not only was he sweating profusely, bursts of white mist were rising up from his body, as if he'd truly transformed into a living furnace, creating quite an astonishing sight to behold. At the same time, Han Li was also finally beginning to slow down slightly, indicating that he was also struggling in the face of the immense suction force erupting from the stone steps. At this moment, Han Li was only around 200 to 300 steps away from the summit, but he was quite frustrated to discover that the incremental increase in suction force with each successive step taken was far more than what it had been in the past. Even though he possessed a fearsome body that was even more powerful than that of the average holy race being, he was also beginning to struggle. After scaling up over 100 more steps, he had already slowed down to a figurative crawl, and he had to steady himself at every step before making the next one. At this point, Shi Kuan and Lu Shui'er had already stopped, and they could only look on as Han Li approached the mountain summit. Finally, after reaching the final dozen or so steps, the enormous suction force had become unbearable even to Han Li, and the golden suit of armor around his body was trembling uncontrollably, looking as if it could shatter at any moment. As such, Han Li was forced to stop for the first time with the summit virtually within reach. Only after the suction force from the current step had been weakened to a certain degree did he take another step, only to be forced to pause again before continuing onward. Thus, the final dozen or so steps took Han Li close to 10 minutes to scale. As soon as he set foot onto the mountain summit, the suction force from the stone steps completely vanished, and his body became light as a feather, making him feel as if he could fly even without using any magic power. After heaving a sigh of relief, the blurry suit of golden armor around his body vanished in a flash. He turned back to find that Shi Kuan was still several hundred steps away, looking up at Han Li with a dejected expression while panting heavily. As for Lu Shui'er, she was still more than 2,000 steps away, and from Han Li's perspective, she was only a small black dot in the distance. The only consolation for them was that even though Han Li had scaled the stone steps first, the Purple Palace was extremely massive and potentially contained some powerful restrictions as well, so they didn't have to worry about him taking all of the treasures in there. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he turned around before casting his gaze toward the Purple Palace. Several hundred feet away from him, there stood a massive gate that was over 200 feet tall. The gate was tightly shut, and there were several tens of large stones of different colors embedded onto its surface. Around these stones were a series of complex patterns, and the stones seemed to have been placed in a certain sequence. After taking a careful glance at the palace gate, he was shocked to discover that all of the fist-sized stones embedded onto the palace gate were top-grade spirit stones that were clearly even purer than the top-grade spirit stones in the spirit realm. Han Li clicked his tongue with wonder as he shifted his gaze over to the purple wall beside the gate. The walls had been constructed from an unidentifiable material, and they only stood around 50 to 60 feet tall. However, they were emanating a strange light, and there were silver runes of different sizes carved onto their surfaces. Han Li was immediately able to identify those runes as beveled silver text. So this place really was constructed by a true immortal. Hanli seemed to be quite calm on the outside, but there was a scorching look in his eyes as he appraised the palace. He possessed several extraordinary treasures and had encountered all types of miraculous opportunities during his cultivation journey. But the thought of being able to explore a palace left behind by a true immortal still filled him with irrepressible excitement. It was no wonder that Kai Luing and Duan Tianren were convinced that there were pills in there that could help them break through their holy race bottlenecks. Considering how unfathomably powerful true immortals were, it was naturally a simple task for them to refine pills that could be immensely beneficial to beings of a lower realm. Hanli took a deep breath to calm himself down before casting his gaze up toward the purple palace walls again. All of a sudden, he raised a hand and pointed a finger upward, upon which an arc of golden lightning shot forth amid a resounding thunderclap, hurtling toward the air above the palace walls. Peculiar turn of events immediately unfolded. There seemed to be nothing but empty air above the palace walls, but as soon as the golden arc of lightning struck the empty space, a burst of delightful heavenly music suddenly rang out, following which purple light flashed, and the golden lightning vanished like a sandcastle in the rising tide. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and even after immediately activating his bright sight spirit eyes, he was still unable to identify what was so special about that purple light. He then tried to use his spiritual sense to assess the situation, only for it to be repelled by a burst of invisible force as soon as it reached close to the palace walls, thereby making it impossible for him to detect what lay within those walls. After heaving a faint sigh, Hanli gave up on trying to cross over the palace walls and cast his gaze toward the gate again. Compared to braving the mysterious restriction on the palace walls, it was clearly a much safer option to try and enter through the gate. However, even though he couldn't sense anything amiss just by looking at the palace gate, he naturally wasn't going to try and open it on his own. After a brief pause, Hanli patted the storage bracelet on his wrist, upon which a ball of azure light immediately flew forth from within before thudding heavily onto the ground. This was a giant ape puppet that was around 20 feet tall, and it lay sprawled on the ground, having clearly been impacted quite heavily by the flight restriction. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, then made a hand seal before pointing at the puppet in a nonchalant manner. The giant ape puppet slowly got up at his behest, then turned around expressionlessly before making its way toward the palace gate. Meanwhile, Hanli stood still on the spot, appraising the puppet intently through narrowed eyes. After arriving before the palace gate, the giant ape puppet raised its hands without any hesitation before pressing them against the massive gate. Azure light flashed erratically around the puppet's body, following which the gate was slowly pushed open. Hanli was quite surprised to see this, and he was both elated but also in disbelief. How could the palace gate have been opened so easily? With that in mind, he forcibly repressed the confusion and impatience in his heart as he hurriedly cast his gaze beyond the entrance. Thus, he was greeted by the sight of a plaza that was entirely paved with azure tiles and fenced by translucent white jade structures. On the other end of the plaza was a tall main palace that was also purple in color. From afar, Hanli could also see that there were also 3 side palaces near the main palace, each of which was only around a third of the size of the main palace. These side palaces were situated in a triangular formation with the main palace at the center. Aside from that, there were also some short buildings and pavilions behind the main palace, and this place seemed to span quite a vast area. After a brief hesitation, he transmitted an instruction to the puppet using his spiritual sense, upon which it made its way into the palace through the main gate. Hanli also slowly followed along behind it. After a while, he found himself on the other side of the city gate, and he quickly arrived at one corner of the plaza. The plaza appeared to be around 5,000 to 6,000 feet in size, and the giant ape puppet continued onward at Hanli's behest, preparing to pass directly through the plaza en route to the main palace up ahead. Hanli continued to trail along behind the puppet, maintaining a distance of around 200 feet from it in case any unforeseen mishaps occurred. However, a peculiar expression soon appeared on Hanli's face. This was only a plaza that was several thousand feet in size, yet even after walking for so long, the puppet still hadn't even made it to the center of the plaza. This is an illusionary formation. Hanli's eyes narrowed as he instructed the puppet to stop, then turned around to cast his gaze behind him. In his mind, he had already walked for around 3,000 to 4,000 feet, Yet he appeared to be only just over 100 feet away from the corner of the plaza that he'd started from. Han Li was slightly alarmed to see this, and blue light immediately flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze around the entire plaza. However, even after using his spirit eye ability, he was unable to detect anything amiss. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. This was the first time that his spirit eye ability had ever failed to see through an illusionary formation, but taking into consideration the fact that this restriction had most likely been set up by a true immortal, this development wasn't actually all that surprising. Even so, Han Li wasn't intending to give up just like that. After taking a deep breath, he began to circulate all of the magic power within his entire body, then directed it toward his glabella. A ball of black chi immediately materialized in front of his glabella, following which a third demonic eye appeared in a flash. This was none other than the law destruction eye that Han Li had already nurtured for several centuries. Han Li had possessed this third eye ever since he was back in the human world, and after so many years had passed, it had developed some uncanny abilities. Even though this eye's forte lay in spatial abilities, it also possessed some abilities that could specifically target illusionary techniques and other types of restrictions. But the effects of those abilities naturally weren't as potent as those of his bright sight spirit eyes. After arriving at the Thunder Continent, Han Li had unintentionally discovered, while cultivating in seclusion, that his bright sight spirit eyes and law destruction eye could be combined to unleash a new ability, one that was far superior to any of the abilities that either one of his spirit eyes possessed. Even though this ability was quite powerful, it required a considerable amount of magic power expenditure to be unleashed, and this was the first time Han Li had ever used it in a practical setting. However, thinking back to the scenes that unfolded the last time he trialed this ability, he was quite confident that it would be able to break through the illusionary formation that he was in. As such, he immediately began to chant something, and the blue light in his eyes gradually became more and more pronounced. At the same time, black light began to swirl within his law destruction eye, making it appear as if there was a shimmering black gem lodged on his forehead. All of a sudden, 2 streaks of blue light and a pillar of black light shot forth from his 3 spirit eyes in unison, and they combined as one to form a black and blue ball of light. This was a translucent fist-sized ball of light with a blue exterior and a black center, making it appear as if it was a massive eyeball. Break! Han Li immediately swept a sleeve toward the ball of light, and a burst of azure light surged forth from within before vanishing into the ball of light in a flash. Spiritual light flashed from the surface of the ball of light, following which black and blue runes of different sizes emerged before rapidly revolving through the air. All of a sudden, countless threads of black and blue light shot forth from the ball of light, flying away in all directions. These threads of light were extremely thin and traveled at astonishing speeds, spreading over the entire plaza in the blink of an eye before forming a massive black and blue net that encompassed the entirety of the plaza beneath it. In the next instant, dull thumps rang out from all over the plaza as balls of light of different colors exploded beneath the massive net. A burst of spatial fluctuations then erupted into the heavens as the space beneath the net twisted and warped. Immediately thereafter, the center of the plaza blurred before a door of white light emerged. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately vanished on the spot as a blurry shadow. In the next instant, he reappeared directly in front of the door of light before disappearing into it. The giant ape puppet also hurriedly followed along. Almost as soon as the puppet entered the door of light, the black and blue ball of light that was hovering in midair abruptly exploded. The giant net that had encompassed the entire plaza also shattered without any warning before dissipating as specks of spiritual light. In the next instant, white light flashed erratically from the door of light and the surrounding space blurred before it also vanished. Thus, the plaza was restored to its original appearance. But Han Li and the giant ape puppet were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they'd never even entered the palace in the first place. Meanwhile, Shi Kuan was only just over 100 steps away from reaching the summit, and he could already catch a glimpse of the entrance of the palace. Lu Shuier was a few hundred steps behind him, and the two of them seemed to have calmed down now that Han Li had already entered the palace ahead of them. Han Li reopened his eyes and immediately appraised his surroundings. After emerging from the door of light, he found himself situated directly in front of the main palace. The gate of the main palace was rather mundane-looking, with only a few simple patterns engraved onto its surface. However, there was a giant plaque that was around 70 to 80 feet in length hanging above the gate, and there were a few ancient golden characters inscribed on its surface. Hanli focused his gaze on the plaque, and his heart stirred slightly in response to what he saw. Even though he couldn't read this ancient text, it struck him as being rather similar to beveled silver text, so it was most likely golden seal text. Unfortunately, there were extremely few beings in the spirit realm that understood golden seal text, so he hadn't been able to learn it from anywhere. Otherwise, perhaps he'd be able to glean some useful information from this plaque. With that in mind, Hanli cast his gaze toward the gate in front of him before issuing another instruction to the giant ape puppet beside him using his spiritual sense. The puppet immediately stepped forward at his behest, making its way up the stairs, then pressing its hands against the gates of the main palace to try and push it open, just as it had done with the previous palace gate. However, things didn't progress as smoothly on this occasion. As soon as the giant ape puppet's hands came into contact with the mundane-looking gate, a string of dull thunderclaps suddenly rang out. Immediately thereafter, a devastating aura that threatened to annihilate heaven and earth erupted from the gate. Even though Hanli was over 100 feet away from the gate, he was still quite alarmed by this sudden development. And he immediately conjured up a set of azure and white lightning robes around his body. His upper body then twisted around, and even though his lower body remained completely still, he was somehow able to slide toward the side in a wraith-like manner. Almost at the exact same moment, a burst of dazzling purple light flashed from the gate of the main palace. Arcs of purple lightning then erupted from its surface, hurtling forth several tens of purple lightning snakes. The giant ape puppet was inundated by this purple lightning in a flash, and was instantly reduced to nothingness. However, the arcs of purple lightning showed no signs of stopping there. After destroying the giant ape puppet, they changed directions and surged directly toward Hanli, as if they had a mind of their own. Hanli's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. If there were no flight restrictions in place, he'd naturally be able to unleash his movement techniques to evade this lightning. However, seeing as he was unable to rise up into the air, there was no way for him to dodge this attack no matter how agile he was. In this dire situation, Hanli hurriedly raised a hand to summon a small crystalline shield. The small shield then expanded to around 10 feet in size amid a flash of spiritual light, following which a burst of black chi erupted from Hanli's body. A suit of sinister-looking devilish armor quickly emerged beneath the layer of azure and white lightning around his body, and it was none other than the repaired heavenly devilish armor. Purple lightning flashed, and all of the purple snakes struck the giant shield with immense power. This crystalline shield was able to refract light-based attacks, and it had saved Hanli on many occasions. However, the situation on this occasion turned out to be vastly different. These purple arcs of lightning were clearly different from normal lightning, as the giant crystalline shield was only able to refract about a third of the arcs of lightning, while the majority of the barrage continued onward to strike the shield. Purple lightning exploded, and the giant shield was immediately inundated by a terrifying scorching aura. An incredible scene then ensued. The crystalline shield quickly began to melt in the face of the arcs of purple lightning, and it was reduced to a puddle of translucent liquid that dripped down onto the ground below. Hanli was quite stunned to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the lightning robe around his body erupted forth as an azure and white net of lightning that intertwined with the purple lightning. The arcs of lightning formed by the lighting robe were manifested from the tribulation lightning that Hanli had collected, so they were naturally far more powerful than normal lightning. However, they were no match for the arcs of purple lightning. As soon as the two clashed, the azure and white arcs of lightning instantly shrank before vanishing as if they had been devoured by the arcs of purple lightning, thereby fueling the purple snakes rather than nullifying their powers. Hanli's face paled upon seeing this, and he hurriedly swept both sleeves through the air, unleashing thick bolts of golden lightning that surged forth amid rumbling thunderclaps. However, he was already too late, and the purple snakes suddenly combined to form several bolts of purple lightning with diameters comparable to that of large bowls before viciously striking Hanli's heavenly devilish armor. An earth-shattering boom erupted as Hanli stumbled back while his entire body was enveloped by golden lightning. He immediately let loose a low cry of fury as his suit of devilish armor swelled in size while the patterns on its surface also emerged as if they'd sprung to life, forming countless black runes that clashed with the arcs of purple lightning contrary to their appearance. These mundane-looking runes were extremely powerful, and as soon as they clashed with the arcs of purple lightning, both exploded into gusts of scorching black and purple winds that revolved around Hanli in a frenzy. When Hanli finally managed to arrest his momentum and steady himself, not only had the purple arcs of lighting disappeared, the gusts of scorching winds around him had also abruptly vanished. Hanli heaved a long sigh of relief and looked down at his suit of heavenly devilish armor with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. That surprise attack wouldn't have been able to kill him, but without this suit of devilish armor, severe injuries would have been unavoidable. Even though he'd managed to survive that ordeal unscathed, he was still left in quite a disheveled state. Hanli heaved a faint sigh as he looked down at the puddle of translucent liquid on the ground with a wistful expression. The crystalline shield had clearly been completely and utterly destroyed, so there was no way for him to possibly repair it. After that, Hanli cast his gaze toward the gate of the main palace in a calm manner, and a hesitant look appeared in his eyes. For such a powerful restriction to have been placed on this gate clearly indicated that there had to be treasures in there that the true immortal owner of this place held in very high regard. Even if he could break such a fearsome restriction, it would definitely take him a long time to do so, and if Shikuan and Lu Shuer were to get here during that time, all of his efforts could potentially benefit them instead. As such, it simply wasn't worth it for him to persist with this main palace. Having made up his mind, Hanli immediately turned away without any hesitation and strode along a nearby path toward the closest side palace. Even if restrictions had also been set up on these side palaces, they definitely wouldn't be as fearsome as the one on the main palace, so there was a good chance that he'd be able to break them in a short time. As he traveled rapidly toward a side palace, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a ball of azure light flew out from within as he summoned another giant ape puppet. Having learned his lesson from last time, Hanli summoned this puppet very close to the ground so it wasn't as heavily affected by the flight restriction. Thus, the second puppet made a smooth landing before passing Hanli as it rushed toward the side palace. Hanli followed along behind it in an expressionless manner, and no further mishaps occurred along the way as the two of them arrived safely before the side palace. Aside from the fact that this side palace was only around a third of the size of the main palace, the two were completely identical in appearance. It simply seemed to be a scaled-down version of the main palace, and there was also a plaque above the gate with golden seal text inscribed upon it. Hanli's eyelids twitched involuntarily at the sight of the mundane-looking gate, and after a brief pause, he retreated until he was around 400 feet away from the gate before finally drawing to a halt. After that, he raised a hand to produce several talismans, all of which he quickly plastered onto his own body. Several layers of protective spiritual light of different colors instantly appeared in quick succession. Immediately thereafter, Hanli made a hand seal with each of his hands, and golden lightning began to flash within both of his sleeves. After adopting all of these defensive measures, Hanli transmitted an instruction to the puppet using his spiritual sense with a grim expression on his face. The giant ape puppet immediately stepped forward, raising its arms before pressing its hands against the gate before it. Hanli looked on with bated breath only for the gate to be slowly pushed open without a hitch. It seemed that no restrictions had been placed on this gate. Hanli was naturally ecstatic to see this, but as a safety precaution, he urged the puppet to make its way into the side palace first. Thus, the giant ape puppet walked into the palace and no mishaps occurred. Only then did Hanli heave a faint sigh of relief as the protective layers of spiritual light around his body vanished in a flash. At the same time, he quickly clenched his fists, and the golden lightning in his sleeves also disappeared in a soundless manner. After that, he quickly made his way into the side palace. After arriving in the side palace, the giant ape puppet was already standing beside the entrance in a completely motionless manner. Hanli quickly cast his gaze around the palace, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face in response to what he saw. At the center of the palace was a giant table that was as pristine white as jade, and a shimmering purple shrine stood on the table, within which was a blurry and indistinct deity statue. Across from the statue were hundreds of yellow futons, and on top of that, There was an azure incense burner positioned at each of the 4 corners of the palace. The faint scent of sandalwood wafted throughout the entire room. The place appeared to be a Buddhist temple. The area wasn't small. There was even a small gate to either side, each a passage to a different area. Hanli quickly swept his gaze past the large hall and eventually looked at the 2 rows of wooden cabinets. The wooden cabinets were white as snow and faintly released threads of icy chi. They were made from the snow wood famous throughout the spirit realm. The wood was an ideal material to refine ice-attributed treasures, but here it was being used as the material for a common cabinet. This was so extravagant, it left Hanli speechless. The cabinets had a dozen various colored tools laid on top of them. From a distance, he could see scepters, alms bowls, small bells, and other items. Hanli narrowed his eyes and his spiritual senses swept past the objects. After a brief moment of shock, delight beamed from his face. The tools possessed astonishing spiritual chi, every one of them a top-grade half-finished treasure. If the original master refined them fully, they would be considered common spirit treasures at the very least, if not divine spirit treasures. Most importantly, from the outer appearance of the treasures, he knew they were obscure treasures of extraordinary abilities. Even if he spent the effort to truly refine them completely, their effectiveness would still be as powerful as treasures refined by their original master. In this case, they could be considered top-grade treasures of the spirit realm. Hanli shook his sleeve and suddenly, a wave of azure mist flew out and swept over the area, sweeping up every last treasure. After acquiring so many powerful treasures, Hanli felt delighted. After looking past the hall once more, he slowly lowered his head and looked at one of the mats several times. Suddenly, he let out a yelp as if he discovered something. He immediately swiped his hand out the ground. Whoosh! The mat silently entered his grasp. Not only did he find it flexible as water and numbing to the touch, but he sensed a wave of spiritual chi suddenly blow past him. This is Hanli's eye flickered. The mat was clearly refined from some sort of spirit grass. It survived an unknown number of years, yet it was still brimming with spiritual chi. His expression stirred as if he had discovered something. Suddenly, he placed the mat underneath his nose and took a sniff, catching a faintly fishy scent. Hanli's face turned off and he flipped his other hand. In an azure flash, a meter-long sword appeared in his hand. He flung it at the mat and shook his wrist, chopping at it with a streak of sword light. An astonishing scene occurred. The sword light sliced atop the mat with seemingly unstoppable force and entered several inches deep before being firmly deflected. Yellow light roamed across the surface of the light and restored the cut damage from the sword. The grass alone had blocked the strike from the bamboo cloud's warm sword. Hanli flipped the mat several times and muttered, "This must be the legendary cloth armor grass. It is a truly fantastical item. The grass by itself is capable of blocking the strikes of blade-type magic treasures. If turned into armor, it'll be a top-grade defense. It is a pity that it's deeply vulnerable to fire-attributed attack. This is truly an immortal's residence." They used such a vastly important material as a mere mat. Since he's discovered the mat's value, he naturally wouldn't leave it there. He promptly stretched out a pitch-black palm from his sleeve and he casually grasped towards the ground. A gray wave of light soon rolled across it. As gray light flickered, hundreds of mats silently vanished from the ground, sweeping the entire hall clear. When his spiritual sense swept through the storage pouch and saw the mats neatly arranged, he nodded with satisfaction. Since the grass has long been extinct in the spirit realm, the mats alone made the trip worth it. With that thought, Hanli let out a long sigh and took a deep breath. For some reason, he felt the scent of the sandalwood seemed to have grown denser. Sandalwood! He suddenly turned his head and his eyes lit up as he quickly looked at the incense burner at the corner of the room. The incense stick in the burner was burned halfway and its color was a faint yellow. It was unknown how long it was placed there. Hanli's brow stirred and he took large strides towards the corner. But before he arrived, he had already looked at the incense burner with his spiritual sense and immediately frowned. Surprisingly, the incense burner was made out of common bronze. Couldn't be considered a magic tool. Hanli blinked and he already walked in front of the incense burner. He then lowered his head and looked at the remaining third of the burning incense stick. A rich scent was leaking from the stick. The stick appeared to be more than meets the eye. From its appearance, it was no different from a common incense stick. But since it was able to retain a dense fragrance after so much time had passed, it must be extraordinary. Hanli looked at it for a long while and his face turned grim. He raised his hand and reached out to extinguish the burning incense. But before he touched it, spiritual light flashed and a layer of azure light wrapped around his fingers. With extreme care, he put out the tip of the burning incense and nothing happened. However, Hanli's expression still remained odd. He sternly looked at the incense several more times and took a long sniff before wearing a pensive face. Suddenly, he flicked his finger and red light flashed. A rice-sized star shot out from his fingertips and struck the end of the incense stick. As the light faded away, the incense wasn't reignited. Hanli narrowed his eyes, faintly betraying a trace of excitement. He flicked his finger again and a crimson fireball shot out from the tip of his finger. It floated motionlessly in the air. When the fireball struck the end of the incense stick, he stared in silence. As a result, the scorching flames hadn't burned the incense stick in the slightest. As expected, it's the serene black ice incense. It wards off one's inner demons when breaking through to the body integration stage. When Hanli saw this, he wore a face of delight. He promptly flipped his hand and a pure white jade box appeared in his hand. He carefully put the stick into his hand. Afterwards, his body shifted as he looked for the other half-burned incense stick at the other corners of the hall. With that said, he summoned a jade box in his hand with a flicker and it completely vanished. Afterwards, Hanli took another look throughout the hall. It was a pity there were many things there to begin with. Apart from the shrine and the withered spirit fruits offered to the shrine, there was nothing else. With that, he eventually took a look at the shrine. Purple light shimmered from the shrine and it appeared 3 meters tall. It contained the statue of a god as if it had been carved from top-grade jade. The god statue wore green robes and held a snow-white horsetail whisk in one hand and a purple gourd in the other. He had a long beard and mustache trailing down his chin, giving him a faintly immortal aura. However, Hanli simply looked at the god statue for a short moment more, and he couldn't help but betray his shock. He suddenly discovered that no matter how long he stared at the statue's face, he could only see a haze of glimmering green light in front of it. He hadn't been able to perceive the statue's true appearance. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and blue light soon shined from them. He then forcefully peered at the god statue's face. It did have an effect. He gradually saw through green light mist covering the statue's face and saw it thin out. His mood lit up and his gaze grew focused, wanting to look at the god statue's face. But before he could see the finger details, a heavenly sound and a Buddhist chant rang through his mind. As his ears rang, his entire spiritual sense was thrown into disarray. Hanli's eyes turned black and he staggered to the ground. He took a seat, nearly dazed. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was comparable to body integration grade cultivators. After hastily circulating the great development arts through his body, he eventually regained clarity of mind and stood back up. After straightening himself, he took another look at the god statue with bewilderment. The god statue was so strange. Even given his current cultivation stage, he wasn't able to see its true appearance. The statue itself was a grand treasure of immeasurable power. Since it was enshrined, the statue must have been modeled after an important figure even in the true immortal realm. The god statue was an immensely profound object. Even a few vastly powerful individuals in the spirit realm drew the support of god statues to manifest the primal soul or soul fragment from a deity an unfathomable distance away. Even though it had never been heard of for an immortal of the true immortal realm to use such a method to descend into the spirit realm, taking this god statue would definitely be unwise if it really were modeled after an important figure of the true immortal realm. Hanli's expression wavered for a long while before he eventually took a deep breath. After forcefully suppressing his desires, he looked away from the shrine and to a door at the side. His body stirred and he walked over without any further hesitation. And with a mental command, the huge ape puppet followed after him. Soon, all that was left in the hall was the lone shrine. At that moment, Han Li already walked through a passage and arrived in front of a dozen side rooms. The rooms didn't appear very large, and they all appeared identical. Han Li quickly looked at them and had the huge ape puppet open the doors to the rooms one by one. When he saw that nothing happened, he began to flicker and enter each of the rooms. The interior was very simple. There was a small door that separated the rectangular room into two sections. The outer section was the larger one of the two, and it was clearly a guest hall which was completely empty aside from a simple table and some chairs as well as a tea set. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over these items to find that the materials used for them were all quite precious, but they were completely useless to him. Thus, he continued onward without pause, stepping into the inner section, which appeared to be a bedroom. There were slightly more items in this room. Aside from a faint green jade bed, there was also a rectangular desk, upon which were placed several writing brushes, a faint red inkstone, and a pile of thin snowy white silk-like sheets. Han Li's raised an eyebrow as he strode over to the desk. He picked up the writing brushes and inkstone one after another before giving them a quick inspection, but he then shook his head before putting them down again. After that, he reached out to grab the thin silk sheets before gently spreading them open, only to find that they were completely blank and devoid of any writing. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this. He placed the silk sheets back to their original spot, then carefully swept his spiritual sense through the entire room again to make sure that he wasn't missing anything before immediately departing. This was clearly the living quarters for a disciple, so he didn't have high hopes that he would discover anything useful here anyway. As such, he naturally wasn't going to linger here for too long. Furthermore, there were over 10 rooms that were similar to this one, and he was on a tight schedule, so he couldn't conduct thorough investigations of all of these rooms. Thus, Han Li quickly searched through the dozen or so rooms, but didn't reap any worthwhile rewards for his efforts aside from a few jade slips, which had an unknown ancient scripture inscribed upon them. These jade slips had only been casually placed on a bedside table, so they most likely weren't important anyway. Han Li had only picked them up as an afterthought, thinking that he could perhaps glean some useful information from them if he were to decipher this ancient text someday. After all, he was very curious about everything in the true immortal realm. He returned to the main hall with his puppet, then immediately strode through the side door on the other wall. After passing through another passageway, Han Li found himself standing in front of another orderly row of cabins. These cabins were completely different from the rooms he'd just visited. Each cabin was completely square and angular in shape with a small door and no windows. Furthermore, all of the cabins were completely independent from one another with a distance of over 100 feet between each cabin. What especially drew Han Li's attention was that the surfaces of these cabins were all shimmering with silver light and inscribed with faint silver runes which were none other than the beveled silver text that he was now extremely familiar with. Han Li stared at these cabins for a while before finally ascertaining that these were secret chambers specifically designated for cultivation. This was quite an encouraging discovery to him, as it was very possible that there could be things left behind in these secret chambers by the people who had cultivated inside them in the past. However, a slightly grave look then appeared on his face at the sight of the finely inscribed silver runes on the doors of the cabins. Generally speaking, restrictions and formations that were set up on secret chambers were ones that isolated sound and kept out spiritual sense. However, with the terrifying ordeal he had suffered at the gate of the main palace earlier, he naturally wasn't going to take things lightly. On this occasion, he didn't spur on his giant ape puppet to test anything. Instead, he set up a few layers of defenses over his own body, then swept a sleeve directly toward the stone door of one of the secret chambers. A small azure sword shot forth, then transformed into an azure streak of light that was around 10 feet in length before striking the door in a vicious manner. He was immediately resorting to brute force to try and force his way through the restrictions on the door. Brilliant silver light radiated from the door, and a crisp ringing sound erupted from within the secret chamber. The silver light appeared to be quite ordinary, but it was able to keep out his azure bamboo cloud's warm sword. It was as if the streak of sword chi had struck a body of water, and was completely unable to break through the silver light. It was only able to slowly wear down this spiritual light. However, Han Li was quite relieved to see this. Just he had expected, the restrictions on the door weren't capable of retaliation. Furthermore, they were most likely restrictions of a very low caliber in the true immortal realm. That made sense, considering that this was a row of a dozen or so secret cultivation chambers lined up next to one another. Why would anyone set up powerful restrictions on this cluster of buildings? With that in mind, he no longer hesitated as he flipped a hand over to produce a tiny black mountain that was around several inches tall, then tossed it forward. The mountain immediately expanded to around 10 feet in size amid a flash of black light, then struck the silver light in a vicious manner. The restriction on the door was clearly unable to withstand such an enormous impact, and the clear ringing sound immediately cut off while the silver light instantly dissipated. Azure light flashed, and the stone door was sliced in half by the azure sword chi before the two halves of the door fell to either side. Han Li stowed away his treasures before quickly striding into the room. The secret chamber was only around 70 to 80 feet in size, and the interior was completely empty aside from a futon that had also been woven from cloth armor grass. As such, there wasn't even any need for him to use his spiritual sense to detect anything. Thus, he could only heave a faint sigh and exit this secret chamber after picking up the futon. However, there were many such secret chambers in this area, so he wasn't actually all that disappointed. He used the same method to break through one stone door after another before entering the secret chambers, only to quickly emerge empty-handed every time. After breaking into 6 secret chambers in a row, Han Li still hadn't discovered anything of note, and he was internally lamenting his bad luck. At the same time, his expectations for the remaining secret chambers had also dwindled significantly. However, after the door of the 7th secret chamber was broken amid a resounding boom, his eyes immediately lit up as he strode into the chamber. This secret chamber was slightly different from its previous counterparts. Not only was there a table and chairs in the room, there were also 3 jade boxes of different sizes on the tables, as well as a pair of small vials. Furthermore, the thing that drew his attention the most was a piece of shimmering golden artwork that was hanging on the wall. This piece of artwork was radiating dazzling golden light, rendering him unable to glean its true contents. Han Li closed his eyes momentarily before abruptly opening them again, and blue light flashed within his pupils, allowing him to peer through the golden light. Immediately thereafter, his expression faltered slightly as he discovered that the piece of artwork was filled with countless golden flying swords of an identical style. These flying swords had been depicted in all sizes and positions, with the largest ones resembling gigantic heaven-splitting swords that struck him with the feeling that there were several hundred feet in length. In contrast, the smallest of these swords were only around an inch in length each, yet all of the patterns on the swords were extremely clear, as if they were right before his eyes. The presence of so many golden swords should have made the artwork extremely cluttered and chaotic, making one unable to discern one sword from another. But each and every flying sword on the piece of artwork was extremely lifelike, and they all possessed different auras that made them easily discernible from their counterparts. Han Li was quite elated to see this bizarre myriad sword artwork, and he stared intently at it as he remained still on the spot. However, only a brief moment had passed before Han Li suddenly gave a muffled groan and retreated a few steps as if he had been dealt a heavy blow by some kind of invisible power. He immediately twisted his own head away to remove his gaze from the artwork, not daring to inspect it any longer. At the same time, an unnatural flush appeared on his face. What powerful spiritual sense! It feels like I was actually being attacked by flying swords. If it weren't for the fact that I'm also proficient in using flying swords and possess a powerful spiritual sense of my own, my spiritual sense would have been severely damaged just now. Han Li's spiritual power rapidly circulated within his own meridians for a few cycles, following which his bodily condition returned to normal, but he still wore a stunned look on his face. However, after he calmed himself down, he immediately flipped a hand over to produce a stack of talismans of different colors. He then raised his hand and the dozen or so talismans shot forth one after another, disappearing into the myriad sword artwork after just a few flashes. A peculiar scene then ensued. Rune projections of all types of different colors emerged from the surface of the artwork, enshrouding the golden light before rapidly shrinking. Under the pressure being exerted by these runes, the golden light emanating from the artwork began to reluctantly shrink as well before finally completely vanishing in the end. The rune projections then instantly reverted back into their talisman forms before plastering themselves firmly onto the piece of artwork. As a result, the auras being exuded by the sword artwork were instantly restricted, reducing it to an ordinary piece of artwork. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion with one hand. The sword artwork was forcibly wrenched off the wall before landing in his grasp. Faint azure light flashed, and the artwork instantly rolled itself up into a scroll before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only then did Han Li heave a faint sigh of relief. He didn't know if this myriad sword artwork had been created by the owner of this place, but even after taking only a brief glance at it, he could sense that this artwork was extremely profound and seemed to be imbued with some kind of mysterious cultivation method. It seemed to be a powerful sword art, but also like some kind of spiritual sense secret technique, but further inspection would be required before he could arrive at a definitive conclusion. After that, he strode over to the table, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light. The azure light instantly removed the lids of the jade boxes and small vials, but Han's brows immediately furrowed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense into those containers. There were several talismans in each of the 3 jade boxes upon which were inscribed extremely complex beveled silver text runes. However, the spiritual chi within the talismans had also dissipated, rendering them completely useless. As for the 2 small vials, they were completely empty with only faint traces of spirit liquid left behind within them. It appeared that these 2 small vials had contained some kind of spirit liquid in the past, but the liquids had since dried up due to lackluster storage conditions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li decided to stow away all of the talismans. These talismans were very different from the talismans on the golden jade tome that he possessed, so it would be a worthwhile endeavor for him to study and replicate the talismans. After that, he searched through the entirety of the secret chamber, but didn't make any further notable discoveries. Thus, he immediately exited the secret chamber before breaking into all of the remaining chambers one after another, but these ones were also completely empty. After he emerged from the final secret chamber, he immediately rushed back the same way he had come without any pause. Not long after that, Han Li appeared on the platform outside the gate of the side palace. He then glanced at the mountain paths leading to the other 2 side palaces and the main palace, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. At this point, Shi Kuan and Lu Shu'er were most likely close to reaching the mountain summit. However, the illusionary formation on the plaza was extremely potent, and unless the 2 of them had some special tricks up their sleeves, they definitely wouldn't be able to pass through it in a short time. Even so, there wouldn't be too much time left for him, and he would only have a chance to search through one more place at most. With that in mind, Han Li's gaze began to wander back and forth between the 2 side palaces, and he was struggling to make a decision. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to him. One of the side palaces was surrounded by lush greenery and enshrouded under a burst of rich wood attribute spiritual chi. Furthermore, the gentle breeze blowing over from that direction was intermingled with a faint medicinal aroma, and Han Li couldn't help but denounce himself for being an idiot. A medicine garden was a mandatory fixture for all cultivators' cave abodes. This place was left behind by an immortal, so there had to be a medicine garden here as well. Regardless of how valuable to other treasures here were, how could they compare to spirit medicines that could only be found in the true immortal realm? With his mysterious small vial, he could nurture any spirit medicine he found here at an extraordinary rate, so spirit medicines would be far more valuable to him than any other treasure that he could find here. From the spiritual chi wafting through the air in the distance, it was quite clear that the medicine garden lay in that direction. With that in mind, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately rushed toward the area behind the main palace as a streak of azure light with his giant ape puppet in hot pursuit. With Han Li's insanely fearsome physical constitution, it only took him around 10 minutes to reach the cluster of buildings behind the main palace. He didn't know the exact location of the medicine garden, but it was very easy to identify where the wood attribute spiritual chi in the area was richest. He completely disregarded the other buildings that he passed by along the way and arrived on a patch of flat ground between 3 pavilions after just a few flashes. There was a garden that was several acres in size here, and this was none other than the source of the faint medicinal aroma. However, The entire medicine garden was completely surrounded by 5 purplish-golden pillars and enshrouded under a 5-colored light barrier. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. It was quite apparent that this was a large formation that would be far more troublesome to break through than the simple restrictions on the doors of the secret chambers from before. Following a brief moment of contemplation, he made a hand seal with one hand before opening his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. A clear cry rang out from within the silver flames, and the silver fireball transformed into a small silver bird. It was none other than his spirit-engulfing fire raven. This fire raven was capable of devouring all types of spirit flames and spiritual powers, so it was naturally extremely proficient in breaking through restrictions like this one. "Go!" Han Li immediately instructed as he pointed at the 5-colored light barrier before him. The silver fire raven instantly spread its wings and shot forth as a ball of silver light at his behest. Boom! The 5-colored light barrier swayed slightly, immediately following which silver flames and 5-colored light intertwined with another amid a string of successive explosions. Flames danced around the silver fire raven's body, and those flames shot forth in all directions, devouring all of the 5-colored light that came into contact with it. Mere moments later, the light barrier had become noticeably thinner, and Han Li was ecstatic to see this. It appeared that this restriction that was left behind by an immortal was going to be far easier to break through than he'd anticipated. Just as he was about to spur on the fire raven to unleash more of its power, a low buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the 5 surrounding purplish-golden pillars. Immediately thereafter, brilliant 5-colored spiritual light erupted, and pillars of light surged forth before injecting themselves into the light barrier. Light instantly flashed from the thinning light barrier, and it immediately returned to its former density. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this. He immediately made a series of hand seals while chanting something before abruptly uttering the word, "expand," in a firm manner. A vicious light flashed through the spirit-engulfing fire raven's eyes, and it spread its wings before rising up into the air. It was originally only around a foot in size, but its body rapidly expanded, and it only took mere moments for it to swell to around 10 feet in size. The giant silver fire raven let loose a loud cry before flapping its huge wings downward in a violent manner. Countless silver feathers were sent flying through the air before transforming into fireballs that crashed down in a torrential barrage. A resounding boom immediately rang out across the heavens, and scorching flames completely inundated the entire light barrier down below. The 5 pillars were still constantly injecting spiritual power of the 5 elements into the light barrier, but that still couldn't prevent it from quaking violently. The massive silver bird withdrew its wings upon seeing this before transforming into a massive fireball amid a flash of brilliant silver light, then came crashing down from above like a shooting star. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and the 5-colored light barrier was finally unable to hold itself together any longer, shattering into countless pieces. A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he was preparing himself to immediately rush into the medicine garden in the instant that the light barrier completely crumbled. However, his thought process proved to be too simple in the end. All of a sudden, the pillars of light erupting from the 5 purplish-golden pillars vanished, and in the next instant, a loud thunderclap rang out as arcs of purple lightning emerged. Han Li's expression immediately darkened significantly at the sight of this purple lightning. He glanced at the crumbling 5-colored light barrier and gritted his teeth, but instead of taking evasive measures, black chi surged forth from his body, and his suit of heavenly devilish armor appeared again. He injected his spiritual power into the suit of armor in a frenzy, and countless black runes shot forth from the surface of the armor, revolving around his body to form a protective barrier. Thunderclaps erupted as countless thin golden arcs of lightning sprang forth, forming a net of lightning that acted as an additional protective barrier around him. Immediately thereafter, he made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a stack of talismans instantly appeared before surging toward his body. Light flashed, and several layers of light barriers of different colors emerged outside of the lightning net. Right at this moment, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to hurl forth his extreme essence-fused mountain. The mountain instantly swelled to over 100 feet in size at his behest before positioning itself in front of him like a giant shield. These arcs of purple lightning were indeed extremely fearsome, but surely they wouldn't be able to melt through this mountain. Almost in the exact same instant that Han Li completed all of these defensive measures, an enormous thunderclap erupted from each of the 5 purplish-golden pillars in unison. 5 bolts of purple lightning that were each as thick as large bowls surged forth before converging midway to form a massive ball of lightning that was around 5 feet in diameter. The ball of lightning then hurled directly toward Han Li with unstoppable force, and his expression darkened even further at the sight of its astonishing mass. However, he continued to remain still on the spot as he let loose a low cry before abruptly thrusting a palm toward the black mountain up ahead. The silver runes on the surface of the mountain immediately flashed, and a layer of gray light swept forth from the mountain directly toward the purple ball of lightning. In the next instant, the two clashed, and a resounding boom rang out. The gray light barrier only managed to stall the lightning ball for a moment before being split apart. This didn't come as much of a surprise to Han Li. After all, the divine essence-fused light was quite profound, but it was only effective against 5 elemental power, so it naturally failed to have much of an effect on the secret lightning power from the true immortal realm. Thus, the purple ball of lightning continued onward and crashed directly into the Black Mountain. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. His current extreme essence-fused mountain had more than just divine essence-fused light as its ability. Azure light suddenly flashed from his palm, which was pressed against the mountain face, and an incantation seal was injected into the mountain. A silver rune immediately drifted out of the mountain before transforming into several fist-sized black holes that appeared in front of the mountain. The purple lightning ball crashed into these black holes in a flash, but passed through without any impediment. Han Li's expression stiffened slightly, but he could clearly see that in the instant that the lightning ball passed through the black holes, its diameter, which was originally around 5 feet, was reduced by over a third. However, before he had a chance to think about anything else, the lightning ball struck the Black Mountain amid an earth-shattering boom. Brilliant purple light erupted from the lightning ball, and 2 purple lightning snakes suddenly skirted around the giant mountain on either side, then hurtled directly toward Han Li as if they had minds of their own. The outermost layers of light barriers were instantly destroyed upon making contact with the purple lightning snakes, unable to offer any impediment. Han Li's eyelids twitched violently upon seeing this, but he suddenly waved a hand forward. The golden lightning net around his body instantly shot forth amid a rumbling thunderclap, hurtling directly toward the 2 bolts of purple lightning. Right at this moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and as soon as Han Li heard this sound, he immediately rushed off to the side, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. The 5-colored light barrier had finally been completely shattered by the Silver Fire Raven's ferocious assault, but as the purple and golden lightning intertwined, the 2 bolts of purple lightning suddenly exploded. Purple light instantly completely inundated the golden light, and the enormous force of the explosion swept up a scorching tornado that was interspersed with countless traces of purple lightning. The tornado then swept up Han Li's body in a flash, and his expression abruptly changed as he was forced to stop on the spot. A resounding boom rang out as black runes abruptly exploded, transforming into bursts of black chi that intertwined with the purple lightning. Both powers exploded into nothingness. In the next instant, a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged from within the black chi. The projection waved its arms through the air, and countless balls of golden light erupted from its 6 palms, forcing the tornado into a state of near collapse. A startling commotion rang out as black light suddenly flashed from the tips of the sharp spikes on Han Li's suit of devilish armor, following which pillars of black light that were as thick as human thumbs shot forth. The tornado was finally completely destroyed by these 2 types of attacks amid an anguished wail, and Han Li rushed toward the medicine garden again. However, right at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the 5 purple pillars, and light flashed violently as the shattered light barrier above the medicine garden instantly repaired itself. Han Li wanted to arrest his own momentum, but it was already too late, and he plunged headfirst into the 5-colored light. Loud thunderclaps rang out from all around him again, and lightning flashed from the surfaces of the 5 pillars. Bolts of purple lightning shot forth before transforming into purple lighting snakes that surged toward him amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. Han Li's face immediately paled slightly upon seeing this. As his body was swept up by the 5-colored light, the surrounding space instantly became as hard as iron and steel. At the same time, a burst of enormous force came crashing down onto his body, completely immobilizing him. The 5 purple lightning snakes continued to hurtle toward him amid alarming thunderclaps, and Han Li was instantly plunged into life-threatening danger. However, he was certainly no ordinary being, and in the next instant, the pale complexion of his face vanished. A frosty look then appeared in his eyes as he let loose a cold harumph, and golden light flashed from his body as the Provenance True Devil projection appeared again. However, on this occasion it was vastly different from how it had been before. The projection itself was glowing with scintillating light, and it was as if a layer of golden paint had been applied to it, making it resemble a golden deity statue. This was none other than the golden body that Han Li had recently successfully cultivated. Right at this moment, Han Li opened his mouth, and a ball of black light was expelled from within. The ball of black light then vanished into the golden body in a flash as a burst of black chi. A hint of intelligence suddenly appeared in the wooden eyes of one of the projection's 3 heads, and a layer of black chi surfaced from its face. The massive golden body then positioned itself in front of Han Li in a flash, and at this point, the purple lightning arcs had already arrived. However, the golden body remained completely unfazed as it swept 5 of its hands toward the arcs of purple lightning without any hesitation. Following a string of dull rumbling booms, 5 golden pillars of light shot forth from the projection's 5 palms to meet the arcs of lightning. The golden light and purple lightning instantly clashed not far away, and despite the immense power of the purple lightning, close to half of it was still eradicated by the pillars of light. However, the pillars of light had also vanished as a result of the clash. As such, Han Li should be able to escape this perilous situation if he were to control his golden body to unleash another wave of the same attacks. However, the remnants of the arcs of lightning didn't afford him this opportunity. Another string of loud thunderclaps rang out, and the purple lightning snakes abruptly appeared right in front of Han Li before crashing down in a vicious manner. However, in this dire situation, all of the arms of Han Li's golden body suddenly blurred, and they instantly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, the 5 arcs of purple lightning shuddered and were caught by 5 golden hands, which had appeared out of thin air without any warning. The fingers on the 5 hands closed in on one another, and the arcs of lightning were crushed into nothingness amid a few thunderclaps. Countless threads of lightning shot forth, and a small portion of them struck the golden body, but they merely vanished in a flash without being able to inflict any harm onto the golden body. However, thunderclaps were ringing out relentlessly from the 5 pillars in the distance, and 5 more arcs of lightning instantly appeared, looking as if they were going to hurtle toward Han Li again. Thankfully, this brief delay was enough for Han Li to formulate some countermeasures. With this powerful body and multitude of abilities, there was no way that this restriction would actually be enough to trap him. Thus, he immediately began to rapidly chant something, and black light swirled over his suit of devilish armor. His body then suddenly swelled drastically, and a layer of thick and coarse golden fur suddenly appeared over his skin. Blue light flashed from his eyes, and a pair of tusks protruded out of either side of his mouth. He had transformed into a giant ape that was over 100 feet tall. In his current form, he had blue eyes with golden fur and a mouthful of sharp fangs that gave him a very menacing appearance. However, Han Li's usual calculated calmness could be seen within the ape's cold eyes, and his expression remained completely identical to the one that he wore in his original form. The heavenly devilish armor also expanded along with the giant ape, and spikes on its surface elongated to around a foot in length each. The spikes were flashing with frosty light and struck the beholder with a sense of horror. This was the giant mountain ape transformation of Han Li's 12 awakening transformations. As soon as he adopted this form, a burst of heat surged throughout his body in a frenzy from his dantian, rapidly flowing through all of his meridians. As a result, his body became around 40% to 50% more powerful. One had to realize that Han Li's physical body was already insanely powerful, and one could only imagine just how fearsome he currently was following this enhancement. In the next instant, the giant ape that he had transformed into immediately began to display its astonishing might. A low roar erupted from the giant ape's mouth, and abruptly flung its massive furry arms up into the air. The restrictive five-colored light barrier swayed violently in the face of the giant ape's enormous power, and Han Li was instantly able to struggle free. However, the five-colored light from slightly further away then immediately flashed before surging toward him, not giving him any respite. The giant ape immediately pointed a finger toward the silver fire raven up above without any hesitation, and at the same time, he pointed toward the black mountain off to the side with his other hand. The giant fire raven let loose a loud cry before transforming into a massive fireball that plummeted from the sky, crashing down directly toward the giant golden ape. Meanwhile, the black mountain suddenly whizzed through the air before disappearing into space. A resounding boom rang out as silver flames exploded near the giant ape, triggering waves of silver flames. The oncoming five-colored light was instantly forced away by the exploding flames, rendering them unable to approach the giant ape. At this point, the golden ape that was situated within the sea of flames had already flipped a hand over. Spatial fluctuations surged forth, and a black mountain that was over 100 feet tall appeared out of thin air before being easily hoisted up by a furry palm. The giant ape was making the mountain look as if it were a weightless toy. Immediately thereafter, Han Li did something that would give the onlooker a massive fright, had there been any onlookers present. A vicious light flashed through the eyes of the giant ape that he had transformed into, and he suddenly bent his mountain-carrying arm before drawing back, then abruptly hurling the extreme essence-fused mountain through the air like a rock. He hadn't used any abilities or techniques to spur the treasure into action. He was merely launching it through his own enormous physical strength. The extreme essence-fused mountain hadn't been enlarged to its maximal extent, so it wasn't in its absolute heaviest possible state, but it still weighed over 50,000 kilograms. After being hurled through the air, an extremely piercing screeching sound immediately rang out. The black mountain instantly transformed into a black shadow, leaving a trail of white gale force winds in its wake. At the same time, a massive white mark also flashed through the mountain before abruptly appearing in midair. From a distance, it could be seen that the white mark was twisting and warping relentlessly, and there were bursts of powerful spatial fluctuations emanating from within it. It was as if a spatial rift were gradually taking shape, and that was sufficient testament to the tremendous force with which the giant ape had hurled the mountain. The mountain was hurtling directly toward one of the 5 purple pillars, and arcs of lightning instantly erupted from that pillar. Several purple arcs of lightning were released to attack the gargantuan oncoming projectile, but they were unable to slow down the black mountain, even in the slightest. In the next instant, the black mountain flew through the arcs of purple lightning before crashing viciously into the pillar. Purple and black light flashed, and an earth-shattering boom instantly rang out. A ball of piercing black, gray, and purple ball of 3-colored light instantly erupted from the pillar. The ball of light was like a scintillating 3-colored sun that forced the onlooker to avert their gaze. However, blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes, allowing it to look directly at the ball of light and clearly glean what lay within it. The giant ape then immediately raised an arm, then made a grabbing motion with its huge furry hand toward the ball of light in the distance before quickly flipping its hand over. Spatial fluctuations erupted from above its palm, and an object appeared in a flash before landing on the giant ape's hand. It was none other than the black mountain that had just been hurled through the air. The surface of the mountain was still pitch black and completely unscathed, and just that alone was a clear indication of how extraordinarily hard it was. After recovering the black mountain, the giant ape immediately let loose a thunderous roar before swinging its arm forward and launching the mountain forward again. On this occasion, the mountain was sent flying toward another purple pillar. Thus, another responding explosion rang out as the mountain struck that second pillar. The same ball of scintillating light erupted forth, and at this point, the light radiating from the first pillar had already receded, thereby revealing its current state. The purple pillar was originally over 100 feet tall, yet it had now been reduced to less than half its original height, and there were purple shards that resembled both a stone and a metallic material strewn all over the nearby ground. The pillars had been forged through some mysterious unknown methods, but they definitely weren't as hard as an extraordinary treasure like the extreme essence-fused mountain. After all, this was a mountain that had been born from the energy of heaven and earth, and it was extremely resolute to begin with. Furthermore, it had been infused with that unknown grayish-white stone block, then underwent a second refinement using a refinement secret technique from the true immortal realm. Even if Han Li wanted to destroy it himself, he would have only been able to do so by using his spirit flame to melt it away bit by bit. On top of that, the mountain had been hurled using the devastating power of Han Li's giant mountain ape form, and if the pillars could still remain standing even in the face of such an attack, then Han Li would have immediately turned around and departed, as any further efforts expended to break the pillars would only be a waste of time and energy. Thus, Han Li hurled the extreme essence-fused mountain as a projectile on 5 successive occasions, destroying large sections of all of the 5 purple pillars. Without the support of the pillars, the 5-colored light barrier above the medicine garden was no match for the silver fire raven, and it was quickly completely devoured. The giant golden ape immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and golden light flashed from its body as it shrank down again while its fur receded. Han Li returned to his original form in the blink of an eye amid a flash of spiritual light, undoing his giant mountain ape transformation. He glanced at what remained of the pillars, and a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He had only fused with the true spirit blood of the giant mountain ape just recently, and he didn't expect this transformation to imbue him with such enormous power. It seemed that this transformation suited him better than the other few types of transformations that he had mastered. After all, his other true spirit transformations only gave him a few extra abilities or allowed him to sense and draw upon more of the world's origin chi, but none of them were able to dramatically enhance the power of his physical body like this giant mountain ape transformation could. If he had known from the beginning that this transformation would have been so effective, there would have been no need for him to waste time and take these risks. He could have just adopted this transformation from the get-go and destroyed the restriction through brute force. As expected of the true immortal realm, just the restriction placed over a mere medicine garden here was so difficult to bypass. After emerging from the plaza in front of the main palace, the restrictive power from the ground still existed, but it seemed to have abated significantly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hurl his extreme essence-fused mountain very far, even in his giant ape form. With that in mind, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer as he rushed directly toward the gate of the medicine garden. After the 5-colored light barrier was destroyed, everything within the medicine garden was revealed to him. The garden wasn't very large, but there was abundant wood attribute spiritual chi and the strong fragrance of spirit medicine surging toward him. As such, even though he hadn't yet made his way into the medicine garden, he knew that he had most likely made the right decision in coming here and that he would definitely reap bountiful rewards. The entire medicine garden was surrounded by a low fence that was constructed from some kind of green vines. The gate of the garden consisted of 2 extremely simple boards that were only around 30 feet tall, and they were slightly ajar. Through the gaps in the fence, Han Li could roughly see what lay within the medicine garden from afar. The side of the medicine garden that was facing him was quite flat, and the spirit medicines planted there were all short ones that were less than half a foot tall. Han Li focused his gaze and ascertained what lay at the forefront patch of the medicine garden. The spirit medicines in this area of the medicine garden all had faint yellow leaves, but at their centers were thumb-sized fruits that were thin and pointy, bearing a resemblance to the red chili peppers of the human world. These fruits were emanating red light, and from a distance, they appeared to be miniature thumb-sized lamps that were quite endearing to behold. This entire section of the medicine garden was filled exclusively by this type of spirit medicine, so it was quite apparent that the owner of the garden held this medicine in very high regard. After ascertaining the appearances of these spirit medicines and their fruits, many thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. He had a feeling that he had read about this type of spirit medicine in the past, but he was unable to recall exactly what it was. Thus, he strode into the medicine garden with a contemplative look on his face. Just as he passed through the wooden gate, he was suddenly struck by a moment of enlightenment and finally recalled what this type of spirit medicine was. He had read about it in a very ancient tome back in the scattered star seas of the human world, and these spirit medicines were completely identical to the description in the records, so there was no mistaking it. He suddenly paused at the entrance to the medicine garden and cast his gaze toward this patch of spirit medicines, of which there were over 100. A peculiar look appeared on his face, and this seemed to be accompanied by a hint of a wry smile. So these are red silk fruits. Such aged red silk fruits would most likely be regarded as great treasures even by immortals if they're avid alcoholics, Han Li murmured to himself. That's right, this peculiar spirit fruit was the main ingredient for brewing a certain type of extremely delectable spirit wine. Most of the cultivators in the scattered starseas would very likely be aware of red silk immortal wine to a certain extent. The rumors in the human world stated that this wine was something that only immortals would have the pleasure of tasting. Furthermore, it seemed that this wine was very vastly renowned, even in the immortal realm, and not just any immortal could drink it at will. There were many incredible legends about this type of wine, not just in the scattered starseas, but even in the human territories of the scattered starseas. However, regardless of the contents of these legends, the one overall consensus was that this wine was a rare delicacy even in the heavens among the gods. There were even some ignorant mortals who proclaimed that taking just a single sip of the spirit wine would bestow upon one enormous powers and allow them to ascend straight to the true immortal realm. Han Li had seen relevant tomes regarding this wine, and he was naturally aware that something like that was impossible. The main reason behind this wine's scintillating reputation primarily lay in its rich and delectable flavor, and it was extremely difficult to find wine of its equal in all of the three realms. After taking a sip of this wine, its delectable flavor would remain in the drinker's mouth for over 10 days, and if one were to consume an entire flagon of this wine, they would fall completely into an inebriated state and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, even if they were an immortal. Upon their awakening, they would become infatuated with this wine and constantly try to seek out more. Of course, regular consumption of this wine could slowly enhance one's physical constitution and also extend one's lifespan to a certain degree. As for the potency of these effects, that was something that was only known to the heavens. Most of these beneficial effects applied to low-grade cultivators or mortals, but despite this, even the avid wine consumers among immortals regarded this wine as a brilliant treasure. As such, it couldn't be said that these red silk fruits were completely useless, but for one such as Han Li, who rarely ever drank wine, these fruits were indeed rather redundant. Thankfully, there was another point mentioned in the tome that he had read. The richness and efficacy of red silk immortal wine were related, in large part, to the age of the red silk fruit that had been used to brew it. As such, red silk immortal wine was ranked in several grades depending on the age of the red silk fruit used, and red silk fruit was a plant that only flowered once every 1,000 years and bore fruit once every 10,000 years. The plant was also very difficult to nurture and was very prone to dying. Hence, it required dedicated care and attention day and night, and only after it bore fruit would it be able to survive without any supervision. As such, those who didn't enjoy drinking wine definitely wouldn't put in the effort to plant this type of spirit fruit. Even the immortals who valued wine on par with their lives would have to consider whether it was worth expending so much time and effort just to procure this fruit. This medicine garden had most likely existed since ancient times, and it seemed that no one had picked these red silk fruits ever since they had come into existence. Countless years had to have passed since their fruition, and one could only imagine the age and medicinal efficacy of these fruits. If he could use these fruits to brew red silk immortal wine, perhaps he would be blessed with some kind of unexpected miraculous effect. Even if they weren't particularly useful to him, he could sell the red silk immortal wine that he brewed using these fruits to those who enjoyed wine, and he would definitely be able to secure an astronomical sum for them. With that in mind, Han Li's expression finally eased slightly. Instead of immediately harvesting these spirit fruits, he continued on toward the nearby patches of the medicine garden, and there were 2 other types of spirit herbs that had also been planted en masse nearby. One of them resembled ordinary grass, but there were faint golden lines running through the green blades of grass. The spirit plant was emanating a rich, refreshing fragrance, and was as smooth and comfortable to the touch as warm jade. In contrast, the other type of spirit plant was completely different. These spirit plants were around half a foot tall with chaotic, crisscrossing branches and leaves. All of the plants were extremely colorful, and each of them bore several blackish-purple fruits. The surfaces of these fruits were filled with indentations as well as spots of all colors, and they were truly hideous to behold. However, there were many of these spirit plants in this area of the medicine garden, which was why they had attracted Han Li's attention. Unfortunately, Han Li only managed to identify the latter type of these 2 spirit medicines, and he had no clue what that grass-like spirit medicine was. Even so, he was still currently ecstatic. This hideous spirit medicine was none other than the corrosive poison weed, which he had read about in a medicine tome back in Deep Heaven City. This type of spirit plant had already been extinct in the spirit realm for over 1 million years, and as the name suggested, it contained extremely potent poison. It was said that even a body integration being would be at serious risk of death if they were to consume parts of this plant. Coincidentally, the potent poison contained within the stems and fruits of these plants were mandatory ingredients for refining over 10 types of top-tier spirit medicines, including a few types of spirit pills that could directly facilitate breakthroughs for those at the body integration stage. And this was the main factor behind the corrosive poison weed's extinction in the spirit realm. Another factor behind this was the fact that it was impossible to transport and transfer this type of plant. No matter what kind of method was used, if the spirit plant were to be transferred and planted in an alternate environment, it would inevitably be reduced to a puddle of useless black water within a few years. As for nurturing new plants from seeds, no one had ever succeeded in doing this in the spirit realm. As such, this type of spirit plant was harvested into extinction after just a few tens of thousands of years following the discovery of its medicinal efficacy, and no one had discovered any of these plants ever since. Within this area of the medicine garden alone, there were around 70 to 80 of these spirit plants, and it was undoubtedly the case that all of them had been growing for countless years. If he were to use these spirits plants to refine his pills, their efficacy would definitely be significantly enhanced, so Han Li was naturally quite ecstatic to have discovered these plants here. Thus, he didn't hesitate any longer as he raised a hand into the air. A buzzing sound rang out as a black bracelet flew forth from his wrist before revolving in the air, then expelling a vast expanse of azure light in front of Han Li. He then made a hand seal before quickly pointing a finger into the air, and 30 to 40 identical jade boxes that were each around a foot in length emerged from within the azure light. The jade boxes were all flashing with spiritual light of different colors, and Han Li gently rustled his own sleeve again as he said, "Come on out. I have something for you to do." "Yes, master." A tender voice rang out from within his sleeve, immediately following which a ball of white light emerged from within. The ball of white light circled around in the air before suddenly transforming into a little girl who appeared to be around 6 to 7 years of age. The little girl wore a snowy white dress and had 9 little black braids woven into her hair. She was extremely adorable. This was none other than Chuer, who was a manifestation of the soul of Han Li's 9-curl spirit ginseng. As soon as the little girl was summoned, she extended a respectful bow toward Han Li before appraising him with her large, bright eyes, silently awaiting further instructions. "I've seen you harvest spirit medicines within the medicine garden on several occasions, and you're always able to do so extremely quickly. Harvest these 3 patches of spirit medicines for me and place them into those boxes." Han Li immediately instructed as he pointed at the 3 patches of spirit medicines. "That's a simple task. It'll only take me a few moments to complete," Chuer replied as a smile appeared on her. She then rose up into the air and suddenly appeared above a patch of spirit plants in a flash. Immediately thereafter, she raised both of her little arms before gently flicking her 10 fingers downward. 10 green threads abruptly sprang forth before hurtling directly toward 10 of the spirit plants down below. These green threads burrowed into the stems of these spirit medicines in a flash, and Chuer curled her fingers back slightly, upon which the 10 spirit plants that had been bound by the green threads were silently plucked out of the ground. Not only were the roots of the spirit plants very even and completely undamaged, there was also no soil clinging to them at all, as if they had already been washed. The green threads sprang forth once again, and the spirit medicines were immediately flung into one of the jade boxes with unerring accuracy. Chuer then continued to flick her fingers through the air, and green threads shot forth relentlessly. The spirit plants in this area of the medicine garden were plucked out of the ground 10 at a time before rapidly falling into the jade boxes that had been prepared, and all of the plants that were in this area were uprooted in just the span of a few breaths. Chuer's body then flashed again, and in the next instant, she appeared in the air above another area of the medicine garden before harvesting the spirit plants there using the same method. Meanwhile, Han Li made his way over to a couple of nearby patches of spirit medicines, each of which consisted of batches of spirit plants that numbered between 5 or 6 to over 10, and he was only able to just barely identify a small portion of these plants. As for the remaining spirit medicines, which was more than half, there were no records about them in the tomes of the human world or the spirit realm. However, the small portion of plants that he had managed to identify were all extremely remarkable ones. Some of them were already extinct in the spirit realm, like the corrosive poison weed, while others still existed in the spirit realm but were extremely rare and precious. As such, all he had to do was source some other spirit medicines that were a lot easier to find in comparison, and there was a good chance that he really would be able to fulfill the list of items that Qin Yuanzi had entrusted him with. Han Li forcibly repressed the excitement in his heart as he immediately leaned down to harvest these smaller batches of spirit medicines himself, then carefully categorized them before placing them into jade vials. After he finished collecting all of the spirit plants in these 2 patches, Chuer was already standing obediently beside him. All of the 3 types of spirit medicines had already been completely harvested by her and neatly placed into jade boxes. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he afforded her a benevolent compliment, in response to which a wide elated smile also appeared on Chuer's face. Even though it hadn't been a long time since she had attained this human form, she had been with Han Li for countless years in her rabbit form, so she wasn't unfamiliar with or distant from Han Li at all. Instead, she felt a sense of intimacy and closeness toward him. After harvesting all of the spirit medicines in this section of the medicine garden, Han Li finally cast his gaze toward the other side of the medicine garden. There were a dozen or so areas of different sizes that were separated into independent sections by wooden fences that were several feet tall. The spirits plants in those areas included spirit trees that were several tens of feet tall, and spirit flowers that were several feet tall. There was also a spirit spring that was around 70 to 80 feet in size, and floating on the surface of that spring was a petite lotus seed pod that was flashing with silver light. Han Li took a deep breath before making his way over to that side of the medicine garden before beginning to carefully appraise these spirit medicines one by one. However, a resigned look then appeared on his face mere moments later. He knew that the fact that these plants had been separated into individual sections clearly indicated that they were far more valuable than the red silk fruit and corrosive poison weed from before. But regardless of whether it was the spirit trees that bore fist-sized green fruits or the peculiar spirit flowers that were of 10 different colors, he was unable to identify any of them. It appeared that these spirit medicines were unique to the true immortal realm and didn't exist in the spirit realm. As such, he would only be able to determine their uses through future experimentation. With that in mind, Han Li no longer hesitated and made a grabbing motion toward the ground in the distance with a single hand. A white jade box immediately rose up into the air before flying into his hand as a streak of white light. He then turned toward a spirit tree, which was laden with green fruits, and he flipped his other hand over to produce a small green shovel. He raised his hand, and the small shovel shot forth toward the ground in that area as a streak of green light, only to be repelled by the soil amid a crisp clang, unable to dig into the ground in the slightest. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, and he was slightly incredulous as he activated his magic power again. The jade shovel immediately circled around before striking the ground again, and the same outcome eventuated as it was repelled once again. Han Li's eyelids twitched upon seeing this. He had solely been examining the spirit medicine itself earlier, and he had failed to inspect for any abnormalities in the soil down below. With that in mind, blue light immediately flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze toward the soil down below, upon which a hint of surprise flashed over his face. He discovered that there were faint golden threads interlaced through the soil, and all of these threads had been constructed from extremely pure metal attribute spiritual qi. He didn't know if these spirit trees required this metal attribute spiritual qi to grow, or if the owner of this medicine garden was trying to protect these spirit plants. But the fact of the matter was that another restriction had been placed here. Han Li raised an eyebrow, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly let loose a cold chuckle. An inky black hand emerged from within his sleeve before sweeping downward, and a burst of gray light emerged from his palm, surging toward the ground before silently vanishing into the soil at the foot of the spirit tree. Divine essence-fused light was extremely potent against powers of all 5 elements, so it should be a simple matter for it to eradicate this metal attribute spiritual power. Or at least that was what Han Li thought. However, the scenes that unfolded next completely went against his expectations. The gui light swept downward, but the golden threads weren't easily eradicated as he thought that they would be. Instead, they abruptly intertwined to form a golden net that desperately resisted the oncoming gray light. Despite the ferocious assault being unleashed by the divine essence-fused light, It was unable to dispel this golden net in a short time. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Following a brief moment of contemplation, the fingers on his inky black hand moved slightly and the projection of a small mountain appeared before encompassing his entire hand. The gray light at the center of his palm instantly congealed, and the gray light that was expelled thereafter became as viscous as liquid. He was trying to draw upon the power of his extreme essence-fused mountain to maximize the might of his divine essence-fused light. The golden threads were unable to resist such a fierce assault in the end and vanished in the face of the powerful gray light. Han Li's heart eased slightly upon seeing this, and he waved his inky black hand through the air, upon which the small mountain projection instantly vanished. At the same time, the color of his hand also returned to normal. Immediately thereafter, he pointed a finger into the air again, and the small green shovel shot forth, plunging itself into the ground before digging in a circle around the base of the spirit tree, then flying back into Han Li's sleeve. A vast expanse of azure light then immediately appeared in the places that the jade shovel had dug through, and this azure light enshrouded the entire spirit tree within. Han Li immediately made a hand seal and cast an incantation seal toward the spirit tree upon seeing this. The incantation seal vanished into the spirit tree in a flash, and the entire tree shuddered slightly before being uprooted from the ground in a slow and steady manner. A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes. However, in the instant that the roots of the spirit tree left the soil, a layer of unsettling green flames suddenly appeared over its surface without any warning. The green flames only flickered a few times, and the spirit tree, as well as all of its fruits, were incinerated into nothingness. Han Li's mouth gaped open in exasperation upon seeing this. He only heaved a long sigh after a long while, and he appraised the empty patch of ground where the spirit tree had once been with a gloomy look on his face. However, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Han Li immediately turned before striding toward another fenced-off area, which contained a strange flower that was around 3 feet tall and as pristine white as jade. The soil around this flower didn't have any restrictions, and the jade shovel was able to plunge into the ground without any impediment. However, in the instant that this flower was uprooted, it abruptly shuddered before melting into a puddle of green liquid that seeped into the soil and vanished from sight. Han Li could only lament his ill fortune after encountering such delicate spirit medicines twice in succession. He took one final indignant glance at the spot where the puddle of green liquid had seeped into the soil, and he grumbled something unintelligible to himself before progressing onto the next area in a resigned manner. For the next 3 spirit medicines he attempted to harvest, all of them displayed different reactions in the instant that their roots left the ground. One of them suddenly wilted away into dust, one of them suddenly self-detonated, and a net of lightning appeared over the surface of the final plant, which zapped itself into nothingness. 5 consecutive spirit medicines had destroyed themselves on the spot, and it didn't take a genius to figure out that something was amiss. This inability to be transferred definitely wasn't an innate quality that all of these spirit medicines shared. This was most likely a result of some restrictions the owner of this medicine garden had set up. Otherwise, how could 5 of these plants have destroyed themselves one after another? Thus, as Han Li approached a fist-sized spirit flower that was split up into 13 different vibrant colors, he didn't immediately try to harvest it. Instead, he began to inspect the spirit medicine in a meticulous manner. His spiritual sense hadn't detected anything amiss earlier, so he naturally had to rely on his bright-sight spirit eyes to see if he could sense anything. Thus, extremely piercing blue light flashed through his eyes as he inspected every single inch of the flower from petal to stem. However, even after inspecting the entire flower 7 or 8 times, he was still unable to glean anything of use. Thus, he was left feeling rather perplexed. He couldn't even see what kind of restriction the owner of the medicine garden had set up, so there naturally wasn't going to be any way for him to remove the restriction. However, he naturally couldn't bear to just leave behind these spirit medicines, many of which couldn't even be found in the spirit realm. He crossed his arms and stood on the spot with a contemplative look on his face, and after around 10 minutes, he heaved a faint sigh before murmuring to himself, "The plants self-destruct as soon as their roots leave the soul. The restrictions have most likely been set up on their roots. In that case, I won't be able to take the entire plant, but I should be able to forcibly preserve the fruits and seeds." With that in mind, he immediately cast his gaze toward the vibrant flower again. He then tossed one of his jade boxes forward, and controlled it so that it hovered in a stable manner directly below the flower. Immediately thereafter, he quickly rustled a sleeve and a pristine white hand emerged from within. Azure light flashed and a sharp sword thread shot forth in a flash, brushing directly past the stem of the flower. At the same time, a burst of 5 colored flames also hurtled forth. The strange flower had only just had its stem severed when the 5 colored flames engulfed it, and it was instantly sealed as a block of translucent 5 colored ice. Following a faint clack, the block of ice fell into the jade box down below with unerring accuracy. He raised his hand again, and several talismans shot forth before adhering themselves to the jade box in a flash. Vibrant restrictive power instantly enveloped the entire box, and he swept his sleeve through the air once again to expel a burst of azure light. The jade box instantly disappeared within the azure light, having been stowed away by Han Li. From the instant that the sword thread was unleashed to the moment that the jade box was stowed away, only an instant had passed, and only after securing the spirit flower did Han Li heave a faint sigh of relief as his expression eased slightly. He looked at the severed stem of the flower and hesitated momentarily but decided not to do anything to it as he moved on to the next area. The next 7 or 8 spirit medicines were all secured using the method. Han Li first severed the fruits or other important parts of the plants that contained their seeds, then quickly froze them before sealing them with restrictive talismans. After adopting this method, he was finally able to prevent the plants from self-destruction. Even if those parts also had some restrictions set up within them, as long as he could prevent those restrictions from being set off for now, he could take them back for further examination in the future. He was confident that as long as he had sufficient time, he would be able to slowly undo those restrictions. However, he still encountered a lot of trouble when he reached the last type of spirit medicine, which was the silver lotus seed pod that was floating at the center of the spring. As the sword thread struck the stem of the seed pod, which was around as thick as a finger, a ball of dazzling silver light suddenly erupted and the sword thread was repelled while the lotus seed pod remained completely unmoved. Han Li couldn't help but falter upon seeing this. He carefully inspected the shimmering silver seed pod multiple times with furrowed brows before flicking his 10 fingers toward it in quick succession. 10 azure threads shot forth through the air before suddenly converging as one, forming a translucent streak of azure light that struck the stem of the seed pod, only for the same thing to happen again. Dazzling silver light was released by the entire seed pod, and the azure light was completely destroyed into nothingness. Han Li's eyelids twitched violently upon seeing this. Just what kind of extraordinary spirit item was this silver lotus seed pod? The sword threads formed by his azure bamboo cloudswarm sword were so sharp that even the average body integration stage being wouldn't dare to allow them to strike their body. Yet not only was this spirit plant able to repel the sword threads, it was even able to retaliate and destroy them. This was simply incredible. Han Li's gaze quickly roamed over the entire seed pod before quickly moving on to the spring that the lotus seed pod was floating upon. This spring clearly wasn't any normal spirit spring. Not only was the water in it extremely clear and pure, there were also faint wisps of white spiritual chi that were constantly floating up from it. At the bottom of the spring, there were several lotus roots that were about the same length as a child's arm. The lotus roots were also of a shimmering silver color, and they appeared to be completely spotless and pristine. Han Li focused his gaze on the lotus roots to find that its finer whiskers were as pristine white as jade, and they didn't burrow into the mud down below. Instead, they were curled up into a ball and floating beside the seed pod like a ball of silver mist. This discovery was quite a reassuring one to Han Li, and his expression changed slightly as he fell into contemplation again. However, he didn't think for too long this time before deciding to make another attempt. He flipped a hand over, and a blue jade vial that was around a foot tall appeared over his palm. He tossed the vial toward the center of the spring, and it hovered in a stable manner in midair. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and a dozen or so formation flags of different colors shot forth before vanishing into the area surrounding the center of the spring in a flash. After that, he made a hand seal before uttering the word, "Seal." A dozen or so pillars of light of different colors erupted into the air, and each of them reached several tens of feet in height. Each pillar was shimmering with spiritual light, and there were faint runes constantly hovering around them. This was clearly no ordinary formation. Han Li raised both of his hands without any hesitation upon seeing this, then flicked one incantation seal through the air after another. Countless specks of blue light suddenly appeared within the air in a radius of several tens of feet, and a burst of rich water attribute spiritual chi instantly filled the entire formation. The spirit spring down below seemed to have also sensed something, and a layer of ripples surged along the surface of the spring as if in resonance. The ripples were very faint, yet it was definitely a marked difference compared to the still mirror-like surface of the water. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he let loose a low cry before pointing a finger toward the jade vial that was hovering in midair. The jade vial instantly tipped itself upside down before expelling a burst of blue light. All of the surrounding pillars of light then emitted a buzzing sound in unison, and restriction fluctuations immediately erupted forth. In the next instant, all of the specks of light in the air surged toward the blue light to bolster it, and the blue light inundated the entire spring in the blink of an eye. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and the entire spring murmured as the water within abruptly became a lot more turbulent. The spring water swept forth in a frenzy and began to revolve around the silver lotus seed pod, instantly forming a vortex that had a diameter of around 10 feet. The turbulent waves instantly swept up the silver lotus seed pod, and Han Li began to flick incantation seals through the air with greater urgency upon seeing this. At the same time, he began to chant something, and the lotus seed pod was immediately enveloped by the revolving spring water, which then transformed into a water dragon amid the bursts of blue light. Immediately thereafter, this water dragon began to shrink and was sucked into the blue jade vial in its entirety in the end. Han Li's heart thumped violently as he waited in an apprehensive manner, but thankfully no mishaps occurred, and the silver lotus seed pod and the lotus roots were completely undamaged after it was drawn into the jade vial. The steady stream of incantation seals being released by his hands ceased, and he waved a hand toward the jade vial. The blue vial immediately flew toward him as a ball of blue light before landing in his hand, upon which he immediately released his spiritual sense to inspect the contents of the vial. As a result, he discovered that the silver lotus seed pod and the lotus roots were all completely unharmed as they floated within the spring water, and this naturally made him quite ecstatic. After sealing the jade vial with a bunch of talismans, Han Li stowed it away into his storage bracelet in an extremely careful manner, placing it among the large pile of jade boxes. This was the only complete spirit plant that he had been able to obtain from this area, and securing it alleviated some of his frustration of destroying the first 5 spirit medicines. After that, Han Li explored the entire medicine garden, and regardless of whether he recognized the spirit medicines he encountered, he collected all of them without a second thought. Perhaps these spirit medicines were considered to be very ordinary items in the eyes of the owner of this place, but they were naturally extremely precious in the spirit realm, and he had reaped vastly bountiful rewards during this trip to the medicine garden. After ascertaining that he hadn't missed any spirit medicines, Han Li decided to immediately depart from this place. Thus, he issued an instruction to Chewer, and she disappeared up his sleeve as a ball of white light before he strode out of the medicine garden. In the instant that he emerged from the garden, a dull rumbling boom suddenly rang out from the direction of the main palace up ahead. Immediately thereafter, a burst of powerful spiritual pressure fluctuations erupted into the air from the same direction, creating quite an alarming spectacle to behold. Han Li's heart immediately stirred upon hearing this, following which a hint of a smile appeared on his face. It appeared that Shikuan and Lu Shu'er had finally been driven to the ends of their wits by the illusionary formation on the plaza and broke through it using brute force. Judging from the spiritual pressure fluctuations, it seemed that the illusionary formation really had been forcibly broken, which indicated that the two of them had to have used some kind of secret technique or treasure that far exceeded the boundaries of what they were currently able to wield. Otherwise, with the powers that the two of them had displayed thus far, there was no way that they would have been able to accomplish this. With that in mind, Han Li glanced at the 2 remaining side palaces and contemplated his options briefly before deciding to make his way toward the main palace. Moments later, he appeared in front of the main palace again, just in time to see purple light flashing from the gate of the main palace. Meanwhile, Shikuan was forced to stumble backward a dozen or so steps as he let loose a muffled groan. The giant hammers that he was holding were quickly melted away by the flashing purple lightning, leaving only a pair of handles in his hand in the blink of an eye. His face was completely devoid of color and there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. However, before he could unleash any other abilities to ward off the purple lightning snakes, Lu Shuer, who was standing over 100 feet behind him, sprang into action. She hurled a silver mirror through the air, and the surface of the mirror tremored before several azure pillars of light shot forth to temporarily keep the purple lightning snakes at bay. Shikuin immediately took advantage of this opportunity to let loose a low roar as he rushed back in retreat, instantly hurtling back around 300 feet. At this moment, the azure pillars of light were unable to withstand the power of the purple lightning and were shattered amid a loud thunderclap. The purple lighting snakes then trailed along the direction of the pillars of light and switched to Lu Shuer as their target. Lu Shuer's heart jolted upon seeing this, but she acted in a very decisive manner, abruptly pointing a finger up at the mirror treasure in the air, upon which the mirror flew directly toward the lightning snakes at her behest. Immediately thereafter, her body swayed, and she abruptly vanished as a trail of afterimages. In the next instant, she also appeared extremely far away from the palace gate. A dull explosion rang out as the purple lightning struck the silver mirror, and following a string of rumbling thunderclaps, the mirror exploded as a ball of silver light. After losing the nearby targets, the purple lightning snakes flashed erratically a few times before also dissipating of their own accord. Lu Shuer had already expected that her mirror would be destroyed by the purple lightning, but her expression had naturally darkened significantly, nonetheless. Right at this moment, Han Li slowly strode over to them and said, "Fellow Taoists, this restriction is not your average restriction. If we want to break it, then we'll most likely have to work together." Shikuin and Lu Shuer were naturally made aware of Han Li's arrival upon hearing this. Shikuin's face twitched slightly, and there was a sour look in his eyes as he grumbled, "You sure are a cunning man, Brother Han. You knew that this restriction would be difficult to break, so you went elsewhere. You arrived here far earlier than the two of us, so you must have reaped bountiful rewards already, right?" "I did indeed reap some rewards, but how can they compare with the treasures in the main palace? I'm sure the two of you are aware that the treasures requested by our two seniors and all of the other important treasures must be in there," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. "This place was once inhabited by an immortal, and mediocre treasures in their eyes will most likely all be extremely useful to us. However, we decided on this arrangement in the beginning, so I certainly can't complain, seeing as Brother Han has secured a head start through his own power. Besides, there definitely wasn't enough time for Brother Han to explore this entire place, so there are surely more rewards left to be reaped. Fellow Taoist Sure and I are not without chances." Lu Shuer chuckled in response, and she seemed to be truly unbothered by the fact that Han Li had secured a head start. Shikuin's expression suddenly changed slightly upon hearing this, and he smiled as he said, "However, Brother Han is clearly the most powerful among us, so we hope that you can put in some extra effort when we attempt to break the restriction on this main palace." "I'm the most powerful one among us? I certainly wouldn't dare to agree to that sentiment, but rest assured, I'll be sure to put in my best effort," Han Li replied as he nodded in an expressionless manner. Lu Shuer and Shikuin exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and both of them were feeling rather reassured after securing Han Li's promise. Both of them were very proud individuals, but after scaling that mountain path and forcibly breaking that illusionary formation, they had expended a significant portion of their magic power. Without the assistance of an unfathomable being such as Han Li, it really would be quite difficult for them to break the restriction on this main palace. They didn't have to worry about Han Li suddenly turning on them after they broke this restriction, as Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were still waiting for them back at Cloud City, and those two body integration stage seniors were going to act as their safety nets. With the vast array of powerful abilities that Han Li had displayed during this trip, the two of them were no longer just envious. They had become quite wary of and defensive toward him. But then again, if it weren't for Han Li's unfathomable power, they would perhaps be inclined to revoke their original agreement of splitting the treasures aside from the ones requested by Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren. Lu Shuer and Shikuin were both wary of Han Li's abilities, and they knew that they may not be a match for him even in a 2-on-1 battle, so they naturally weren't going to turn on him. In contrast, Han Li was confident in his ability to kill these two, but he didn't want to break their pact, as that could potentially affect his mental state, thereby manifesting inner demons. Furthermore, he was also quite wary of Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren as well, so he didn't harbor any ulterior motives. As such, the three of them were just barely able to maintain a stable balance. However, taking into consideration the fact that there were Jiao Qi beings nearby, it was naturally best to secure the treasures as soon as possible. This was why Lu Shu'er and Shi Kuan had immediately attempted to break into the main palace after emerging from the illusionary formation, despite the fact that they knew the restriction on the palace gate would most likely be quite formidable. In the end, they discovered that the restriction was even more powerful than they'd expected, and it had destroyed Shi Kuan's hammers and Lu Shu'er's mirror in virtually the blink of an eye. Those two treasures weren't the most powerful ones in their repertoires, but they were definitely the treasures that they used the most and were most comfortable with using. As such, they were naturally both feeling quite dejected that the treasures had been destroyed for nothing. Thus, as soon as Han Li appeared, they decided to try and make him carry the brunt of the load when it came to breaking this restriction. I wouldn't mind expending some more effort to break this formation, but I'm sure that Senior Kai and Senior Duan must have prepared many treasures for the two of you to address the potential restrictions that you may encounter. It would be best to break this restriction in one go in order to conserve time and magic power, so if the two of you have any special treasures, then I'd advise you to bring them out now, Han Li said in a serious manner. Shi Kuan and Lu Shu'er both faltered momentarily upon hearing this. Of course, Brother Han. Seeing as you've conveyed your point so clearly, I certainly won't be holding back either. I have a set of treasures that are quite effective when it comes to breaking restrictions, and I'll be sure to assist you with all my power, Lu Shu'er assured with a smile. After a brief hesitation, Shi Kuan also chimed in. I have no objections either. The sooner we secure these treasures, the sooner we'll be able to go our separate ways. I'm still hoping to find a good place to go into seclusion so I can break through my bottleneck. As such, I'll also be using a restriction-breaking talisman that my master has bestowed upon me. A content look appeared on Han Li's face after hearing this, and he didn't say anything further as he strode toward the palace gate. Lu Shu'er and Shi Kuan followed along behind him, one on his left and the other on his right. In the end, all three of them stopped over 100 feet away from the gate. Han Li cast his gaze toward the gate before taking a deep breath. Following his experience in breaking the formation in the medicine garden, he had developed a certain level of confidence toward addressing the purple lightning here. In the face of the powerful purple lightning, it was quite clear that the first person to attack the gate would be the one to bear the brunt of the restriction's retaliative force. As long as he could withstand this retaliation, it would become a lot easier for the three of them to break the restriction. With that in mind, black qi began to emerge from his body, and his suit of heavenly devilish armor resurfaced. Layers of black runes appeared around the suit of armor, instantly concealing most of his body. He then let loose a long cry, and brilliant golden light radiated around him as a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged behind him. Han Li made a hand seal, and golden light began to swirl around the projection's body. At the same time, the surface of the projection became extremely bright, as if a coat of golden paint had suddenly been applied to it. That's a golden body. Lu Shu'er was quite knowledgeable, and she immediately identified the nature of the projection as a stunned look appeared on her face. Shi Kuan's expression also changed to mirror hers upon hearing her stunned words. Many high-grade cultivation arts could manifest projections when cultivated to a certain degree, but it was extremely rare for a projection to be cultivated into a golden body. Not only was this due to the fact that relevant cultivation arts were extremely rare, the materials required to manifest golden bodies were always extremely rare and difficult to gather. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li had been extremely fortunate and secured several of the main ingredients in quick succession, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. As such, Lu Shu'er and Shi Kuan were both quite astonished, and they looked on with bated breath as they waited for Han Li to take the lead. Immediately thereafter, Han Li flipped a hand over, and a miniature black mountain appeared over his palm before it was hurled through the air. Gray light flashed from the mountain, and it abruptly swelled to over 100 feet in size before crashing viciously toward the palace gate. A loud rumbling boom rang out, and as soon as the mountain struck the gate, countless arcs of purple lightning erupted forth before intertwining to form a lightning net. Even with the extreme essence-fused mountain's extraordinary weight, it was stopped cold in its tracks by the lightning net and unable to advance any further. Almost at the exact same time, a resounding thunderclap rang out, and several lightning snakes erupted from the gate before hurtling toward Han Li in a flash. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, and he only narrowed his eyes slightly as golden light flashed before him. His golden body abruptly appeared in front of him, and its 6 arms blurred as it waved its shimmering golden hands through the air at once to oppose the purple lightning snakes. Golden and purple light flashed, and the golden hands remained completely unscathed. They then grabbed onto the purple lightning snakes in unison, only for more purple arcs of lightning to erupt from the door in the next instant. However, those arcs of lightning were also caught by the golden body, and Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan were both stunned and ecstatic to see this. The two of them glanced at one another before taking this opportunity to strike without any hesitation. Shi Kuan opened his mouth to expel a shimmering silver talisman, which transformed into a silver ball of light that shot forth toward the palace gate in a flash. Meanwhile, Lu Shuier swept a sleeve through the air, and 3 shimmering golden short halberds instantly shot forth at once before also hurtling toward the gate amid a peculiar shrieking sound. The silver ball of light and 3 streaks of golden light struck the purple lightning on the palace gate almost at the exact same time, and spiritual light flashed as the silver talisman vanished without a trace into the lightning. In contrast, the 3 streaks of golden light struck the palace gate amid a resounding boom, and the 3 golden halberds were revealed to have pinned themselves tightly to the purple lightning net in a triangular formation. The rumbling thunderclaps from the lightning net instantly receded, and most of its power was absorbed by the 3 golden halberds, thereby significantly diminishing its effect. At this moment, Shi Kuan began to chant something before pointing a finger at the gate with a serious look on his face. A muffled thump rang out, and white light flashed before a pristine light lotus that was as white as snow suddenly blossomed on the palace gate. Initially, it was only around the size of a human fist, but in the next instant, it swelled to as large as a human head. The purple arcs of lightning from the palace gate were still flashing violently, but they couldn't do anything to the illusionary spirit flower and were powerless to halt its growth. In the end, close to half of the entire palace gate was enshrouded within the white lotus projection. Explode! A vicious look appeared on Shi Kuan's face as he cast one final incantation seal, and the light lotus projection immediately shuddered before exploding amid an earth-shattering boom at his behest. A scorching white ball of light that resembled a scintillating sun appeared on the palace gate, and the white light instantly inundated the entire gate along with the purple lightning net in an extremely emphatic manner. When the white light finally dissipated, the palace gate reappeared, and it was revealed that there were now countless craters indentations on its surface. The gate was in an extremely sorry state, but it hadn't been completely destroyed, and as purple light flashed over its surface, it quickly began to repair itself at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. However, all of the purple arcs of lightning had been wiped out, and the extreme essence-fused mountain was free again as a result. Han Li immediately took advantage of this, and the extreme essence-fused mountain abruptly circled around at his behest before releasing a burst of bright grayish-white light, then swelled drastically to around twice its original size before crashing toward the palace gate once again. On this occasion, there was nothing to impede it, and the black mountain struck the palace gate amid a deafening boom. As the power of the restriction had been severely debilitated, the palace gate was finally shattered by the enormous force behind the extreme essence-fused mountain. Thus, the black mountain flew directly into the main palace, and Han Li was naturally ecstatic to see this. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the projection golden body before him abruptly vanished as if it had never even been there in the first place. Both Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan then rushed forward from behind him in a bid to enter the palace first, and both of them simultaneously appeared at the entrance to the palace in a wraith-like manner after just a few flashes. Immediately thereafter, they paused on the spot before looking on ahead with peculiar looks on their faces. "Brother Shi, my master's instructions to me were very clear. I have to secure the spirit void pill within the main palace. As for everything else, you can choose the treasures that Senior Duan stipulated from among them," Lu Shuier said after a brief pause. "But I've also received instructions from my master to secure the spirit void pills no matter what. How about this? I can offer everything else to you aside from the spirit void pills. Of course, my master will offer alternative reciprocation to Senior Kai in exchange. Shikuan chuckled in response, but his voice had clearly taken on a more stoic tone. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Shi? Haven't you repeated what I just said? My master made it very clear to me that I must secure the spirit void pills, and that she would accept no alternatives. If you're willing to back down, then I can promise you a vial of our crystal race's revered crystal moon liquid in my master's stead. I'm sure you know what this spirit liquid entails for stone cocoon being like you, brother Shi. This is an extremely sought-after item for even the holy grade beings of your stone cocoon race. A cold look had appeared in Lu Shuer's eyes, but her tone had become more gentle and benevolent. Crystal moon liquid? Shikuan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and it was quite clear that this was a completely unexpected offer that was truly quite tempting to him. However, he then immediately thought back to Duan Tianren's stern instructions prior to his departure, and his heart instantly jolted as he cast aside his personal desires. He immediately shook his head and refused no. Crystal moon liquid is indeed very tempting to me, but without the spirit void pills I won't be able to answer to my master, so this is a non-negotiable matter. So you're not willing to back down or compromise at all? Fellow Taoist Shi? Lu Shue's voice had also taken on a cold and forbidding tone. On this occasion, Shikuan didn't offer a reply, he merely appraised Lu Shue with a cold expression, and his intentions were as plain as day. Lu Shue also fell silent and met his cold gaze with a frosty one of her own. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became extremely tense, and Hanli couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly upon seeing this. This is not the time to be quarreling, fellow Taoists. I don't know what extraordinary effect these spirit void pills possess to make them so desirable to our two seniors, but don't you think it's too early to be engaging in conflict when we haven't even ascertained whether these pills are truly in this palace? Shikuan's expression stirred slightly upon hearing Han Li's words, and Lu Shue also turned toward him as a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. Our two seniors may be convinced that there are spirit void pills in this palace, but I would assume that this verdict was reached based on circumstantial evidence. After all, they haven't gained access to this place in the past, so it's yet to be seen whether their deductions are indeed correct. Why don't we enter the palace and ascertain whether these pills can truly be found here before the two of you make a decision? Hanli suggested in a calm manner. Contemplative expressions appeared on both Shikuan and Lu Shue's faces upon hearing this proposal. The two of them had naturally already considered the possibility that Hanli had just raised. But in the instant that the palace gate was broken, the two of them were so eager to get a head start over the other that they had forgotten about their prior suspicions. Now that Hanli had reminded them of this possibility, both of them returned to their senses, and it naturally became quite clear to them that their top priority was to find the spirit pills first before deciding who would claim them. You're right, Brother Han. Fellow Taoist Shi, let's determine whether there actually are spirit void pills in this palace before we discuss anything else. Lu Shuer said in a slow voice. I have no objections to this proposal, Fairy Lu. He knew that Han Li's presence could play a major role in which side claimed the spirit void pills in the end, so he squeezed a smile onto his face and agreed to compromise for now. Seeing as the two of you have reached a temporary resolution, why don't we all head inside together? Han Li said with a smile before taking a few steps and reaching the two of them. Shikuan and Lu Shuer naturally didn't have any basis to refuse, and they both nodded in response. Thus, the three of them entered the palace one after another, then arranged themselves side by side before appraising the entire palace. As expected of the main palace, the interior was close to 10,000 feet in size, and it could comfortably house several thousand people. The first things that everyone saw were the purple pillars inside the palace, each of which was as thick as a human, and there were over 100 such pillars. There were also many antiquated weapons that were hanging from the walls of the palace, all of which were either long halberds or giant axes, and they were all shimmering with silver light while emitting powerful spiritual qi. At a rough glance, there appeared to be close to 1,000 such weapons, and placed at regular intervals at the foot of the walls were suits of colorful armor. The suits of armor were completely empty, and it was quite clear from the intricate patterns carved on their surfaces that these weren't ordinary suits of armor. On the other end of the palace that was directly facing the gate was a massive screen that was shimmering with azure light. There seemed to be something drawn onto the screen, but it was difficult to make out exactly what was drawn on it as it was too far away. There was a short table that resembled a tea table in front of the screen, upon which was sitting a golden cauldron. Aside from that, the entire palace was completely empty without any embellishments, so there was no need for them to make any extra effort in searching for treasures. Han Li's trio was naturally quite surprised to see this, and Han Li cast his gaze toward the screen and golden cauldron in the distance. Following a brief moment of contemplation, he strode directly toward that direction, and Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan exchanged a quick glance before immediately averting their eyes, then followed along behind Han Li. After all, there wasn't really anything that didn't appear to be worth investigating in the entire palace aside from the screen and the golden cauldron. Thus, 3 of them made their way to over 100 feet away from the screen and the golden cauldron under a strange atmosphere. Han Li stopped on the spot and began to appraise the 2 items from afar. Shi Kuan and Lu Shuier also reflexively stopped and began to inspect the 2 items with differing expressions. Han Li had his hands clasped behind his back, and his expression appeared to be quite calm and placid, but there was already blue light flashing deep within his eyes. The surface of the screen was concealed by a layer of azure light, but that certainly wasn't going to stump his spirit eye ability. Thus, he was instantly able to glean what had been drawn on the screen, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The artwork on the screen depicted a strange massive gate that had golden and silver runes inscribed on its surface. The gate was antiquated in design and completely black in color, but the 2 types of runes on its surface were constantly flashing, giving it an intriguing air of mystery. The golden and silver runes bore a slight resemblance, and they were none other than beveled silver text and golden seal text, both of which were spirit texts used in the true immortal realm. Han Li raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, and he instantly released a wisp of spiritual sense toward the giant gate on the screen. As soon as his spiritual sense came into contact with the giant gate artwork, a burst of enormous force erupted from the screen, and before that wisp of spiritual sense had a chance to react, it was dragged into the screen, thereby completely cutting off its connection with Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he instantly developed a sense of caution toward the screen. Shi Kuan let loose a muffled groan and stumbled back a half-step before immediately catching himself. He had clearly also fallen victim to this screen's power, and it appeared that he had been affected more so than Han Li. Lu Shuier's face was concealed by her hood, so it was impossible to glean her expression, but her body also swayed slightly before she managed to steady herself, so she had also definitely been made aware of the peculiar nature of the screen. Han Li had lost a wisp of spiritual sense, but it didn't affect him at all as his spiritual sense was far more powerful than that of his 2 companions. He temporarily turned his attention away from the screen and lowered his head to appraise the golden cauldron. The cauldron was shimmering with golden light, and a series of patterns that resembled clouds and mist were engraved on its surface. These patterns were extremely complex, and most of them were in a corkscrew form. They were spread over the entire cauldron, and upon closer inspection, he was struck by a sense of dizziness. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he calmly released his spiritual sense once again, only to find that it was unable to seep into the cauldron at all. He didn't know what kind of material the cauldron had been forged from, but it was able to completely keep out his spiritual sense. However, he had also noticed that there were 2 square indentations on the sides of the cauldrons, and they seemed to be slots that certain items could be placed into. Han Li looked on with a contemplative expression for a moment before he suddenly sensed something, and he turned his gaze toward his 2 companions, upon which his heart immediately stirred slightly. Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan were currently staring at the ancient golden cauldron with intense unblinking eyes. To be more specific, they were staring at the square indentations on the golden cauldron, and there was an ecstatic look on Shi Kuan's face. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked, "Do the 2 of you recognize this golden cauldron?" The elated look on Shi Kuan's face receded slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly shook his head in response. "Surely you jest, Brother Han. This is the first time I've come here, so there's obviously no way that I would recognize anything here." "Oh? Then why is it that both of you seem so interested in something you don't even recognize?" Han Li asked with a faint smile. Seeing as Han Li refused to be placated, Shikuan decided to kick the ball into Lu Shuai's court. Well, why don't you ask Fairy Lu about that instead? She knows more than I do about this. Lu Shuai was naturally quite disgruntled by Shikuan's devious diversion tactic, but she could offer an explanation at the sight of the curious gaze that Han Li had turned to aim at her. There's no need for you to be overly suspicious, Brother Han. This cauldron is most likely the treasure that contains the spirit void pills and the other treasures that my master and senior Duan seek. Fellow Taoist Shi and I are both aware of this as each of us is carrying an item. Fellow Taoist Shi, how about you and I bring out those items for Brother Han to see? Lu Shuai explained. I'm really getting rather curious now, Han Li chuckled upon hearing this. A hesitant look appeared on Shikuan's face in response to Lu Shuai's proposal, and he felt as if he had shot himself into the foot. Is there something that you're reluctant to show me, fellow Taoist Shi? Han Li asked in a seemingly casual manner, and his tone was extremely benevolent. However, Shikuan's heart immediately jolted at the sight of the tranquil expression on Han Li's face, and he hurriedly chuckled. Of course not. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have revealed this item anyway. After all, the two items are required to secure the treasures within the cauldron. Thus, he flipped his hand over as he spoke, and golden light flashed as an item appeared over his palm. Han Li naturally immediately focused his gaze on the item and quickly ascertained what it was. This was also a shimmering golden object that was rectangular in shape with a dragon's head carved on one end. It resembled a seal, and after inspecting the item for a while, Han Li turned his gaze toward Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai is naturally aware of Han Li's intentions, and she calmly raised a hand to summon an object that was also shimmering with golden light. At first glance, this object appeared to be extremely similar in appearance with the one in Shikuan's hand. It was around the same size and shape, but there was an extremely lifelike golden phoenix head carved on one end as opposed to a dragon's head. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face after inspecting these two items. At this moment, Lu Shuai began to offer an explanation. These two objects are known as exquisite keys, and they are the only items that can open this golden cauldron. Furthermore, both of them must be present to accomplish this. We had no knowledge of the situation in the palace prior to coming here, but my master told me that the exquisite keys can open this cauldron, so it's most likely the case that the spirit void pills are contained within the cauldron. Indeed, my master also told me the same thing. Seeing as Lu Shuai had revealed the truth, Shikuan no longer tried to hide anything, either. In that case, why don't you two open the cauldron to see if the treasures requested by our two seniors are really in there? I wonder how many spirit void pills are in there. If there's an even number of them, the two of you two will be able to split them rather than argue over ownership, Han Li said with a nonchalant smile. Lu Shuai and Shikuan exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and peculiar looks appeared in both of their eyes. Brother Han is right. This cauldron will have to be opened sooner or later. So let's insert our keys, fellow Taoist Shi. It's quite likely that there's only spirit void pill in there, but if there really are two or more, then we won't need to fight over them, Lu Shuai proposed in a calm voice. Shikuan seemed to have also made some kind of decision, and he suddenly smirked and said something that came as a slight surprise to Lu Shuai. I have no objections against opening the cauldron, but I think we should give our exquisite keys to Brother Han so he can secure the treasures from the cauldron, then decide how to split them among us. What do you think of that, Fairy Lu? Lu Shuai was temporarily at a loss for how to respond. Are you doubting Brother Han's abilities? A peculiar look appeared on Shikuan's face. Of course not. With Brother Han's unfathomable power, it would be ideal for him to secure the treasures for us. Brother Han, please accept my exquisite key. Lu Shuai reacted quite quickly, and after quickly contemplating the situation, she immediately smiled and made a decision, raising a hand to toss her exquisite key toward Han Li. Shikuan also chuckled coldly before tossing his key toward Han Li without any hesitation. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and azure light flashed, upon which both of the exquisite keys appeared in his hand at once. However, a wry smile appeared on his face as he inspected the pair of keys. You two sure have a high opinion of me. Haha, of course. Only by asking you to secure the treasures in our stead will Fairy Lu and I be able to avoid immediate conflict. Otherwise, neither of us will trust the other to secure the treasures. Kuan chuckled. I also have full trust in Brother Han. Lu Shuer's eyes flashed as a smile appeared on her face. Hee hee. I'm honored to receive your trust, but it's also quite a heavy burden. Han Li appraised the two keys as he shook his head in a resigned manner. However, he didn't return the keys to Kuan and Lu Shuer. After a brief moment of contemplation, he really did make his way over to the golden cauldron. He was acting in such a calm and collected manner naturally because he was confident that he possessed more than enough power to dominate these two. In the face of absolute power, there really wasn't much any of them could do. Tense looks appeared in both Lu Shuer and Kuan's eyes upon seeing this, but both of them acted quite wisely and remained on the spot. After Han Li reached about 10 feet away from the cauldron, he stopped again before glancing at the two indentations on either side of the cauldron. Immediately thereafter, he injected his magic power into the two keys in his hand before flicking his wrist. The exquisite keys shot forth, letting loose a clear cry along the way before transforming into a golden WYRM and a golden phoenix amid a flash of golden light. The two of them revolved around the golden cauldron before flying into the indentations, then vanishing into the cauldron in a flash. Immediately thereafter, the two indentations on the cauldron were filled with unerring accuracy. The two exquisite keys were completely embedded into the cauldron, with only the dragon and phoenix heads revealed. They fit seamlessly into the indentations without any gaps to be seen. In the instant that the pair of keys entered the golden cauldron, a melodious dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Brilliant golden light then erupted, and the corkscrew patterns on the surface of the cauldron began to revolve as if they'd sprung to life. Even the golden light being emitted by the cauldron began to take on a peculiar vortex form, and Han Li was struck by a sense of disorientation at the sight of this golden vortex, as if he were going to be drawn directly into it. His heart immediately jolted in response, but he wasn't actually fearful toward the cauldron as there was no one wielding it, so it surely posed no threat to him. He hurriedly activated his great development technique, and at the same time blue light flashed through his eyes, upon which his discomfort was instantly alleviated in its entirety. All of a sudden, he let loose a low cry before making a hand seal, and an azure incantation seal shot forth before vanishing into the cauldron in a flash. In the next instant, the dragon's roar that was being released by the cauldron transformed into the delightful cry of a phoenix. From a distance, it appeared as if the dragon and phoenix heads on either side of the golden cauldron had begun to move, as if they had sprung to life. The scintillating golden lid of the cauldron rose up into the air before disappearing into nothingness. A loud commotion then rang out from within the cauldron, and following a rumbling boom, several golden balls of light of different sizes shot forth before attempting to escape into the heavens. However, Han Li was already prepared well in advance, so he certainly wasn't going to let these items slip through his fingers. As such, he immediately swept a sleeve forward, and gray light surged forth like lightning, instantly enveloping all of the golden balls of light at once. However, these golden balls of light suddenly dispersed, and the gray light receded in their paths, posing no impediment to them at all. Han Li was rather alarmed to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal before opening his mouth to expel a ball of azure light. There was a miniature azure cauldron within the azure light, and it was none other than his Heavavoid cauldron. His hand shot forth as a blur and struck the side of the cauldron, upon which its lid flew off of its own accord. Immediately thereafter, a plume of azure threads erupted forth before dispersing through the air. The countless green threads intertwined to form a giant azure net that encompassed all of the golden balls of light beneath it. As soon as the golden balls of light struck the net, they were all repelled back, and Han Li made another hand seal before pointing up into the air. The huge azure net abruptly folded in on itself, and all of the golden balls of light were trapped within it, thereby completely immobilizing them. Only then did Han Li calmly wave a hand through the air, and the azure threads instantly began to radiate dazzling light, causing Lu Shuer and Kuan to blink involuntarily as they looked on with rapt focus. The azure net that contained the golden balls of light transformed into a streak of azure light that flew downward, then disappeared into the small cauldron in a flash. The azure cauldron lid then immediately descended to seal the Heavavoid cauldron shut. Han Li made a grabbing motion toward the small cauldron, An azure light immediately flashed, following which the treasure appeared in his hand. After that, he carried the treasure in one hand before turning around to face his two companions. Fellow Taoists, the treasures have been secured. You two will have to inspect them in person to see if they include the treasures that our two seniors have requested. As soon as his voice trailed off, he flicked his wrist again, and the heaven-void cauldron rose up into the air before hovering in a stationary manner before him. He then crossed his arms and appraised his two companions with a hint of a smile on his face. Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan exchanged a glance upon hearing this, but Lu Shuier then immediately chuckled before giving a nod and made her way gracefully over to the cauldron. Shi Kuan rubbed his own chin and glanced at the azure cauldron before also striding toward it. The two of them then stopped around 10 feet away from the cauldron, and before they had even said anything, Han Li waved a hand forward in a calm manner. The small azure cauldron immediately rotated on the spot, and its lid vanished once again, revealing a burst of azure light flashing incessantly within it. Brother Han, this is a spirit treasure, is it not? Does it have a name? Shi Kuan suddenly asked. Are you interested in the spirit treasure, Brother Shi? Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he replied with a question of his own. Not exactly. It's just that I was fortunate enough to have seen a replica copy of the chaotic myriad spirit roll in our stone cocoon race, and there seemed to be an item on it that was very similar to your cauldron, Shi Kuan explained. The chaotic myriad spirit roll? Han Li reflexively furrowed his brows slightly. Have you not heard of it, Brother Han? Shi Kuan was rather taken aback. I've naturally heard of it, but those are all rumors and I don't really know the exact details of the roll. It would be great if you two could enlighten me on the subject, Han Li replied with a contemplative expression. It's actually pretty simple. All of the races that have taken over a certain territory in the spirit realm have had a strange rock fall upon their land, and the chaotic myriad spirit roll is inscribed upon those rocks. The roll keeps a record of all of the most powerful treasures in the spirit realm, and it's constantly being updated. Every single item on the roll is quite extraordinary, and even divine spirit treasures are all ranked quite low on the list. I recall that I just so happened to have seen a treasure on the roll's replica copy that bore a resemblance to this cauldron of yours, but it was ranked rather low, so I didn't pay much attention to it. As such, it's quite possible that my memory is merely playing tricks on me, Shi Kuan explained in an honest manner. I'm not sure if this item is the one that you're referring to. Perhaps it is, perhaps it's not. However, that's not the pressing matter at hand. We should focus on inspecting the items in the cauldron to see if the treasures requested by our two seniors are among them, Han Li said with a smile. Seeing as Han Li was clearly dodging the question, Shi Kuan naturally couldn't keep pressing the issue, and he made no attempt to raise further questions as he nodded in response. As for Lu Shuier, her gaze had been fixed on the heaven-void cauldron this entire time, and following the conclusion of Han Li and Shi Kuan's conversation, she immediately said, Please reveal the treasures to us, Brother Han. Spirit void pills are very easy to identify, so we definitely won't be mistaking them. She seemed to be more interested in the treasures in the cauldron than Shi Kuan was. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and he swept a sleeve through the air, sending several formation flags hurtling forth before disappearing into the surrounding space as streaks of light of different colors. All of a sudden, a white light barrier appeared to encompass an area with a radius of over 100 feet around the heaven-void cauldron. This was a simple restriction formation, and it had naturally been set up to prevent any mishaps from occurring after the treasures were revealed. Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan took a brief glance at the light barrier before paying it no further heed. This restriction could be easily broken by them, and they had no reason to suspect that Han Li harbored any ulterior motives. After the formation was set up, Han Li cast his gaze toward the small cauldron in the air before opening his mouth to expel a burst of azure light. The azure light swept over the cauldron, and a rumbling noise rang out from within amid flashes of azure light. Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan both looked on with bated breath. Meanwhile, Han Li wore a relaxed smile as he raised a hand before pointing a finger at the small azure cauldron. The cauldron was only around a foot in size initially, but it then immediately expanded to around 10 feet in height. Han Li then immediately made another hand seal, and a dull thump rang out, following which a ball of light suddenly flew out of the cauldron. The ball of light was only around the size of a human fist, but it was bound tightly by countless azure threads, which were pulsating slightly. Han Li let loose a low cry before raising a hand, and an incantation seal flew through the air before vanishing into the ball of light. Immediately thereafter, the azure threads around the ball of light were shattered before vanishing as specks of azure light. As soon as the azure threads faded, golden light flashed, and the item attempted to fly away again. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he immediately reached out with a single hand. An enormous burst of invisible force instantly descended, and the item was completely immobilized in mid-air. Han Li focused his gaze on the item to find that it was a shimmering golden gourd. There were complex patterns all over its surface, and spiritual light was flashing erratically from it. Lu Shueya and Shirkuan's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, but they didn't do anything in response. Han Li made a pulling motion with his hand, and the golden gourd immediately hurtled toward him before landing in his grasp. It seemed to have attained a hint of spiritual nature and was trembling incessantly within his hand in an attempt to break free. Han Li raised an eyebrow before sweeping a sleeve over the gourd, and white light flashed as a white talisman was adhered onto its surface. The restrictive force of the talisman immediately stifled the light emanating from the gourd, and it fell completely still. Han Li raised his hand in a calm manner and brought the gourd up to his eye level for further inspection. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he swept a wisp of his own spiritual sense toward the treasure. After a full 10 minutes had passed, the spiritual light in Han Li's eyes faded, and he tossed the gourd forward. The item immediately flew through the air as a ball of golden light, then came to an abrupt halt between Lu Shueya and Shirkuan, where it hovered in mid-air in a stationary manner. This is not a spirit medicine container, but a rare metal attribute treasure instead. Not only does the gourd itself seem to possess some abilities, it's nurturing several flying swords within it, although I can't determine the power of these swords. In that case, this must be a sword gourd that has only been around in ancient times. I've heard that the refinement method for this type of treasure had already faded into complete obscurity on all of the continents. I'm very intrigued to inspect this treasure for myself. Fellow Taoist, sure, you wouldn't mind if I took a look at the treasure first, would you? Lu Shueya suddenly asked as she turned to Shirkuan with a smile. Hee, of course not. You can go right ahead, Shirkuan chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Lu Shueya smiled before waving a slender hand through the air, and the golden gourd immediately descended obediently before falling into her palm. She released her spiritual sense and began to carefully inspect the item, but after just a short while, she shook her head and tossed it toward Shirkuan. A hint of disappointment appeared on Shirkuan's face upon seeing her reaction, but he was still unwilling to give up on the item as he also began to inspect it with rapt focus. After a short while, Shirkuan also heaved a slightly disappointed sigh. This really is a metal attribute treasure, and the fact that it was placed in this golden cauldron most likely indicates that it's quite powerful. What arrangement do we think should be made surrounding this treasure, fellow Taoists? Lu Shueya turned toward Han Li and chuckled. Seeing as it's not one of the treasures requested by my master and Elder Duan, why don't we give it to Brother Han for safekeeping for now? We'll decide on how to split the treasures when all of them have been revealed. Shirkuan pondered this proposal for a moment before nodding in response and tossing the gourd back to Han Li. I have no objections to Fairy Lu's suggestion. Seeing as our two seniors haven't requested this treasure, Brother Han can keep it in his possession for now. In that case, I would be happy to oblige. Han Li made no effort to refuse, and he swept a sleeve through the air to expel a burst of azure light, which engulfed the golden gourd before dragging it into his sleeve. He then cast another incantation seal toward the heaven void cauldron. An azure light flashed from within as another object that was bound by azure threads emerged. Han Li withdrew the azure threads again, and the treasure that was revealed within was an azure jade box with flashing golden runes on its surface. The jade box was drawn into Han Li's grasp, and both Lu Shueya and Shirkuan's demeanors clearly shifted at the sight of it as they stared at it with intense, unblinking eyes. Han Li didn't play any tricks and blew a burst of spiritual chi toward the jade box, right in front of his two companions. The lid was removed, and Han Li's expression changed slightly after glancing at the contents of the box. There were two identical miniature green horses within the box, each of which was around the size of an egg and emanating a rich medicinal aroma. Just a single light whiff of this aroma sent a burst of pure spiritual chi surging throughout his body. But the two miniature horses were lying completely still in the box with their eyes closed, having lost all signs of life long ago. The two miniature horses rose up out of the box at Han Li's behest before flying toward Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan. At the same time, he said in a calm voice, "These two spirit medicines must be the jade curd herbs that our two seniors have referred to, right? Who would have thought that they're capable of metamorphosis already? I'm sure they'll be very useful to our two seniors. Seeing as there are two of them, why don't you take one each?" Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan were ecstatic to hear this, but they were also slightly disappointed at the sight of the pair of extremely lifelike, yet completely lifeless miniature horses. However, in any case, the fact that Han Li had offered them such precious spirit medicines without any hesitation alleviated the final hint of concern they had harbored toward him. Shi Kuan expressed his gratitude toward Han Li before drawing one of the miniature horses into his grasp, then briefly inspected it before carefully stowing it away into a jade box of his own. Lu Shuei was also very pleased with the spirit medicine, and she expressed her gratitude toward Han Li as well before stowing it away up her sleeve. Han Li nodded expressionlessly in response to their expressions of gratitude, then tossed the jade box onto the ground. He was doing so to show the two of them that the box was indeed empty and that there were no other spirit medicines contained within it. After that, he continued to summon treasures out of the heaven void cauldron. The next two items to emerge from the cauldron were a hexagonal formation plate and a shimmering golden pagoda. It was quite clear that these two were unfathomably powerful treasures, and they were temporarily given to Han Li for safekeeping as well. The next treasure to emerge from the cauldron was another one that Kai Luiying and Duan Tianen had requested, so Han Li split it up evenly between his two companions. Lu Shuei's eyes flashed, and a hint of concern appeared on her face. Shi Kuan's expression had also darkened slightly. They could see that there weren't many golden balls of light left in Han Li's cauldron. Yet they still hadn't seen any spirit void pills yet, so they were starting to grow rather uneasy. No matter how many other treasures they obtained, their trip would still be considered a failure if they couldn't secure the all-important spirit void pills. Right at this moment, a low ringing sound rang out from the giant azure cauldron, and another treasure was expelled. The azure threads dispersed to reveal a small purple vial that was only several inches tall, but its surface as smooth as a mirror, and there were wisps of white chi revolving around it. A burst of astonishing spiritual chi emanated from the small vial, and expressions of elation appeared on both Shi Kuan and Lu Shuei's faces. Han Li cast an expressionless gaze toward the purple vial, which was slowly rotating in midair, and he stroked his chin as the corners of his lips curled upward slightly. All of a sudden, he raised an arm before pointing forward, and the lid of the purple vial suddenly flew off of its own accord. The opening of the vial was then tipped upside down, and a golden ball of spirit flames emerged from within. The spirit flames let loose a clear cry before transforming into a fiery golden bird. As soon as the fiery bird appeared, it immediately let loose a clear cry up into the heavens. Han Li took a deep breath before extending a pristine white hand out of one of his sleeves, then curled back his 5 fingers before flicking them in succession. 5 bursts of glacial flames shot forth one after another before striking fiery golden bird in a flash, severely dimming the light that was emanating from it. After all 5 bursts of glacial flames had struck the golden bird, it let loose an anguished cry, and the golden flames completely receded to reveal a golden pill. The pill was only around the size of a human thumb, and there were complex pill patterns all over its surface. Its vibrant golden color coupled with those patterns presented quite a remarkable sight to behold. "There's no mistaking it, this is definitely a spirit void pill," Lu Shuei exclaimed with an elated look on her face as soon as the pill emerged. Shi Kuan was also appraising the pill with excitement in his eyes, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and his expression changed slightly as he asked, "Brother Han, is there only one spirit void pill in the vial?" Han Li offered no reply to this question. Instead, he merely pointed a finger at the small purple vial, and it shuddered before another fiery golden bird flew out from within it amid a dull thump. "There are 2 pills. This is fantastic." Shi Kuan immediately burst into elated laughter upon seeing this. "Seeing as both seniors have requested this pill and there just so happen to be 2 of them, you can take one each. Do either of you have any objections? Han Li asked with a meaningful smile on his face. Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan's expressions both changed slightly upon seeing this, and the two of them quickly exchanged a glance. A serious look appeared on Shi Kuan's face, and Lu Shuier looked back at him with a cold expression. Shi Kuan hesitated momentarily before heaving a long sigh. All right, I'll settle for this arrangement. My master strictly ordered me to bring back all of the spirit void pills here to him. But seeing as Fair Lu is unwilling to back down, I have no choice but to compromise. I have no objections either. At the very least, I won't be returning empty-handed to my master. Lu Shuier chimed in as the cold look in her eyes eased slightly. Seeing as both sides had agreed to this arrangement, albeit in a begrudging manner, Han Li nodded before pointing at the two pills in the air. The two golden pills shot forth before arriving in front of Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan in a flash. Lu Shuier raised a hand to catch the pill that was flying toward her, while Shi Kuan suddenly opened his mouth to expel a burst of yellow light, which instantly swept up the pill. Only then did he calmly extricate the pill from within the yellow light. Even though both of them were convinced that these were spirit void pills, this was an extremely important matter, so they naturally still had to use their own secret techniques for verification. Thus, one of them began to chant incantations and cast strings of incantation seals toward the spirit pill that they were holding. Meanwhile, the other merely stared intently at the pill in their hand. After about 10 minutes, both of them looked up at once before exchanging a glance and a nod, upon which they heaved a collective sigh of relief. We must offer you our gratitude, Brother Han. Without your assistance, there would have been no way for us to reach this place so quickly and secure the spirit void pills. Lu Shuier said with a smile as she stowed her pill away into a vial that she was carrying. I accepted benefits from our two seniors, so it's only right for me to repay them. Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Shi Kuan also stowed away his pill before casting his gaze toward the purple vial that was hovering in midair, and he suddenly asked, You're far too modest, Brother Han. Forgive me for my rudeness, but I must ask if there are any other pills inside that vial. Lu Shuier's heart stirred upon hearing this, and a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. I didn't think that fellow Taoist Shi would be so greedy. You can take a look for yourself to see if there are any other pills in here. Han Li chuckled before casting an incantation seal, and the purple vial immediately flew toward Shi Kuan as a streak of light. Shi Kuan could hear a hint of displeasure in Han Li's voice, but this was too important a matter for him to risk overlooking any details. So he pretended to be oblivious to Han Li's attitude as he caught the vial before sweeping his spiritual sense toward it. However, the vial was completely empty and there were no other pills within it. A hint of disappointment flashed through Shi Kuan's heart, but he disguised it with a smile as he turned to Lu Shuier. Would you like to have a look as well, Fairy Lu? He motioned to toss the vial toward her as he spoke. However, Lu Shuier merely shook her head and said, Brother Han and Brother Shi have already inspected the vial, so there's no need for me to take another look. I trust the two of you. Shi Kuan naturally couldn't force the issue, so he could only offer Han Li a sheepish smile before tossing the vial back to him. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he swept a sleeve through the air to accept the purple vial nonetheless. After that, Han Li extricated two more items out of the cauldron, both of which were rare materials that were virtually extinct in the spirit realm, and they were also among the items requested by Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren. Due to the fact that there was only one of each item, Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan took one each, and no disputes took place. Thus, aside from the first three treasures to have emerged from the cauldron, all of the other items had been reserved for the two seniors. There were no more items in the cauldron, and Shi Kuan didn't express any doubts on this occasion. After all, there really were no further balls of golden light within the Heaven Void Cauldron. After Han Li stowed away his Heaven Void Cauldron, Lu Shuier smiled and said, Brother Han, the first three treasures from the cauldron are outside of the treasures requested by my master and senior Duan, so let's split them among us. Haha. It's a good thing that there were three treasures. We'll be able to take one each. You can go ahead and take the first pick, Brother Han. Shi Kuan offered. Lu Shuier faltered initially upon hearing this, but she then quickly agreed to this arrangement with a smile. After all, it made sense for Han Li to take the first pick. On top of that, There was no way to ascertain the abilities of the three treasures through inspecting them visually or using one's spiritual sense, so it didn't really matter in which order they took their picks. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and said, "All right, in that case I'd be more than happy to oblige. I've already chosen a treasure. You two can split the remaining 2 treasures." Han Li swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, and 2 items immediately flew out before hovering in front of him. These were none other than the golden pagoda and the hexagonal formation plate, which meant that he had chosen the golden gourd. Lu Shuier and Shi Kuan were both slightly surprised by Han Li's choice, but they didn't pay much heed to it. Instead, they both turned their attention toward the remaining 2 treasures with contemplative looks on their faces. Lu Shuier was the first to speak. "I would like the golden pagoda. If you have objections, you can have the formation plate. What do you think, Brother Shi?" Shi Kuan hesitated momentarily but still nodded in agreement in the end. "All right, I'll take the formation place then. Thank you for allowing me to choose ahead of you, Brother Shi." Lu Shuier smiled before raising a hand, and the golden pagoda treasure in front of Han Li was drawn into her grasp. Shi Kuan naturally also drew the hexagonal formation plate to himself as well. The 3 of them exchanged a glance with one another, and all of them were quite elated. "Brother Han, Fairy Lu, you wouldn't object if I were to take this golden cauldron, would you?" Shi Kuan suddenly strode toward the cauldron with a smile on his face. He then laid a hand on it, and bright spiritual light abruptly radiated from it. Immediately thereafter, the cauldron shrank down to around the size of a human fist in the blink of an eye. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but his expression then instantly eased as he said, "I have no objections. If Fairy Lu is also willing to accept this arrangement, then you can go right ahead. This cauldron is a fantastic treasure for holding some important things, and I also wanted it for myself, but seeing Brother Shi has already claimed it, I'm willing to pass up on it." There was a hint of disappointment in Lu Shuia's eyes as she appraised the golden cauldron, but Shi Kuan had already claimed it, so she had no choice but to comply. After all, this wasn't something worth instigating a potential conflict over. Shi Kuan chuckled as he stuffed the golden cauldron up his sleeve, then looked around to find that Han Li was currently carefully appraising that peculiar screen. "Have you discovered something, Brother Han?" Shi Kuan couldn't help but ask at the sight of Han Li's enraptured expression. "This is no ordinary screen." Han Li gave a completely pointless reply. Shi Kuan was left feeling rather speechless upon hearing this. The fact that the screen was able to devour their spiritual sense clearly indicated that this was no ordinary item, so such a response told him nothing that he didn't already know. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to pry any further, so he could only also inspect the screen using secret techniques of his own. Meanwhile, Lu Shuier had also strode over to the screen and was appraising it with a contemplative look on her face. Right at this moment, Han Li's body swayed and he suddenly appeared behind the screen. He raised both of his hands and flicked his 10 fingers in succession, upon which incantation seals of different colors were sent hurtling toward the screen. Shi Kuan and Lu Shuier were naturally intrigued by what Han Li was doing and hurriedly cast their eyes toward him. Right at this moment, Han Li let loose a low cry, and a ball of black chi suddenly appeared on his glabella. An inky black third eye then emerged before blasting forth a pillar of black light that was around as thick as a human thumb onto the screen. Immediately thereafter, a buzzing sound rang out from behind the screen, and a vast expanse of 7-colored light surged forth. The light swept up Han Li, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. Shi Kuan and Lu Shuier's hearts jostled upon seeing this, and they immediately rushed around to the rear of the screen in unison. There, they discovered that a string of ancient purple text had appeared on the screen. Whirled within the screen, Lu Shuier's pupils contracted slightly as she read the words aloud. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li had already been teleported into a strange space. Everything around him was nothing more than a vast expanse of murky grayness, with the exception of a massive black gate that was situated nearby. There were countless golden and silver runes hovering all over the gate, and they were constantly fluctuating in brightness, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. This gate was identical to the one that was on the screen from earlier, and it was as if he had been swept up into the artwork on the screen. This really is a place that's similar to the Shumi paradise. Han Li looked around at his surroundings before turning his gaze toward the giant gate. upon which a peculiar look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he flipped a hand over, and spiritual light flashed as a stack of formation plates of different colors appeared over his palm. He then made a hand seal with his other hand, and all of the formation plates shot forth at his behest, flying away in all directions. The formation plates transformed into balls of light that plummeted downward, and as soon as they came into contact with the ground, they vanished without a trace. Moments later, bursts of white mist began to surge out of the spots where the formation plates had vanished in a frenzy. The mist was dense and lingered in the air for a long time, forming an extremely viscous wall of mist that encompassed both Han Li and the massive gate before him. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of azure light, which contained an item. The item circled around through the air before hovering in front of him, and it was none other than his heaven-void cauldron. He pointed a finger gently at the cauldron, and its lid flew off on its own. Azure light flashed within the cauldron, and a faint white figure emerged. This was a little girl in a white dress. She appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, with her hair arranged into small braids, and her round little face was extremely adorable. It was none other than Chuer. Chuer pays her respects to her master. She extended a salute toward Han Li with a cheeky smile on her face. Well done. Even I wasn't able to sense your aura from within the cauldron. There's no way that those two would have been able to detect your presence. Han Li praised with a pleased look on his face. It's all thanks to the treasure and talisman you gave me, master. Otherwise, there's no way that my abilities alone would have been able to fool those two top-grade spatial tempering stage beings. Chuer giggled in response. As soon as her voice trailed off, black light flashed, and a large black veil flew off her body. At the same time, she made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a high zenith invisibility talisman was revealed. Chuer held the two items with both of her little hands as if she were returning them to Han Li. There's no need to return them to me. You're adept in concealment and movement techniques anyway, so those two treasures are better suited to serve you. Even if I were to use those two treasures, I may not be able to completely conceal myself from those two at just close quarters. Besides, I have other treasures that serve a similar purpose, so you can keep those, Han Li said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. In that case, I'd be more than happy to oblige. Chuer's smile widened even further as she patted the black veil and talisman against her own body, upon which they abruptly vanished. Han Li smiled upon seeing this before adopting a more serious expression. Back when I was securing the treasures within the golden cauldron, I intentionally made the spiritual light brighter to act as a smokescreen, so I could send you into the heaven-void cauldron without being noticed. However, not much time passed before the cauldron was opened again. Did you have enough time to strike? Hee, I'm super quick. Look, master. A smug smile appeared on Chuer's face, and she flipped over one of her little hands to reveal a shimmering golden pill. Well done. Han Li had already guessed that Chuer had most likely accomplished her mission, but he was still quite elated at the sight of this pill. He waved a hand, and the golden pill drifted out of Chuer's grasp before landing in his hand. He carefully appraised it several times before he was finally able to determine that this was indeed identical to the other two spirit void pills. He didn't know what specific effect this pill had, but the fact that both Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were so eager to get their hands on these pills was sufficient testament to how precious they were. You told me not to touch those other treasures and only pay attention to medicine vials, so I only had time to tip a single pill out of that vial. You also told me that I could take a pill if there had been more than one pill in the vial, and I followed those instructions. Otherwise, I would have taken the other two pills as well. Chuer pouted her little red lips in a rather wistful display. Han Li couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. You're being a little too greedy. It's already vastly fortunate that we were able to steal a spirit void pill right under those two's noses. If we had tried anything else, we would have aroused their suspicion. It's a good thing that there were still two pills remaining in the vial aside from this one. Otherwise, the situation would have become very troublesome. Perhaps we would have had no choice but to relinquish this pill. I don't want to be hunted by a pair of enraged body integration stage beings here in this foreign land, Han Li explained with a smile, then swept a hand over his storage bracelet to summon the small purple vial from before. He placed the pill into the vial, then adhered several restriction talismans onto it before carefully stowing it away. You must have your reasons, master, but I still think it's quite a pity that we had to spare those 2 pills to them. Chua was still looking rather forlorn. Hanli shook his head with an amused smile, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him and swept a sleeve through the air to summon a series of flying daggers, each of which was only around an inch in length. All of the daggers were as thin as paper and shimmering with a cold light, and there were around 300 to 400 of them in total. Master, what are you? Chua was rather perplexed. These flying daggers were refined from the wings of that monstrous moth we encountered last time. There are 360 of them in total, and you seem to be missing a treasure that you can use to defend yourself, so I'll give these daggers to you. They can't compare with top-tier treasures like divine spirit treasures, but if you can refine all of them, then they'll be more than enough to protect you against average opponents. This will be your reward for your brilliant efforts. Hanli made a grabbing motion as he spoke, and all of the flying daggers in the air immediately flew toward him. They compiled themselves into 2 thick stacks in the blink of an eye before landing in his hand, and Hanli smiled as he offered them to Chua. Thank you for your kindness, master. Chua was ecstatic, and her body swayed as she vanished on the spot. In the next instant, she appeared right in front of Hanli and accepted the flying daggers in an elated manner. All right, as a safety precaution, you should return to your true body and refine these flying daggers. Don't appear unless I summon you, so you don't get revealed to anyone else. Hanli instructed in a serious manner. Yes, master, I'll be sure to cultivate in peace. Chua naturally accepted this arrangement, and she made a hand seal, upon which she and all of the flying daggers vanished up Hanli's sleeve as a ball of white light in a flash. Hanli exhaled upon seeing this, and only then did he cast his gaze toward the giant gate in the distance with a contemplative look on his face. Meanwhile, Shirkuan and Lu Shuaer were still situated in the main palace, appraising the screen before them with hesitant looks on their faces. The azure light on the surface of the screen had already completely faded, thereby revealing the artwork on it. However, a layer of cloud and mist had then appeared over the image, making it impossible to see the massive gate. A dozen or so yellow formation flags had appeared around the screen, and all of them were flashing with faint yellow light. The screen sat right at the center of the circle of flags, and a rather profound formation had been established. There were still faint spatial fluctuations lingering in the air above the formation, and 2 or 3 shimmering treasures were slowly revolving around Shirkuan and Lu Shuaer. What do you propose we do, Fairy Lu? We've already used several powerful treasures, yet have still been unable to break this restriction around the screen, so it's clearly not something that we can break through in a short time. Speaking of which, how did fellow Taoist Han manage to enter the screen? He seemed to have done so quite easily, Shirkuan sighed. Lu Shuaer was silent for a moment before asking, haven't you noticed, brother Shir? Noticed what? Shirkuan was rather perplexed. Don't you think the third eye that appeared on fellow Taoist Han's glabella really resembles a certain legendary object? Lu Shuaer continued. You're saying that's a law destruction eye? Despite his rugged appearance, Shirkuan was far from unintelligent, and he instantly realized what Lu Shuaer was implying. Aside from this legendary demonic eye, I haven't heard of any other similar ability that can easily tear through this spatial restriction and grant access into the screen, Lu Shuaer said in a calm voice. If it really is the law destruction eye, then we won't be able to replicate fellow Taoist Han. Unless we completely destroy this entrance, there will be no chance for us to enter the screen, Shirkuan murmured with tightly furrowed brows. If we join forces and both of us are willing to expend some energy, there's indeed a chance that we could accomplish this. However, if we fail, then we'll essentially have destroyed the exit for fellow Taoist Han. I'm sure he won't be very happy about that, and when he tears through space to return to this place, we'll have to face the full brunt of his wrath. After all, with his law destruction eye, there's no way he'll actually be trapped in there. Lu Shuaer chuckled. Shirkuan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he cast his gaze toward the screen again as he chuckled drily in response. Surely you jest, Fairy Lu. I wouldn't do something so reckless and risk harming others for my own benefit. Seeing as there's no way we'll be able to break this spatial restriction in a short time, why don't we leave this place and see if there are any rewards to be reaped in the other side palaces? My thoughts exactly, fellow Taoist Shir, Lu Shuaer replied with an approving smile. Shirkuan chuckled upon seeing this before taking one final forlorn glance at the screen before suddenly sweeping a sleeve through the air. A gust of yellow wind immediately surged out of his sleeve before sweeping up all of the weapons hanging on the wall, as well as the suits of armor lying on the ground, then drawing them back up his sleeve. A faint smile appeared on Lu Shuer's face upon seeing this, and she also waved a hand through the air to release a green bracelet. The bracelet emitted a ringing sound before immediately flying toward the other side of the palace as a ball of green light. The green light flashed and also swept up the weapons and armor on that side of the palace, thereby leaving the entire place completely empty aside from that screen. The two of them then quickly searched through the palace with their spiritual sense, and after failing to discover anything, they immediately made their way out of the palace. To them, it may have been a blessing for Hanli to have entered that alternate space. After all, there may not actually be any treasures in there, and he could be temporarily trapped by some kind of restriction in there. Without Hanli there to compete with them, they would definitely reap bountiful rewards from the side palaces and that huge cluster of pavilions, and with that in mind, Shirkuan was feeling a lot better about the situation. Thus, after a brief discussion with Lu Shuer outside the palace, the two of them separated and each traveled toward a different side palace. Within the nameless space inside the screen, Hanli had already made his way over to the giant gate, and he raised both of his hands, releasing a burst of 5-colored glacial flames and a burst of gray light, both of which were surging relentlessly into the huge gate. The golden and silver runes on the gate had already transformed into a vast expanse of vibrant light that was firmly opposing Hanli's attacks, and the layers of light were quickly being melted away by the glacial flames and gray light. But there seemed to be no end to the runes, which simply replenished the defenses. As such, even after unleashing these two abilities on the gate for a long while, they did nothing to whittle away at the restriction. Hanli's brows furrowed tightly upon seeing this, and the spiritual light faded from his hands as he ceased what he was doing. He then rubbed his hands together before thrusting them forward, and 2 golden arcs of lightning that were as thick as large bowls immediately sprang forth before striking the light on the gate in a flash. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the golden arcs of lightning completely exploded, releasing a ball of dazzling electricity that inundated most of the massive gate. However, moments later, the golden lightning faded, and the gate was revealed to be completely unscathed. Even such a powerful attack hadn't affected it at all. Hanli's expression darkened upon seeing this. Prior to entering this place, his law destruction eye had suddenly become extremely active right as he walked around to the back of the screen, and he had almost lost control over it. If that hadn't been the case, it would have been very difficult for him to notice the entrance of the spatial restriction on the screen. At the time, he had gone with the flow and unleashed an attack toward the screen with his law destruction eye, and it really had broken the restriction, thereby allowing him to access this place with ease. He didn't know what kind of place this was, nor did he know whether there were any treasures beyond that gate. But just this world within the screen was an extremely rare treasure in the spirit realm. So it was presumably the case that the immortal owner of this place was concealing some kind of extraordinary item or secret in here. As such, even though he knew that this restriction was quite remarkable and that Lu Shuer and Shirkuan were most likely going to take advantage of his absence to loot the rest of this place, he still didn't want to leave. However, the fact that his divine essence-fused light, divine devilbane lightning, and 5-colored glacial flames had all proven to be ineffective on this restriction posed quite a troublesome conundrum to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The fireball then transformed into the spirit engulfing fire raven amid a flash of silver light, and Hanli made a hand seal before casting a dozen or so incantation seals toward the fire raven in quick succession. Spiritual light of different colors flashed from the incantation seals, and they all vanished into the fire raven's body. The bird immediately raised his head and let loose a clear cry before swelling drastically to around 10 feet in size. It then spread its wings and flew toward the gate with unstoppable might. Prior to actually crashing into the gate, silver light flashed from its body, and countless translucent flaming feathers hurtled forth, causing the golden and silver light on the surface of the huge gate to tremor violently. The giant silver bird then crashed headfirst into the light amid a resounding boom, and scorching silver flames erupted from its body. As soon as the golden and silver light came into contact with the silver flames, it began to churn like boiling water. The light faded and melted in the wake of the flames, and even though there was still a constant output of runes from the gate, it was clearly struggling to keep up. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He let loose a low cry, and black light swirled around his body, following which he expanded drastically to several times his original size. At the same time, a layer of long golden fur appeared all over his body, and he transformed into a giant golden ape. It was none other than the giant golden ape form that Han Li had adopted once not long ago. He flipped a hand over, and the extreme essence-fused mountain appeared over one of his furry palms. Blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes, and it swung an arm through the air, sending the mountain hurtling the mountain through the air amid a resounding boom. Gusts of gale-force winds instantly took shape in the wake of the small mountain, and one could only imagine the devastating force culminating from the extreme essence-fused mountain's enormous weight and the giant ape's extraordinary strength. The thin layer of light was instantly torn apart by the small mountain before it crashed heavily into the massive door amid an earth-shattering boom. A ball of black light erupted from the gate, and the surrounding space twisted and warped white ripples that were visible to the naked eye surged through the air. The ripples were then devoured by the black light behind them before completely vanishing into the darkness. Even with Han Li's immense powers, his heart still jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly rushed backward in an alarmed manner. Black chi rose up around his body, and he immediately donned his suit of heavenly devilish armor. The black light finally faded, and Han Li waved a hand through the air to draw the extreme essence-fused mountain back to him. He then hurriedly narrowed his eyes and cast his gaze toward the gate up ahead, upon which a stunned look appeared on his face. At the center of the giant black gate was an indentation that resembled a pot and was around 10 feet deep. The shape of the indentation was completely identical to one corner of the extreme essence-fused mountain, but despite this, the gate still hadn't been completely destroyed. Furthermore, it was slowly recovering back to its original form amid flashes of light from the golden and silver runes. Han Li didn't know what material this gate had been forged from, but it was extremely resilient. It appeared that there was only one more thing that he could try. He heaved a faint sigh as a wry smile appeared on his face, but he didn't hesitate any longer as black light flashed, and he reverted back to his human form. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and bright golden light erupted from his body. A series of golden scales appeared over his skin, and his face was also concealed by a layer of golden light. He laid a hand onto the back of his own head, and a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared. The projection's 6 arms made hand seals in unison, and brilliant golden light erupted from it as it manifested a substantial golden body. In the next instant, one of the golden body's arms abruptly reached out and made a grabbing motion, upon which a golden blade segment suddenly appeared in its hand. This was none other than the incomplete profound heavenly treasure. Han Li began to chant something, and light swirled around the golden body, forming countless runes that surged into the blade segment in a frenzy. Golden light flashed from the surface of the blade segment, and it blurred slightly before the rest of the blade was also conjured up. Initially, this segment of the blade was slightly blurry and indistinct, but with the influx of more golden runes, it quickly became identical to the rest of the blade. The blade tremored slightly as the golden body brandished it, and a wave of golden light instantly erupted from it. The nearby world's origin chi in the wake of the golden light was immediately stirred up into a frenzied state, and countless specks of 5-colored light instantly appeared out of thin air before surging rapidly toward the golden blade like moths to a flame, then vanishing into the blade itself. A delightful ringing sound rang out from the golden blade, and Han Li's chanting abruptly ceased before he uttered a single menacing word, slash. The golden body immediately raised the golden blade before slashing it toward the giant gate at Han Li's behest, sending a scintillating blade projection hurtling through the air. Initially, the blade projection was only around a foot in length, but after flying through the air for several tens of feet, it had swelled to around 10 feet in length before striking the huge black gate like a dreamy golden crescent moon. The seemingly indestructible gate was sliced in half by the blade projection in a completely soundless manner before collapsing inward. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately withdrew his golden body projection before rushing forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had passed through the broken gate, and as soon as he emerged on the other side, he began to inspect his surroundings while simultaneously releasing his enormous spiritual sense. Immediately thereafter, a stunned look appeared on his face. The world beyond the gate consisted of a small plaza with gray barriers all around it and azure light shimmering above it. Aside from the giant gate that he had just passed through, there were no other visible entrances, and the entire plaza was completely empty aside from a strange circular platform at its center upon which something seemed to have been placed. Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense, and his pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the tall platform before he made his way directly toward it. Moments later, he arrived near the platform, and he discovered that it was only just over 300 feet in size. There were intricate and beautiful designs carved onto the ground depicting the sun, the moon, and stars of different sizes. All of the depictions were extremely lifelike, and they covered virtually the entire platform. At the center of the platform was a vibrant green Taisher chair that was quite grandiose to behold. Aside from that, there were 9 silver objects that were each around as tall as a human. They were standing on the platform in a completely stationary manner, and Han Li discovered that these were silver armored warriors that were wielding long halberds. Aside from 9 pairs of black eyes, none of the armored warriors had any parts of their bodies revealed through their suits of armor. These appeared to be statues or other types of inanimate objects rather than sentient puppets. However, all of them were in a rather strange position. They weren't wielding their halberds with both hands. Instead, one hand was making a hand seal while the other hand was locked tightly around the shaft of the halberd at around the halfway point, while the sharp tip of the weapon was pointed directly up the sky. All 9 of the silver armored puppets were in the same pose. As Han Li inspected the diagram on the ground and the armored warriors, he couldn't help but look up toward the section of the sky that the silver halberds were pointing toward. There, he discovered a golden ball of light that was situated at an indeterminate altitude. The ball of light was slowly revolving in a mysterious manner and created a stark contrast with the azure sky around it. This immediately made Han Li think of spatial nodes. Even though that ball of light wasn't an actual spatial node, it was definitely something that was similar to a spatial rift. Han Li appraised the golden ball of light as blue light flashed through his eyes, immediately following which a hint of bewilderment appeared on his face. Could it be that it led to some other mysterious place? After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, having discovered nothing else, and began to inspect the 9 armored warriors. These armored warriors were all shimmering with silver light and wore suits of uniform silver armor. However, their suits of armor and halberds were all constructed in the simplistic style that was unique to ancient treasures, and there were countless runes inscribed all over them. In particular, there were a few indistinct yet profound golden runes on a few important areas, and it was clearly golden seal text. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly raised a hand before flicking a finger gently toward one of the armored warriors. A streak of sword chi that was around as thick as a finger shot forth and reached the armored warrior's shoulder in a flash. Yet just as it seemed that it was going to puncture through the armor warrior's shoulder without any impediment, an astonishing scene ensued. The statuesque armored warrior's silver halberd suddenly moved like lightning, striking the azure sword chi and dispersing it with a single blow. Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this, and he retreated back a few steps. At the same time, he waved a hand in front of him to conjure up a gray light barrier before looking on in a cautious manner. However, in the next instant, the silver armored warrior merely withdrew its halberd and adopted its original pose again. So these really are puppets. Han Li murmured to himself as his expression eased slightly. He didn't know just how powerful these puppets were, but the fact that they were still able to move without being controlled after so many years was already quite astonishing. However, it was exactly because Han Li had ascertained that these puppets didn't possess any spiritual nature that he was led to heave a faint sigh of relief. No matter how powerful a puppet was, it was simply a mindless object without anyone to control it, so there was nothing for him to fear. Thus, Han Li paid no further heed to them and lowered his head to carefully inspect the massive starry sky diagram underfoot. In the beginning, the diagram merely struck him as something that was very mundane and ordinary. However, after inspecting it for a while longer, he suddenly felt the diagram blur. Following it seemed to have sprung to life. The surrounding scenes blurred, and he found himself situated in a profound alternate world beneath the starry sky. The sun and moon that were originally still and lifeless suddenly began to release golden and silver light, and under their illumination, all of the other stars also began to glow with cold white light while revolving rhythmically around the sun and moon. At the same time, the sun and moon themselves were also fluctuating in size and altitude in a continuous loop, seemingly depicting the passage of time. Some periods were slow and peaceful while others rushed by in a flash. Han Li looked on calmly at this unfolding scene, which seemed to contain the true laws of heaven and earth, and his mind was completely blank. He wasn't thinking of anything, nor did he want to think anything. He was merely passively being taken along for the ride. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. It was as if an eternity had passed by in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, his entire body shuddered as a surge of refreshing coolness surged out of his dantian, then revolved throughout his head along his meridians. Under the stimulus from that burst of cold energy, Han Li let loose a faint groan and finally returned to his sense, thereby snapping back to reality. Almost at the exact same moment, the entire starry sky seemed to have sensed something, and it shattered before vanishing as fragments of light. When Han Li completely reawakened, he was still standing on the tall platform, looking down at the starry sky diagram on the ground. The eternity that he felt as if had just transpired had actually only lasted the span of a few breaths. Han Li immediately drew a sharp breath as he hurriedly withdrew his gaze from the diagram. This starry sky diagram was imbued with an extremely powerful illusionary formation that was well beyond his realm of comprehension. Even with his powerful spiritual sense, he was drawn into it without being able to offer any resistance. And if it weren't for the fact that his great development technique had activated of its own accord to drag him back to reality, he would have still been standing on the spot in a completely entranced state. The illusionary formation that he had just experienced had been so realistic, and the concepts of reality and illusion filled him with quite a conflicted and complex feeling. Even though his mental fortitude was far superior to that of the average person, he still couldn't help but be affected by that experience. He furrowed his brows tightly as he closed his eyes and continued to activate the great development technique, alleviating the irregular emotions in his heart little by little. Only after a long while did he manage to just repress his massive emotional fluctuations, upon which he opened his eyes again. On this occasion, he naturally didn't dare to look at the starry sky diagram again. Instead, he stood on the spot with a vacant expression for a long while before heaving a long sigh as his expression gradually returned to normal. He could sense that even though what he had just experienced had been extremely perilous, it had also provided a rare opportunity for him to refine his mental state, and it had therefore significantly benefited his mental fortitude. Even his spiritual sense seemed to have become slightly more powerful. Could it be that this starry sky diagram was actually a special restriction designed to refine one's willpower rather than just simple illusionary formation? Seeing as this diagram was so profound, it only made sense that the item positioned at the center of the platform would be quite extraordinary as well. With that in mind, Han Li immediately turned and began to appraise the green Taisher chair sitting at the center of the stone platform. The material used to construct the chair was neither wooden nor metallic in nature, but it was entirely green in color, and there was a layer of translucent light shimmering from its surface. Han Li suddenly began to stare intently at the chair as a stunned look appeared on his face. A series of shimmering silver runes suddenly appeared on a previously empty chair, and there were only just over 100 runes in total, but all of them were beveled silver text. With Han Li's photographic memory, he was naturally able to memorize them in the blink of an eye, but he had no idea how they had appeared. Moments later, all of these silver runes shattered before vanishing into the chair down below as specks of spiritual light. Han Li continued to stare at the chair, but his mind had already wandered to the string of text that he had just memorized. A short while later, his expression changed slightly, and he discovered that the string of text was nothing more than an extremely simple activation incantation. There was no beginning and no end, and there weren't even any annotations. How peculiar! Han Li was rather hesitant as he glanced at the 9 armored puppets, then up at the golden ball of light in the sky. He then turned his attention back to the starry sky diagram and the green Taisher chair as he carefully read through the incantation in his mind. He stroked his chin, and a contemplative look appeared on his face as he formed a rough judgment. All of a sudden, he made a hand seal, and bright golden light erupted from his body. Golden scales also appeared over the surface of his skin, and he activated his provenance true devil arts once again. Immediately thereafter, he let loose a low cry, and a golden figure emerged from behind him, then transformed into the golden body projection in a flash. Hanli then laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a streak of black light flew forth before vanishing into the golden body. That was none other than his second nascent soul, Little Black. As soon as the nascent soul entered the golden body, one of the clear faces on the three heads abruptly attained a pair of intelligent inky black eyes that were identical to those of a normal person. A flash of golden light then appeared, following which the Fien's celestial-like golden body drifted down onto the ground before landing in front of Han Li. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and his body blurred before he vanished on the spot. In the next instant, a figure abruptly appeared in the air around 300 feet away from the tall platform. It was none other than Han Li, and he was hovering in a stationary manner with his hands clasped behind his back. He had already discovered that as soon as he entered the space within the screen, the flight restrictions had disappeared. That was why he was able to rise up into the air to appraise everything that was transpiring on the platform. He issued an instruction to his second nascent soul, and the golden body suddenly made hand seals with all 6 of its hands at once. A profound incantation was then uttered by the head with the pair of intelligent black eyes. The incantation was uttered very slowly, but every single syllable was pronounced in a very clear manner, and this was none other than the beveled silver text incantation that had appeared on the Taisher chair. A mere activation incantation naturally wasn't going to stump a spatial tempering stage being like him. However, here in this strange space, he didn't dare to use his true body to activate this nameless incantation. However, he could do so using his second nascent soul and his golden body, and that combination was far better able to defend itself in the face of danger than he was. Furthermore, using his second nascent soul to utter this incantation definitely produced an identical effect to utter this incantation himself, so this was naturally the perfect substitute. The incantation continued, and in the blink of an eye, the second nascent soul had already completed the entire incantation. However, no changes had appeared on the stone platform. The golden body stood silently on the platform in a completely expressionless and stationary manner. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly upon seeing this, and a hint of confusion flashed through his eyes. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he immediately instructed the second nascent soul to utter the incantation a second time. Thus, after around 10 minutes, the second nascent soul had uttered the incantation through the golden body 3 times in succession. However, after the 3rd time the incantation was completed, the 9 silver armored puppets and the golden ball of light up above still didn't display any changes, as if the incantation had had no effect at all. Han Li's eyes flashed, and a serious look appeared on his face as he appraised the green chair on the platform. Could it be that the person uttering the incantation has to sit on the chair for it to work? I wonder if this is a risk that's worth taking. A hesitant look appeared in Han Li's eyes. This place had been concealed in such a mysterious place, so it definitely harbored quite an important secret. This was something that even an immortal clearly held in very high regard. How could he be willing to leave without exploring everything to the best of his abilities? However, the illusionary formation in the starry sky diagram had been so fearsome that it naturally made him very cautious about getting his golden body to sit on the chair at the center of the diagram. So be it, risk and reward have always come hand in hand. Generally speaking, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I've already successfully manifested a golden body, so I'll just have to get my second nascent soul to take a risk. If I miss out on this opportunity, there's no way that I'll encounter any other immortal ruins in the spirit realm. After contemplating this conundrum for a long while, a determined look finally appeared on Han Li's face. He had always been prone to erring on the side of caution, but in the face of the massive temptation presented by this treasure left behind by an immortal, even he was convinced to take a risk. Almost at the exact same moment, a peculiar light flashed through the golden body's black eyes, and it immediately strode toward the chair. Moments later, the huge golden body stopped in front of the green chair, and it seemed to be rather hesitant as it was too massive to sit in the chair. Thus, it immediately made a hand seal, and it quickly shrank down amid a flash of golden light, reducing itself to around 10 feet tall compared to its original 20 feet stature. Only then did it take a seat on the chair and lay its arms on the armrests before uttering the incantation again. On this occasion, changes began to occur around the golden body as soon as it began to utter the incantation. Green light suddenly flashed from the chair that it was sitting on, and a series of silver runes surfaced before revolving around the golden body. As the incantation grew louder and more fervent, specks of 5-colored spiritual light also began to appear in the air above the platform. More and more specks of spiritual light began to gather, and it was as if there were countless 5-colored snowflakes fluttering through the air, creating quite a spectacular sight to behold. Han Li's heart stirred as he looked on at the scenes unfolding on the platform with an intense, unblinking gaze. Almost right after the 5-color specks of light began to appear, golden, silver, and white light abruptly emerged from the massive starry sky diagram on the platform. The sun, moon, and stars flashed before exploding into spiritual light of 3 different colors. Spiritual light surged once again before instantly forming a beveled silver rune, a golden seal rune, and another rune in a white text that he had never seen before. The runes formed a peculiar light formation that enshrouded the entire platform within. The 9 silver armored puppets and the golden body projection were situated right at the core and other vital locations within the light formation, and an indistinct yet profound connection seemed to have been forged between them. A peculiar light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, but he didn't take any additional measures. The second nascent soul had already reached the final few sentences of its incantation. An azure light flashed through the eyes of the 9 puppets as they finally sprang into action. All of the puppets suddenly shifted a half-step either forward or backward from their original location, and it wasn't a massive change at all, but a burst of restriction fluctuations were suddenly triggered. The fluctuations resonated with the light formation, and the scenes unfolding within the formation instantly changed. The 5-colored specks of light that were hovering in the air shuddered before plunging into the light formation like a torrential storm. At the same time, golden flames erupted from the bodies of the 9 puppets as they held onto their silver halberds. The golden flames reflected off their silver armor, making the puppets appear as majestic and imposing as heavenly generals. However, these puppets certainly weren't just there to look good. As soon as the golden flames emerged, bursts of enormous spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from their bodies. This spiritual pressure was so immense that it instantly caused the world's origin chi around the platform to surge and churn before forming gusts of strong golden wind that howled through the air. Han Li was situated over 300 feet away, and he was only barely glanced by the peripheral gusts of golden winds, but his expression immediately changed drastically. Golden light flashed from his body, and he shot back like a giant arrow as if he had been struck by some kind of tremendous force. He reappeared over 200 feet away in the blink of an eye, and he only managed to just barely steady himself after stumbling back several steps in succession. The spiritual pressure being released by these puppets was truly terrifying. Even though Han Li's body was currently more powerful than that of even the average holy grade being, he still couldn't withstand the spiritual pressure for even an instant. Han Li was naturally quite stunned by this development, but had no time to dwell on it as he hurriedly raised his head to cast his gaze toward the platform. There, the silver halberds in the hands of the 9 armored warriors suddenly shuddered in unison before expelling a golden pillar of light each, which surged directly toward the golden ball of light up above before vanishing into it in a flash. A strange rumbling sound immediately rang out from within the ball of light, and the light within it began to rapidly revolve, slowly forming a gigantic vortex. 3-colored light swirled within the huge light projection, and a 3-colored rune that was virtually the same size as the formation slowly emerged before hurtling into the air in a flash. Moments later, the giant rune vanished into the golden vortex, and the golden light surged violently as a loud rumbling boom rang out. Immediately thereafter, powerful spatial fluctuations erupted from within the vortex, and a few rumbling booms rang out as the golden pillars of light erupting from the silver halberds instantly increased to over twice their original thickness, making their thickness comparable to that of large bowls. Bright light also erupted from the light formation on the platform, manifesting a substantial 3-colored light barrier then enshrouded the entire platform within. There were countless golden and silver runes emerging in a frenzy within the light barrier, and they were drifting directly toward the golden body sitting on the chair. The entire light formation was activated to its very maximal extent, and the rumbling booms had become as deafening as thunderclaps. At the same time, Han Li suddenly sensed that the light around him had abruptly dimmed, and as he inspected his surroundings, he was immediately given a massive fright. He had returned to the massive starry sky that he had already been trapped in once. However, on this occasion, he had a rather strange perspective where he was looking down on everything from above, and there were a series of scorching white stars hovering right beside him. The golden body, green chair, three-colored light formation, armored warriors, and golden vortex were also situated within the same starry sky. Han Li abruptly waved a sleeve through the air, and a flying sword that was around an inch in length surged forth, then circled around before transforming into a streak of azure light. The azure light slashed through several nearby stars, completely dispersing them in the process, but mere moments later, the stars that had been destroyed returned to normal amid flashes of white light. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, but he was quite relieved internally. It seemed that this starry sky wasn't an illusionary realm, and on this occasion, he had managed to retain clarity of mind. However, just as this thought appeared in Han Li's mind, the spatial fluctuations emanating from within the golden vortex suddenly became several times more powerful. The fluctuations seemed to have formed substantial waves that were visible to the naked eye, and they erupted from the vortex in all directions. The sky blurred in the wake of these fluctuations, and it was as if the entire starry sky had instantly been tipped on its head in an involuntary manner. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, as if heaven and earth were being torn apart, and an extraordinarily thick white pillar of light erupted from the golden vortex. The pillar of light struck the light formation on the platform with unerring accuracy, encompassing the chair and the golden body in the process. The sound of howling winds and rumbling thunder could be heard coming from within the pillar of light, and it contained countless five-colored runes. Even though Han Li was currently situated hundreds of feet away from it, he could still sense the extremely pure spiritual power imbued within the pillar of light. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that the pillar of light didn't just contain spiritual qi. It also seemed to be imbued with a boundlessly enormous aura like that of a star. Before the second nascent soul had a chance to react, the pillar of light had descended upon the golden body, and the space around it instantly tightened as a burst of irresistibly heavy force weighed down upon its body. Even with the golden body's immense strength, it was unable to move so much as a single finger. The pure spiritual power within the pillar of light and the five-colored runes surged into the golden body in a frenzied, unstoppable wave. Han Li's expression changed drastically as he looked on from afar. At such close quarters, his main nascent soul still had a close connection with his second nascent soul, so he was able to directly sense everything as if he were the golden body itself. With the frenzied influx of pure spiritual power and five-colored runes, the profound devilish qi that the second nascent soul had cultivated to the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage instantly progressed to the late nascent soul stage, as if the bottleneck between the two stages didn't even exist. Furthermore, the second nascent soul continued to become more powerful at an incredible rate under the illumination of the pillar of light. Mere moments later, progressed to the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage and encountered the deity transformation stage bottleneck. This was an obstacle that even Han Li had only just barely overcome in the past, yet the second nascent soul merely progressed to the early deity transformation stage as if it were taking a stroll in the park. Its cultivation base was still being rapidly enhanced, and less than the span of 10 breaths had passed since the pillar of light had fallen upon the golden body. Han Li was understandably extremely astonished, and he could barely believe the information that the second nascent soul was transmitting to him. However, what was even more astonishing was that the golden body projection was beginning to crumble under the pillar of white light, disintegrating into thousands of droplets of golden liquid that hovered within the pillar of light. Thus, the second nascent soul was completely exposed. However, before Han Li had a chance to figure out whether this was a positive or worrying development, some of the five-colored runes in the air suddenly shrank down to around the size of grains of rice, then surged into the droplets of golden liquid. These droplets of golden liquid seemed to have been cleansed over and over again by some kind of mysterious power, and Han Li and the second nascent soul suddenly let loose a cry of excruciating agony in unison. The second nascent soul had black chi churning violently over its body, which was shuddering uncontrollably, and Han Li immediately plummeted out of the sky as a ball of golden light. Han Li and the second nascent soul felt as if their bodies and spiritual sense were being raked over and over again by countless sharp blades. And what was even more damning was that no abilities could alleviate this pain even in the slightest. It was as if they had been reduced to mere mortals and could only suffer through the ungodly agony without any being able to offer any resistance. Even though Han Li's immensely powerful body was able to withstand even flying swords and flying sabers, this excruciating pain still made him lose control over his own magic power, thereby resulting in him plummeting from the sky. Even though he was in extreme agony, he was still able to maintain the output of his provenance true devil arts, so a fall from that altitude was nowhere near enough to hurt him. Instead, a small crater was smashed into the ground amid a dull thump by his powerful body, and shattered stone shrapnel flew in all directions. However, Han Li didn't have any spare capacity to notice these small details. Right after he let loose that involuntary cry of agony, he had forcibly pursed his own lips as he tried to repress the pain, and his face was beginning to turn purple. This type of agony was unbearable to the average person, and he could only resist it using his willpower. In this situation, Han Li could sense that his soul had become scorching hot, as if it had been enveloped by a scorching ball of flames and set alight. Han Li just barely managed to retain a shred of clarity of mind, but he was still extremely stunned by this development. He gritted his teeth and struggled into the sitting position in the crater, then folded his legs and made a hand seal as bright golden light erupted from his body again. After growing slightly accustomed to the agony, he was using his provenance true devil arts to try and alleviate the pain. However, in the next instant, something happened that left him feeling a little stunned. As soon as he began to circulate his spiritual power within his own body, the agony that he had been afflicted by suddenly transformed into bursts of refreshing coolness that surged through his meridians in a frenzy, then turned into a type of strange energy that he had never seen before. This energy began to spur on his provenance true devil arts, causing it to operate at a fearsomely rapid rate. Following a complete cycle of spiritual chi revolution, he could sense that his cultivation base had improved slightly. It wasn't a drastic increase by any means, but it was certainly noticeable. This strange improvement continued as he circulated his provenance true devil arts, and this discovery naturally filled him with elation. Thus, he immediately began to focus on cultivation as golden light flashed from his body. Under these circumstances, every single revolution of his cultivation art provided an effect that was equivalent to a year of arduous cultivation, so he definitely wasn't going to pass up such a brilliant opportunity. However, his rate of progression was still far inferior to that of the second nascent soul in the Pillar of Light. The second nascent soul was also circulating its cultivation art to try and alleviate its agony, but due to the enormous influx of energy flowing into its body within the Pillar of Light, it was unable to blunt its pain by much. However, at the same time, its cultivation base was improving at 3 to 4 times the rate of Han Li's progression. After a while, it progressed to the mid-deity transformation stage, and it still didn't encounter any bottlenecks. Time passed by slowly, and Han Li's body suddenly shuddered as a peculiar feeling welled up in his heart. After spending some time working through his early spatial tempering stage bottleneck, he made a breakthrough to the mid-spatial tempering stage. He was naturally ecstatic to sense this, and he continued to circulate his provenance true devil arts as quickly as he could. What he failed to notice was that in the instant he reached the mid-spatial tempering stage, the golden droplets within the Pillar of Light in the distance suddenly flashed before abruptly converging toward the second nascent soul. In the blink of an eye, a brand new golden body took shape within the Pillar of Light. It still had 3 heads and 6 arms, but there were purplish golden patterns running all over its body, forming a series of strange and slightly indistinct runes. Not only were these purplish golden runes quite blurry, they also seemed to be incomplete. Even so, the golden body was releasing an aura that was vastly more powerful than before, and the crimson golden spiritual light emanating from its body was infused with a hint of a mysterious purple color. The second blurry face of the golden body also became noticeably clearer than before, and one could even make out some facial features such as its eyes and nose. However, the third face remained as indistinct as ever. After obtaining this new golden body, the second nascent soul was able to absorb spiritual power and 5-colored runes at a vastly improved speed, and its pain had also been alleviated significantly. Moments later, the second nascent soul progressed to the late deity transformation stage before rushing rapidly toward the pinnacle of that stage. A short while later, Hanli was also close to the pinnacle of the mid-spatial tempering stage and was accumulating power for another breakthrough. Right at this moment, the second nascent soul broke through its major bottleneck with relative ease and progressed to the spatial tempering stage as well. Any spirit realm mighty figure would be stunned to the point of speechlessness if they were to witness this terrifying rate of progression. A resounding boom rang out, and the silver halberds being wielded by the 9 armored puppets suddenly let loose a prolonged ringing sound in unison. At the same time, 9 pillars of light erupted from their sharp tips before vanishing into the air above. The pillar of white light erupting from the golden vortex abruptly shuddered before becoming even thicker than before, and the second nascent soul instantly let loose a shrill cry of agony in response. The golden body that had just taken shape began to melt away again amid violent flashes of golden light. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to golden droplets that were floating within the pillar of light again. However, on this occasion, the golden droplets were infused with hints of purple, and they seemed to be different from before. After that, the same events transpired again. Pure spiritual power and 5-colored runes surged into the golden droplets, and bursts of mysterious energy cleansed them once again. The traces of purple within the golden droplets also began to expand at a rate that was indiscernible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the sense of agony that Han Li had been afflicted by was increased by about 2-fold in the instant that the pillar of white light had thickened, and the pain was so crippling that he almost blacked out on the spot. Thankfully, his pain tolerance threshold had been temporarily elevated by this relentless assault of agony, and that allowed him to just barely cling onto his consciousness. Furthermore, as he continued to circulate his spiritual power, he began to absorb more and more of the cool energy that was enhancing his cultivation base. This experience made Han Li feel as if he were being burned and frozen at the same time. His cultivation base had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-spatial tempering stage about 7 or 8 minutes ago, and since then, he had drawn upon this mysterious energy to attempt over 10 breakthroughs to the late spatial tempering stage. However, this bottleneck was clearly vastly different from the previous ones he had broken through, and it simply refused to budge. As such, more and more the mysterious energy accumulated within his body, and his pain was elevated to an unprecedented level. If he couldn't break through this bottleneck in a short time, he felt as if either his soul would be torn apart by this excruciating agony or his body would explode. He had only managed to last until this point, as his great development technique and provenance true devil arts had bolstered his soul and body to be far more powerful than those of other cultivators of the same caliber. If a normal spatial tempering cultivator were in his place, they would have perished long ago. Thus, Han Li's ecstasy quickly turned into alarm, and he could only continue to gather up the energy within his body before making one frenzied attempt after another at breaking through his bottleneck. He was only a sliver away from making the breakthrough, but he found himself unable to take that final step, and he was becoming quite anxious. As expected, risk and reward really did come hand in hand. According to his estimates, he was going to die if he couldn't break through his bottleneck after 3 more attempts. Just as he was beginning to sweat profusely, a ball of golden light that resembled a scintillating sun suddenly appeared around him. It was so bright that if any onlookers were present, they would have been forced to look away. Perhaps the breakthrough attempts that he had made had finally bore fruit, or if his desperation had allowed him to tap into more of his latent potential, but then he managed to break through the bottleneck after just 1 more attempt. Han Li's body shuddered, and several bursts of scorching energy flowed out from his dantian, surging through his body, limbs, and meridians. At the same time, golden and azure spiritual light flashed incessantly from his primary nascent soul, and it expanded quite significantly in size. His magic power also swelled drastically by well over half in virtually the blink of an eye. Han Li was ecstatic, but in the next instant, a hint of alarm and horror appeared in his eyes. In the instant that he progressed to the late spatial tempering stage, The golden droplets within the pillar of light in the distance had converged to form another golden body. Not only were the runes on this golden body far clearer and more complete than the previous one, the protective spiritual light it was releasing had also taken on a faint purplish-golden color. However, as a result, the white pillar of light that was crashing down from above expanded once again, causing the golden body to disintegrate for a third time. Furthermore, the influx of cool energy continued at an even faster rate, and Han Li's cultivation base was progressing even more quickly than before. Never did he think that he would be horrified by excessively fast cultivation progression someday. Han Li was well aware that even with the power of the Pillar of Light, his bottlenecks were becoming more and more difficult to break through. His last breakthrough had already been extremely forced, so there was no way he would be able to successfully make a breakthrough to the body integration stage. If his magic power were to continue to pile up, his body would inevitably explode, so how could he not be alarmed? This strange situation was completely out of his control, and only by wrenching the second nascent soul out of that pillar of light would he be able to escape this perilous situation. However, the second nascent soul's golden body had been destroyed thrice already, and the nascent soul itself was completely immobilized by the enormous power crashing down from above. How could he possibly detach the second nascent soul from the pillar of light? As such, he could only look on in a resigned manner as his cultivation base continued to improve at an astonishing rate. Around an hour later, the second nascent soul made 2 more breakthroughs and reached the late spatial tempering stage, making its cultivation base comparable to Han Li's. However, the rate of progression that the second nascent soul was experiencing within the Pillar of Light naturally far exceeded that of Han Li. He was still quite far away from reaching the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, yet his second nascent soul had already progressed to that point and had begun attempting a breakthrough to the body integration stage. Breaking the bottleneck to the body integration stage required far more power than the normal person could imagine. The golden droplets seemed to have also sensed that a major breakthrough was being attempted, and it converged to form a golden body that enveloped the second nascent soul again. Enormous amounts of energy surged out of the nascent soul's body, and even the golden body couldn't withstand such immense energy output as it crumbled away again. The last attempt that had been made was nowhere near enough for the second nascent soul to make a breakthrough to the body integration stage, so it had no choice but to accumulate energy anew after the golden body vanished. Following the golden body's disintegration, it reformed once again amid a flash of purplish golden light. This process was repeated 7 or 8 times, and every breakthrough attempt that the second nascent soul made was enough to expend all of the mysterious energy it had accumulated. However, at the same time, due to the sheer enormity of the power output, the golden body that was manifested each time was easily broken, only to be rapidly manifested once again at the second nascent soul's behest. Every time the golden body took shape again, even more tremendous energy was accumulated than last time. However, the body integration stage bottleneck was far more powerful than anticipated, and even after so many surges of energy, it was only just beginning to budge slightly. The second nascent soul was clearly still nowhere near able to make this breakthrough, and Han Li's heart sank further and further. At this point, he had also reached the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and the cool energy was beginning to force its way through his meridians, resulting in a slightly swollen feeling. Han Li was extremely alarmed by this mounting development, but due to the agony that he was currently being afflicted by, he was only able to just barely hold onto a shred of consciousness, but he was unable to make any hand seals or summon any treasures. As such, despite his vast array of powerful abilities and treasures, he was unable to use any of that to his advantage. Meanwhile, the golden vortex continued to expel the white pillar of light, which wasn't abating in power in the slightest. Han Li could sense the mysterious energy rapidly mounting within his meridians, and his face became deathly pale. He knew that no matter how powerful his body was, there was no way it could compare with the might of his golden body projection. Even the golden body was being easily destroyed by the surges of energy during the second nascent soul's breakthrough attempts. There was no way that his body would be able to withstand this power. The energy within the Pillar of Light was indeed extremely potent, but it was also far too aggressive and overbearing. This sense of complete and utter powerlessness was something that Han Li had virtually never experienced during his cultivation journey, and even with his strong mental fortitude, he was beginning to panic. After a short while, it was as if a layer of golden powder had been applied to Han Li's body. Not only was he shimmering with golden light, the golden scales over his skin had also swelled significantly in size and begun to intertwine to form a faint golden suit of scale armor. Even though it was extremely thin, from a distance, it appeared as if Han Li had donned a suit of complete golden armor. This was none other than Provenance Amor, which was the bonded armor that would appear once one cultivated the Provenance True Devil Arts to an extremely high level. The suit of bonded armor currently didn't possess any powerful abilities, and its defensive prowess was less than 1/1000th of the heavenly devilish armor. But this type of bonded armor had boundless potential. It could develop as its wearer's cultivation base improved, and due to the fact that it was something that was bonded to the wearer, it was far more versatile than a normal suit of armor. Of course, this provenance armor wasn't something that a spatial tempering stage being was supposed to be able to attain. Instead, it was a powerful ability that was only supposed to manifest itself after one reached the body integration stage while cultivating the Provenance True Devil Arts. Han Li was only able to manifest an incomplete version of this ability in advance due to the overflow effect from the vast influx of energy. Even though this bonded armor certainly couldn't be considered to be very powerful, the earlier he attained it, the more latent potential it would possess, and he could use his own true essence to refine it. This was something that would have made Han Li ecstatic under normal circumstances, but in this current situation, he barely even took a glance at it. His attention was currently entirely focused on trying to think of a plausible method to save himself before he exploded like an overinflated balloon. In his desperation, Han Li really did think of a way to save himself. If he could self-detonate in the instant before his body exploded, he could draw upon the power released by his self-detonation to help his nascent soul escape. Even though Han Li was unable to summon any treasure or use any abilities at the moment, his body was like a ticking time bomb, and it wouldn't be a difficult task to detonate it slightly earlier than it otherwise would. Even though both scenarios would conclude in self-detonation, the connotations were completely different. If he were forced to self-detonate by that mysterious energy, he wouldn't be able to control the explosion at all, and it was most likely the case that his nascent soul would be swept up and destroyed. However, if he were to undergo a controlled self-detonation, he would be able to control the power and range of the explosion to a certain extent, thereby buying his nascent soul the opportunity to escape intact. Of course, this was only a last resort method that he would refrain from using until he absolutely had to. After all, a nascent soul without a body was virtually nothing more than a sitting duck that was at everyone's mercy. Thankfully, he had the spirit body of the immortal Xianxia in his storage bracelet, and if he really were forced to self-detonate, then the only course of action available to him would be to forcibly possess that spirit body. It was unknown whether this course of action would truly allow him to escape alive, but there were no alternatives for him. As for his second nascent soul, it would be up to the heavens to decide whether it survived or not. He wasn't even sure if he could save himself, so he naturally didn't have any spare capacity to worry about the second nascent soul's safety. Han Li heaved an internal resigned sigh, and he was regretting his reckless actions. If he had refrained from acting in such a rash manner, he wouldn't be in this desperate situation. After a short while, bursts of sharp pain began to spear through all of his meridians, and he felt as if they were about to be torn apart at any moment. His expression changed several times in succession, and he took a deep breath before beginning to activate what little remaining spiritual sense he had. His meridians had already been filled to the absolute brim by pure spiritual power, and it only took the slightest stimulus for it to begin churning violently. Golden light flashed erratically from his body, and the provenance armor that had just taken shape began to warp slightly. There were even white cracks that had begun to appear on its surface, and a wry smile appeared on Han Li's face. He cast his gaze toward his second nascent soul, which was situated within the pillar of light in the distance, and he strengthened his own resolve before preparing to detonate all of the magic power within his body. In doing so, he was essentially going to be tossing a spark into a bubbling pot of oil, and his body would instantly explode. However, right at this moment, a startling turn of events suddenly unfolded. One of Han Li's arms suddenly became extremely hot, as if it had been enveloped by scorching flames. His heart immediately jolted in response to this sudden development, and his spiritual sense faltered as he hurriedly cast his gaze toward that arm. As a result, He was stunned to see that a faint glowing yellow insignia had appeared on his forearm. His heart immediately stirred as he identified what this was. It was none other than the profound heavenly fruit that had been sealed within his arm. Before he had a chance to think of anything else, the yellow insignia suddenly began to flash and warp. The mysterious energy and pure spiritual power within his body immediately surged toward the insignia from his meridians in a frenzy as if they had found an outlet. The insignia was like a bottomless pit that didn't display any reaction aside from flashing slightly even after devouring such an astonishing amount of spiritual power. Moments later, close to half of the mysterious energy within his body was devoured, and the life-threatening peril he had been placed under was easily alleviated. He was naturally ecstatic to see this, and in the next instant, an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. The yellow insignia suddenly flashed one final time before a yellow wooden rod appeared on the surface of his arm. It was none other than the profound heavenly fruit. The fruit seemed to be extremely excited, and it only flashed violently a few times before all of the spiritual power and mysterious energy within Han Li's body was completely sucked dry. The profound heavenly fruit then released an astonishing aura before gently swaying a few times toward the direction of the golden vortex in the sky. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed from one end of the fruit, and a blade that was around a foot in length suddenly emerged from that end of the fruit. The blade was as smooth as a mirror, but there was a string of green runes inscribed on its center, all of which were flashing with a cold light. This was none other than the profound heavenly sword. There was no need for Han Li to issue any instructions to the sword before it ascertained the biggest threat in this place, and it abruptly pointed its sharp blade at the golden vortex in the sky before a clear ringing sound erupted into the heavens. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed and countless dark green runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the sword blade. The sword then tremored slightly a few times, and the nearby world's origin chi surged violently. Countless wisps of five-colored light suddenly appeared out of thin air before surging toward the profound heavenly sword in a frenzy. The sword immediately began to glow with scintillating light. The clear ringing sound also became around twice as loud as before as it unleashed a slash toward the golden vortex up above. An azure sword projection appeared, and it was as scintillating as a bolt of heavenly lightning. In the next instant, it reached the golden vortex before unleashing a diagonal slash. A resounding boom rang out, and the white pillar of light was sliced in half. A burst of power of laws that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth erupted from the sword projection before inundating the golden vortex. A loud ringing sound immediately rang out from the vortex, following which light flashed, and it transformed into a golden disc that was around an acre in size. The massive golden disc had the exact same image inscribed upon it as the starry sky diagram on the platform, and at the same time there were countless five-colored runes hovering around it. One pillar of white light after another was being expelled by the golden disc in a frenzy as it desperately attempted to resist the power of laws imbued within the sword projection. This was clearly an extraordinary spatial treasure even in the true immortal realm, and its value most likely exceeded that of even the average profound heavenly treasure. But its forte clearly didn't lie in its offensive power. So how could it possibly withstand an attack that was imbued with the power of laws of an entire realm? Within mere moments, all of the white pillars of light were completely destroyed by the power of laws, and the surrounding space warped as the azure sword projection struck the golden disc. A crisp crack sounded, and dazzling golden light erupted from the golden disc. In the face of the enormous power of laws, it twisted and warped before shattering into pieces. The golden disc proved to be extremely fragile and instantly disintegrated into countless specks of light, leaving only some faint spatial fluctuations in the air. Right as this treasure was being destroyed, a thin and tall humanoid figure that was seated in a secret chamber deep within a certain sea of the spirit realm abruptly raised its head, and a pair of green fireballs appeared in its eye sockets, illuminating its facial features with great clarity. This was a white skeletal face, and the two green fireballs that were flashing within the eye sockets presented quite a harrowing sight to behold. Not far in front of the skeleton were 12 ancient copper lamps, each of which was around a foot tall. There were green flames of different sizes flickering within the lamps, the largest of which were comparable to the size of eggs, while the smallest ones were as thin as a pinky finger. A hint of bewilderment appeared in the skeleton's eyes, and it cocked its head to the side in a contemplative manner. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to it, and it abruptly opened its mouth to expel a ball of silver light. A palm-sized silver disc appeared from within the silver light, and aside from the fact that it was of a different color, it was completely identical to the golden disc that had been destroyed in the vast glacial realm. However, the silver disc was riddled with countless tin and long cracks, and in the instant that it emerged, it let loose an anguished wail before vanishing into nothingness. The green fireballs within the mysterious skeleton's eye sockets immediately swelled to several times their original size upon seeing this, and a thunderous roar of fury erupted from its mouth. It then abruptly rose to its feet and suddenly made a grabbing motion toward a certain patch of space in a fit of thunderous rage. Powerful spatial fluctuations immediately erupted forth as a giant inky black claw appeared out of thin air, then grabbed toward the nearby wall. A resounding boom rang out as the thick wall of the secret chamber was pulverized by the giant claw, but the skeleton's fury still didn't seem to have abated. It opened its mouth toward another wall, and there was black light flashing within its mouth, suggesting that it was seemingly about to blast out something. However, right at this moment, its eyes flashed and it suddenly turned toward the 12 antiquated lamps on the ground. The green flames within its eye sockets flashed, and it seemed to have calmed down as it slowly closed its large mouth in the end. The skeleton gritted its teeth and grumbled an unintelligible string of words before sitting down with its legs crossed once again. Thus, the interior of the secret chamber fell completely silent again, and the green flames within the 12 lamps continued to flicker, illuminating the secret chamber in an unsteady light. Green light flashed from the profound heavenly sword, and its blade quickly vanished as it reverted back to its original wooden rod form. The sword then emitted a clear ringing sound before drifting toward Han Li's arm as a ball of yellow light. The same faint yellow insignia then reappeared on Han Li's forearm, indicating that the profound heavenly sword had been sealed again. Han Li stared at the insignia on his arm with an elated look in his eyes. He heaved a long sigh of relief before attempting to stand up from within the crater. In the instant that the golden disc had been destroyed, all of his pain had been alleviated, leaving him feeling as if he had just survived an ordeal that would have surely resulted in his death. However, it was still too early for him to be relieved. As soon as he rose to his feet, his legs suddenly gave out from under him and he collapsed onto the ground again. Immediately thereafter, his entire body became numb, and this development was naturally quite alarming to Han Li, prompting him to release his spiritual sense to inspect his own internal condition. The result of his inspection brought a wry smile to his face. Even though he was currently at the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, his body was completely devoid of magic power. It was quite clear that although that slash from the profound heavenly sword had been devastatingly powerful, it had also sapped away all of the spiritual power within his body. On top of that, it had also completely devoured all of that mysterious energy that had flowed into his body. Otherwise, without that additional energy, there would have been no way for him to unleash that slash with the profound heavenly sword. Thankfully, only his magic power was currently completely depleted. Everything else had been left largely untouched, so he was already extremely fortunate. However, his meridians had been damaged by the excessive influx of energy from earlier, and now that his energy and magic power had been completely depleted, the after effects naturally began to rear their ugly heads. However, Han Li wasn't concerned about this. With his powerful self-regenerative abilities, he would be able to easily recover from this. However, the severe exhaustion of magic power was something that would take some time to recover from. In any case, he was still extremely pleased overall. He had confidence that he was different from other cultivators and that it was only a matter of time before he reached the late spatial tempering stage with the assistance of his rising dragon pills and other pills. But the rapid progress he had made today had saved him around 500 years or perhaps even 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. This was naturally a massively fortunate event for him. With that in mind, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face and he cast his gaze toward the center of the tall platform. There, the golden body was hovering in midair, and it was also seated with its legs crossed and its 6 eyes closed. Through the spiritual connection between his primary and second nascent souls, he was immediately able to determine that his second nascent soul was completely fine. It was merely consolidating its current cultivation base with all its might after making so many breakthroughs in quick succession. Otherwise, if it weren't careful, its cultivation base could immediately fall back down a stage or two. Furthermore, it had only been able to survive that rapid string of breakthroughs as Han Li was a spatial tempering cultivator himself. Otherwise, if the second nascent soul had truly only been a nascent soul stage being, then just the inner demon backlash resulting from the massive cultivation-based disparity would instantly drive it mad and result in its death. Even so, the second nascent soul definitely wouldn't be fit to fight anyone in a short time. Without over 10 years of meditation, inner demons would potentially appear at any time to destabilize its cultivation base. However, what was most remarkable to Han Li was the current state of the Provenance golden body. After being broken down and refined on multiple occasions by that mysterious energy, countless purplish golden runes had appeared over its body, and the aura that it was releasing was over twice as powerful as it had been in the past. The Provenance golden body had been extremely powerful to begin with, and now that its powers had more than doubled, it had naturally become an extremely fearsome force to be reckoned with. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise to Han Li, and even though he was doing his best to remain calm, he couldn't prevent a faint smile from appearing on his face. Around 2 hours later, Han Li sat up before folding his legs. The damage that had been inflicted to his meridians had already largely healed, and he flipped a hand over to summon several medicine vials of different colors, then tipped out a few pills that were emanating fragrant medicinal aromas before taking them all at once. The medicine vials then disappeared and were replaced by a pair of extremely vibrant green crystals. Han Li immediately closed his eyes and began to absorb the pure spiritual qi within these top-grade spirit stones as quickly as he could with the assistance of those pills. Not long ago, Han Li had wished he could expel all of the spiritual power within his body, which was threatening to make him explode. However, now that he truly had no spiritual power left, he was forced to accumulate it little by little once again. Han Li was left feeling rather speechless by this string of developments. Time passed by quickly and over half a day flew by in a flash. Han Li abruptly opened his eyes and a burst of light flashed through them, indicating that he seemed to have recovered some of his magic power. His brows furrowed slightly as he slowly rose to his feet, and due to the breakthroughs he'd made, his body was now able to hold far more magic power than in the past. The spiritual qi in this place was far more abundant than that of the spirit realm, and so much time had passed since he'd taken those pills and began to use those spirit stones to replenish his own energy, but he had only recovered around 10% of his total magic power. Of course, this so-called 10% was comparable to close to half of the magic power he had once had prior to his breakthroughs. However, in this current situation, Han Li naturally couldn't just meditate for a few days and waste that much time. After he felt like he had recovered enough energy to protect himself, he immediately sprang into action again. However, he didn't exit through the broken gate. Instead, he made his way toward the center of the stone platform. The most precious treasure here, that golden disc, had been destroyed, but all of the other treasures here were still quite tempting to him, and he planned to take all of them. This green chair that he was currently appraising was naturally one of those treasures. The chair had cooperated with the golden disc up above, and it was clearly quite an extraordinary treasure in its own right. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of azure light immediately surged forth, following which the chair vanished in the blink of an eye. After that, he cast his gaze around him, then abruptly appeared in front of one of the armored puppets. Compared to the spirit chair, Han Li was more interested in these puppets. Following the destruction of the golden disc, the puppets had returned to their original stationary statuesque state, but Han Li didn't dare to look down on them at all. Back when the armored puppets had been fully activated, the spiritual pressure they released was almost comparable to that of a body integration stage being. If he could control these puppets to fight for him, then they would be an enormous asset. With that in mind, he released his spiritual sense to infiltrate the puppet before him, but a peculiar look suddenly appeared on his face moments later. The construction of this puppet was extremely rough, and the only thing that Han Li was unable to identify was the strange crimson stone embedded into the core of the puppet, which wasn't an ordinary spirit stone. He didn't know what this strange stone was, but its surface was as smooth as a mirror, and it was flashing incessantly with countless thin golden threads within it. The spiritual light emanating from it was extremely faint, and it looked as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. It was quite clear that the puppet's actions had already exhausted most of the energy within the strange stone. At present, it appeared that the stone only possessed enough energy to support 1 or 2 more attacks from the puppet. Han Li's brows were tightly furrowed as he inspected the puppet for a long while, but in the end, he still swept a sleeve through the air to try and stow the puppet away amid a flash of green light. However, the turn of events that unfolded next gave Han Li a massive fright. Right as the azure light settled over the puppet before him, light suddenly began to flash erratically from its body, and it released an extremely dangerous aura. Just this aura alone was enough to force back the azure light, and Han Li immediately rushed back in an alarmed manner, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. After just a few flashes, he appeared in the air outside the platform, and right at this moment, the 9 puppets swung their halberds through the air in unison, sending powerful streaks of silver light hurtling toward their closest puppet. A string of dull thumps rang out, and the 9 puppets were all sliced in half at the same time before exploding as they collapsed to the ground, leaving only shattered puppet shards littered all over the platform. Han Li was naturally feeling rather wistful that he hadn't been able to take the puppets with him, but he then quickly flew over to the platform and collected all of the puppet fragments amid a flash of azure light. The construction of these puppets was a little rough, but Han Li had never seen this type of material before, so he was planning to take it for further research. After doing all that, he looked down to find that the platform was now completely empty, but the massive starry sky diagram was still perfectly preserved. Han Li had experienced firsthand just how powerful this illusionary formation was, and even with his significantly enhanced cultivation base, he didn't dare to look at it for too long. After taking a deep breath, he flipped a hand over to produce a white scroll. He flicked a wrist and tossed the scroll downward, upon which it descended as a streak of white light. However, when it was still over 100 feet above the platform, it paused in midair, and Han Li made a hand seal while chanting something before pointing downward in a solemn manner. The scroll unfurled to reveal a blank image that was several feet in length. The scroll then began to expand at a drastic rate as Han Li chanted his incantation, and mere moments later, it had expanded to around the same size as the stone platform, making it look as if it were a massive white canopy that was hovering in midair. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and his chanting ceased as he flicked his 10 fingers downward in succession. One incantation seal shot forth after another before vanishing into the white scroll down below, and lights of all different colors erupted from the scroll before slowly descending and encompassing the entire stone platform. The vibrant light swirled incessantly over the blank scroll, creating a spectacular sight to behold. Only after a full 10 minutes had passed did the light on the scroll gradually fade into nothingness, but the white scroll and now become a 5-colored one. Han Li waved a hand through the air, and the scroll immediately rose up from the platform in a flash before quickly shrinking down to its original size of several feet. There was now a miniature diagram on the scroll that was completely identical to the one down below. Han Li had used a secret technique to replicate the starry sky diagram on the stone platform. The scroll then transformed into a 5-colored streak of light that vanished into Han Li's sleeve in a flash. With this starry sky diagram replica, he was confident that he would be able to glean some secrets from it. At the very least, studying it would greatly assist him in bettering his understanding of illusionary techniques. As such, there was nothing of value left in this place. However, Han Li still carefully searched through this place, and only after ascertaining that there were no hidden items did he fly out of the shattered gate as a streak of azure light. He had already been in this space for close to a day, so he naturally didn't want to linger here any longer. A resounding boom rang out as a certain section of the giant screen in the main palace suddenly exploded. A ball of black light that was around 10 feet in size abruptly surfaced on the screen before quickly swirling to form a small vortex. A streak of azure light emerged from the vortex before fading to reveal Han Li at the center of the palace. He turned to look back at the screen before his third law destruction eye slowly fell shut on his glabella. It's a pity that this Shumi treasure has already been completely refined by someone else and can't be used by others. Otherwise, this would be a very useful treasure, Han Li murmured to himself in a slightly wistful manner before looking around at the palace, and sure enough, Lu Shuier and Shikuan were already nowhere to be seen. Despite this, Han Li's expression remained calm, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he strode out of the palace. He had remained in that Shumi paradise for such a long time, so the other two had presumably already searched through every other place here. As such, all he wanted to do now was to find them and leave this place as quickly as possible, then meditate somewhere for a few days to recover his own soul power. However, just as Hanli emerged from the palace and was about to let loose a long cry to contact Lu Shuaer and Shi Kuan, a loud rumbling akin to a thunderclap suddenly erupted from the ground, immediately following which everything began to quake violently. Hanli was quite startled by this development. Yet before he had a chance to do anything, the sky suddenly dimmed, and a vast expanse of dark clouds suddenly appeared to obscure the entire sky. Lightning flashed and loud thunderclaps rang out while gusts of powerful gray winds erupted from the ground in the distance, disappearing into the dark clouds like WIRM rising into the heavens. From a distance, it looked as if countless gargantuan pillars were rising into the air, creating a very spectacular sight to behold. Hanli's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. Even without releasing his spiritual sense, he could tell that the world's origin chi in this place had been plunged into complete disarray, and all types of spiritual chi had filled the entire sky. What was even more alarming to him was that many bursts of restriction fluctuations had emerged in the nearby space, and they were fluctuating in power in an extremely unstable manner. Azure light immediately flashed from Han Li's body as he slowly rose up into the air. Only after elevating to around 50 to 60 feet above the ground did he stop in his ascent. The flight restriction here hadn't completely disappeared, but its power was less than half as potent as it originally was. As such, Hanli had no difficulty flying at low altitudes. Right at this moment, the ground began to quake more violently, and a layer of purple light began to appear over the main palace behind him before fluctuating in brightness in an extremely erratic manner. A ball of yellow light abruptly erupted out of the roof of a certain building among the cluster of pavilions behind the main palace, and it hurtled directly toward the main palace. At the same time, a streak of white light also flew toward the main palace from one of the side palaces. These were none other than Lu Shuaye and Shi Kuan, and both of them wore alarmed expressions, clearly having been caught by surprise by this sudden development. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly, and he didn't hesitate any longer as he flew toward the plaza in front of the main palace as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he reached the mountain path outside the palace gate, then rushed down the steps toward the foot of the mountain. At first, he had been concerned that the suction force of the mountain path would still exist, and that it would impede his efforts to rush down the mountain, but after flying for over 100 feet, those concerns were completely laid to rest. Perhaps it was due to the sudden changes taking place in this space, or perhaps this restriction only applied to those scaling the mountain. In any case, he didn't encounter any impediment and reached the foot of the mountain after just a few flashes. Shi Kuan and Lu Shuaer also arrived beside him almost immediately thereafter. As soon as Shi Kuan appeared, he immediately bellowed in rage and frustration. What happened? Why does this space suddenly look like it's collapsing? I was just about to secure a powerful treasure. Humph, you think you're the only one? I had just broken the restriction on a secret chamber and was about to enter it. Lu Shuaer snapped. Neither of them appeared to be explicitly pinning the blame on anyone, but both of them turned to look at Han Li in unison. Do you think I have something to do with this? I only just emerged from that space as well. How could I have possibly done anything to result in this situation? Han Li's expression darkened, and he certainly wasn't going to take the blame for this. But let's discuss this after we get out of here. If we don't leave this place, we'll all be dead once the space collapses. Shi Kuan was about to say something further, but Lu Shuaye interjected to cut him off, and he immediately fell silent. Han Li naturally wasn't going to say anything either, and the three of them rose up into the air as streaks of light. Now that the three of them were flying together, the speed of their flight increased by about twofold, and they reached the stone platform nearby, upon which stood the teleportation formation. The three of them rushed into the teleportation formation at the same time, upon which Han Li raised a hand to cast an incantation seal toward the edge of the formation. The formation released a faint buzzing sound and a flash of bright white light, following which Han Li's trio was instantly completely encompassed within the white light. After the buzzing sound receded and the light faded, the teleportation formation also vanished. A streak of azure light emerged tens of thousands of feet in the air, following which Han Li abruptly emerged. Lu Shuaer and Shi Kuan also appeared within 200 feet of him, and none of them said anything as they stared intently down at the massive light hole down below. Lights of different colors were flashing incessantly within the light hole amid a string of rumbling booms, and spiritual light was flashing violently on the edge of the hole, making it look as if it were a volcano that was about to erupt. Let's go! We can't remain here any longer. That thing's about to blow up, and it'll be extremely perilous for us if we get caught up in the spatial vortex, Hanli said in an expressionless manner. He then flew toward a certain direction without waiting for a response from Lu Shuaer and Shikuan. Shikuan and Lu Shuaer exchanged a grim glance before immediately flying away behind Hanli. At their speed, the three of them instantly covered a distance of several thousands of kilometers in a short time. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted from extremely far in the distance behind them. A vast amount of spiritual chi was rapidly being compressed, then exploding violently to release enormous spiritual pressure that almost instantly tore apart the formations that Hanli's trio had set up around the entrance of the restriction. A massive pillar of wind erupted from the ground, then spread outward in all directions, sending gale-force winds sweeping through the surrounding area with a radius of several kilometers. At the same time, powerful spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and even though Hanli's trio was already far away from the scene, they could still clearly sense the devastating aura in that direction. Their expressions changed slightly in unison, and they realized that if they had fled the scene any slower than they did, they could have been in a lot of trouble. This is bad. Those Jiao Qi beings are heading toward us, and they're coming really quickly. They're about to get here soon, Lu Shuaer suddenly exclaimed. Hanli seemed to have also sensed something at the same time, and a grave look appeared on his face. They've indeed discovered us, and they're using secret techniques to track us. We can't stay here any longer. We have to split up and flee right away. Those Jiao Qi beings have remained here for so long, so they must also be plotting something big and may not be that intent on chasing us down if we run away. Seeing as all of them had secured the treasures they had come to the vast glacial realm for, all the three were planning to go their separate ways anyway, so neither of them objected to Hanli's proposal. In that case, I'll be taking my leave. Shikuan cupped his fist in a parting salute before flying away as a streak of yellow light. Seeing you again in Cloud City in a few months, Brother Han. Lu Shuaer also bade farewell to him with a faint smile on her face. She then swept a sleeve through the air to summon a palm-sized silver canoe, which elongated to around 10 feet in length in a flash. She gently stepped onto the canoe, and spatial fluctuations erupted as a ball of a 5-colored spiritual light appeared out of thin air before rushing into Lu Shuaer's arms. It was none other than that small winged leopard. After recovering her spirit beast, Lu Shuaer didn't hesitate any longer. Silver light flashed from the canoe beneath her feet, and it appeared several hundred feet away before continuing to hurtle into the distance. Hanli's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, following which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap. He gently flapped those wings, and his body shot forth as an azure and white thread of light. After just a few flashes, Hanli covered a distance of several thousand feet and disappeared from view. Right at this moment, a small white snake appeared nearby before vanishing into the light thread, which paused momentarily before hurtling away at full speed. Not long after that, spiritual light flashed in the distance, and over 10 streaks of light converged right at the spot where Hanli's trio had been situated at before. The streaks of light receded to reveal a dozen or so Jiao Qi beings, each in different attire. The young man who was leading the group had golden horns on his head and currently wore a dark expression. Those people sure are alert to have gotten away so quickly. To think that they were prowling nearby and went completely unnoticed by us until we triggered their restriction. We definitely can't let them get away with this. Lung Han, Bai Gua, you two chase down the other two with everyone else. I'll chase after the final person myself. The golden-horned young man instructed through gritted teeth. 2 Jiao Qi beings, 1 male and 1 female, immediately bowed in unison in response. Leave it to us, Envoy Shu Li. We'll be sure to hunt down our targets. The man appeared to be in his 40s and was very tall and broad. There were dense scales all over his body, and he had a curved blue horn on his head. In contrast, the woman was quite petite with a set of beautiful facial features. There was a short white horn that was several inches in length on her glabella, and she was wearing a silver dress of an unknown material. The two of them waved a hand toward the rest of the group, and 6 people detached themselves from the group before dividing themselves up into groups of 3. There were still 4 people left in the group, and the young man instructed, "You can all go with fellow Taoist Lung and fellow Taoist Bai as well. I'll be fine on my own." The 4 remaining Jiao Qi beings faltered slightly upon hearing this, and one of them wore a hesitant look as he began. "But esteemed envoy, have you forgotten what kind of treasure I'm carrying? Besides, even if I don't use profound heavenly holy artifact, do you think I'll be unable to take care of a mere upper race being?" The young man harumphed coldly in an implacable manner. The remaining 4 Jiao Qi being exchanged a few glances upon hearing this before deciding that this made sense, and they nodded in unison before also splitting up into 2 groups of 2 to join the Lung Han and Bai Gua. Immediately thereafter, the Lung Han and Bai Gua led their respective groups in different directions, speeding away in pursuit of Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan. Thus, the golden-horned young man was the only one left on the scene. He withdrew his gaze from the distance, then turned toward the direction that Han Li had disappeared in with a cold expression before patting a spirit beast ring hanging from his waist. A ball of yellow light emerged, and it let loose a dragon's roar before revealing itself to be a dark yellow lizard-like beast. This lizard beast had 6 paws and 2 massive pairs of fleshy wings on its back. It instantly expanded to over 100 feet in length and bore an extremely ferocious appearance. The golden-horned young man's body swayed and he instantly appeared on the head of the lizard bast. He then flipped his hand over and produced a translucent crimson snail. Most of the spirit gastropod's body was tucked away in its shell, and its feelers had also been withdrawn, giving it a rather lazy appearance. The golden-horned young man's brows furrowed slightly and flicked a finger through the air, sending a pea-sized crimson pill flying directly toward the snail. The snail instantly became more alert and its head shot out of its shell like lightning before it swallowed the pill in a flash. The young man made a hand seal with one hand while holding the snail in the other and began to chant something. The snail's feelers immediately extended toward the direction that Han Li had fled toward and began to glow with dazzling red light. A cold light flashed through the young man's eyes upon seeing this, and he stomped a foot down onto the lizard beast beneath him. Golden light flashed, and the 6-pawed lizard flapped its 4 wings vigorously, sweeping up a yellow sandstorm that instantly completely inundated its body. Moments later, the sandstorm receded, and the lizard beast and Jiao Qi being were nowhere to be seen. The azure and white thread that Han Li had transformed into was flying through the air at an incredible speed, covering a distance in excess of 50,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, he was constantly inspecting his internal condition with his spiritual sense during his flight, and his brows quickly began to furrow slightly. Not long after he had set off, he had sensed that something mysterious seemed to have locked onto him. He had been attempting to pinpoint and remove whatever was tracking him this entire time, but it seemed to be more than just an ordinary secret technique. As such, despite how quickly he was flying, he was unable to shake off his pursuer. Furthermore, even though he was flying at an extremely fast speed, maintaining this speed expended a vast amount of magic power, and in his current depleted state, there was no way that he would be able to keep up this speed for very long. As such, it seemed that he would have no choice but to take care of this pursuer if he didn't want to continue to be pestered. During his flight, he had already employed some methods to ascertain that he was being chased by a Jiao Qi being, and that there was only a single pursuer. As such, after failing once again to find what he was being tracked by, killing intent began to well up in his heart. With his current late spatial tempering stage cultivation base and vast array of powerful abilities, he would definitely be able to take care of a pursuer of the same cultivation base even in his depleted state. Even with that in mind, Han Li didn't immediately stop. Instead, he continued to flee at his current speed, and only after flying for several tens of thousands more kilometers did he stop. Even if there were more pursuers on the way, this was too far of a distance for them to arrive on the scene in a short time. As soon as he stopped, he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to summon several tens of small azure swords, all of which vanished into the surrounding air in a flash. He then clasped his hands behind his back and hovered in midair as he cast his gaze into the distance. Not long after that, a gust of yellow winds surged toward him from afar. The winds were extremely fierce, and even before it reached Han Li, there were already loud rumbling thunderclaps that could be heard erupting from within it. The yellow winds then vanished to reveal a giant lizard with 6 paws and 4 wings. Above the lizard's head stood a golden-horned young man who was appraising Han Li with a cold look in his narrowed eyes. "Which race are you from? You don't seem to be from the heavenly cloud races. So be it, no matter who you are, you dared to spy on us, so only death awaits you," the young man said in a frosty voice. Immediately thereafter, the 6-pawed lizard beneath his feet suddenly let loose a low roar, and a gust of powerful winds was swept up around it. The lizard beast then spread its 4 wings and disappeared on the spot. But the young man remained completely unmoved while making a grabbing motion in an unhurried manner. A murky black shadow appeared before abruptly elongating and revealing itself to be a black shadow spear. Han Li's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this, and golden light suddenly erupted from his body as he clenched one of his hands into a fist before thrusting it through the air in a certain direction. A golden fist projection erupted forth amid a resounding boom, causing the surrounding air to warp and twist violently. The giant golden fist projection then exploded nearby, transforming into a golden halo that encompassed everything within a radius of several tens of feet. Immediately thereafter, the bewildered and enraged roar of a beast rang out from within the light. A ball of yellow light then erupted forth to intertwine with the golden light, and the 6-pawed lizard emerged out of thin air in a rather sorry state, desperately spewing yellow light out of its mouth to ward off the golden light. Seeing as Han Li seemed to have been momentarily distracted by the lizard beast, a sinister look flashed through the young man's eyes, and the black spear in his hand suddenly vanished in a flash. In the next instant, black light flashed several tens of feet in front of Han Li, and the black spear abruptly reappeared before hurtling toward him as a streak of black light. However, Han Li reacted extremely quickly, and almost in the exact same instant that black spear appeared, he opened his mouth to blast forth a golden arc of lightning that struck the spear with unerring accuracy. He didn't know what kind of abilities the spear possessed, but from the faint odor of blood and gore emanating from it, he could deduce that this was most likely an evil weapon, so his divine devil-bane lightning would provide the perfect counter. However, the scenes that unfolded next had Han Li feeling quite astonished. Spiritual light suddenly flashed from the black spear, and it passed through the arc of lighting in a flash as a faint shadow. The golden arc of lightning struck empty space and wasn't able to slow down the spear in the slightest. The spear was already extremely close to Han Li, and he had just been caught off guard by this sudden development. So even though he was far more powerful than the average cultivator of his caliber, there was no way for him to evade in time. Thus, the black spear struck his body amid a dull thump before exploding into a ball of black light. Han Li was forced back a single step by the enormous impact, but his body remained completely unscathed. The black light released in the wake of the spear's explosion resembled sinister infernal light straight from the depths of hell, but it was kept at bay by a suit of black armor that emerged from Han Li's body in a flash. This was an attack that would have definitely killed a normal cultivator of his caliber, but it was kept at bay with relative ease by the suit of devilish armor. Han Li and the young man's expressions both changed in unison. Han Li was naturally quite stunned that his opponent's attack had been able to disregard even his divine devil-bane lightning. If it weren't for the heavenly devilish armor's reflexive reaction to protect its wearer, that attack could have spelled a lot of trouble for him. Meanwhile, the young man was stunned that the spirit spear that had earned him quick victories on so many occasions in the past had failed in this instance. He had already slain countless opponents with this weapon, and close to half of them were beings of the same cultivation base as him. A peculiar light flashed through his eyes, and he began to appraise Han Li's suit of black armor with an intense gaze. Even though this was the first time he had seen this suit of devilish armor, it was quite clear from its sinister design and the black runes emanating from it that this was no ordinary suit of armor. As such, he was becoming quite excited. "Good. You've got a nice suit of armor there. I'll be taking it for myself," the young man proclaimed in a cold voice. Han Li was naturally quite enraged to hear this, but his expression remained calm as he said, "Is that so? Come and take it if you have what it takes." The golden-horned young man flipped a hand over, and a silver ruler suddenly appeared in his grasp. As soon as the ruler appeared, it released an enormous burst of spiritual pressure, and Han Li's heart jolted slightly at the sight of it. Through the inspection of his spirit eye ability, he could see that the ruler was filled with dense runes, all of which were beveled silver runes. He immediately let loose a low cry and made a hand seal, upon which countless specks of azure light appeared out of the nearby space. The specks of light then expanded in a frenzy to form palm-sized azure lotus flowers. Han Li had activated his Spring Dawn sword formation in an instant, and immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a white figure, which circled around in the air before revealing itself to be a translucent giant python that was over 100 feet in length. The giant python pounced forward and wrapped its own body around the severely ravaged six-pawed lizard which had just emerged from the golden light. The giant python then opened its mouth before attempting to sink its fangs into the lizard beast's body, and the six-pawed lizard immediately retaliated in an alarmed and enraged manner. Han Li wasn't worried about his sentient puppet in the slightest. He had already examined that lizard beast and ascertained that it was only at the mid-spatial tempering stage. Even though Doll was only at the early spatial tempering stage, it possessed a pair of isotribute treasures that greatly enhanced its powers, so it certainly wouldn't be much weaker than the opponent. Furthermore, it possessed the body of a puppet which gave it a distinct advantage in battle as its combat prowess wouldn't be hampered at all unless it sustained fatal damage. With his puppet taking care of the lizard beast in his stead, he was able to focus his attention entirely on the young man within his sword formation. At this moment, the young man had already brandished the silver ruler and was inspecting the azure lotus flowers around him with a disdainful expression. He flicked his wrist and the silver ruler released a loud ringing sound before manifesting a series of ruler projections that appeared to be quite profound. Han Li's eyelids twitched and he immediately activated the sword formation. All of the azure lotus flowers revolved on the spot before swelling to several times their original size, then combining as one to form an azure light barrier. The young man could only sense his surroundings blur, following which he found himself on a vibrant green grassland after a flash of azure light. Delicate blades of grass that were no more than several inches tall laid all around him, interspersed with wild flowers of all different colors. There were birds chirping in the surrounding area, and this was an extremely relaxing setting that instantly struck him with a sense of drowsiness. This is an illusionary technique. The sleepy look in the young man's eyes faded in a flash, and he immediately came to his senses as a dark expression appeared on his face. He abruptly swept his silver ruler through the air, and countless ruler projections flew forth in a flash, then abruptly converged to form a massive ruler that was several tens of feet in length. The ruler let loose a dragon's roar, and the sound of howling winds and rumbling thunderclaps also abruptly rang out. The space in the wake of the silver ruler warped and twisted violently as if it were about to be torn apart, and the surrounding area shattered into countless fragments like an azure mirror. However, the surroundings then blurred, and the young man found himself in a dense forest next. All of the surrounding trees were extremely tall and lush, and their canopies virtually obscured the entire sky. Earth-shattering tremors suddenly ran through the ground, and all of the surrounding trees were suddenly felled, crashing down toward the young man as countless thick azure logs. You're trying to use this illusionary technique on me a second time? How insolent! A sinister look appeared on the young man's face as he swept his silver ruler through the air, releasing countless ruler projections once again. All of the azure logs that came into contact with the silver ruler instantly vanished as specks of spiritual light, and it seemed that the silver ruler's abilities were a direct counter to illusionary techniques. Silver light flashed, and the countless ruler projections converged once again to form a giant silver ruler before crashing directly toward one face of the azure light barrier. The scenes that unfolded next made Han Li's pupils contract drastically. In the instant before the silver ruler struck the azure light barrier, scintillating light erupted from it, making it almost impossible to look directly at it. Using this sharp light as a smokescreen, the silver ruler suddenly split into two. A silver ruler projection that was identical to the original treasure was left in its place while the ruler itself blurred before vanishing into thin air. Thankfully, Han Li had been quite wary of this Jiao Qi being and constantly had his spirit eye ability activated. Otherwise, he would have most likely been fooled by that switcheroo. The silver ruler projection struck the azure light barrier amid what appeared to be an extremely violent clash, but at the same time, a burst of virtually undetectable spatial fluctuations erupted several tens of feet above Han Li's head. Immediately thereafter, the silver ruler appeared out of thin air before instantly sweeping downward in a completely silent and stealthy manner. In the blink of an eye, the ruler was no more than several inches above Han Li. And after one final flash, enormous spiritual pressure erupted from it as it came crashing down without making any further attempt to disguise itself. Brilliant silver light erupted from the ruler, and right at that moment, golden light suddenly radiated from the top of Han Li's head, following which a golden palm that was riddled with purple runes emerged out of thin air. The golden hand then reached out like lightning and caught the silver ruler in a flash. The ruler shuddered and began to emit a shrill, shrieking sound. Silver and purplish golden light intertwined to result in an earth-shattering explosion, and shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye erupted from the epicenter of the explosion before surging toward all directions. The silver ruler was enveloped within a dense layer of silver light, extending and retracting in an unpredictable manner in an attempt to free itself. However, the fingers of the golden hand were like inescapable hooks, and even though they were being kept at bay by the spiritual light being released by the silver ruler, they were slowly closing in inch by inch. The young man in the sword formation was somehow able to see Han Li through the illusionary technique of the sword formation, and a stunned and furious expression appeared on his face. He immediately let loose a low cry before making a hand seal, then pointed a finger directly toward the silver ruler. A loud thunderclap rang out, and arcs of lightning erupted from the silver ruler to strike the golden hand. However, the hand was like an impregnable fortress, and it only shuddered slightly in the face of the ferocious lightning strikes. A disdainful smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air. Bright golden light erupted forth, and a purplish golden figure that was around 20 feet tall appeared. The figure had 3 heads, all of which were completely expressionless, as well as 6 arms. This was none other than Han Li's golden body projection, and not only was it riddled with purple runes in its current form, even the spiritual light that it was releasing had turned into a purplish golden color. The golden hand that had latched onto the silver ruler was none other than one of the projection's 6 hands. 2 of its 3 heads lowered in unison before opening their mouths to blast forth 2 bursts of golden light, which swept away the silver arcs of lightning being released by the ruler. The hand quickly took advantage of this opportunity to clamp its fingers around the ruler, and the silver light barrier surrounding the treasure was instantly shattered, thereby allowing the hand to truly close itself around the silver ruler. One of the golden body's other hands then also shot forth like lightning, and it rubbed its 2 hands together with the silver ruler between its palms. The ruler immediately let loose an anguished wail, and the silver light it was releasing instantly dimmed significantly. One of the golden body's heads then opened its mouth to expel a burst of golden light, which drew the silver ruler into its stomach. Everything had taken place in the blink of an eye, and by the time the golden-horned young man had processed what had just happened, he had already lost his spiritual connection with his precious treasure. He was naturally greatly alarmed and infuriated by this development. Unbeknownst to the Jiao Qi being, Han Li himself was also quite surprised, but his surprise was intermingled with elation rather than fury. He had known that the Provenance golden body would definitely be far more powerful than before after being refined by that mysterious energy, but he didn't think that it would be this powerful. To think that it was now able to steal enemy treasures as if they were nothing more than mere toys. Albeit, he had taken advantage of the element of surprise, and the treasure that was taken wasn't his enemy's bonded treasure. But this was still near unheard of. Han Li forcibly repressed his elation as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which a ball of black light emerged and vanished into the golden body in a flash. Black light flashed from the eyes of one of the golden body's faces. Its body swayed before it disappeared into the azure light barrier. Immediately thereafter, Han Li opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, which also vanished into the barrier in a flash. The golden-horned young man within the sword formation was still rapidly making hand seals with a furious look on his face in an attempt to recover his silver ruler, but upon witnessing what Han Li was doing, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately calmed himself down. He then exhaled as he ceased making hand seals, then let loose a loud cry, upon which a massive shimmering blue projection appeared behind him. This projection was around 50 to 60 feet tall with scales all over its body and a pair of eyes as red as blood. There were countless bullhorn-like bone spikes on the top of its head and its 4 limbs, creating quite a harrowing sight to behold. What was even more alarming was that the projection was holding an extremely peculiar treasure in each of its 2 hands. One of them was a long-handle hammer with a head that consisted of 3 monster heads fused as one, and the other was a triangular shield that was as smooth as a mirror and had crimson flames burning on its surface. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly as he made a strange hand seal, then began to chant something in a solemn manner. It was quite clear that Han Li was far more powerful than he had anticipated, thereby leading him to cast aside his initial disdain and take Han Li seriously as an opponent. However, he was still trapped within the Spring Dawn sword formation, so Han Li naturally wasn't going to allow him to unleash his abilities so easily. Thus, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he activated the sword formation again. Light flashed erratically from the azure light barrier as one azure lotus flower after another surged forth in a frenzy. These lotus flowers then transformed into countless lotus projections that surged into the sword formation, and all of a sudden, there were countless lotus flowers of different sizes and at different stages of their growth flying throughout the entire formation. What was even more entrancing was that in the instant that the azure lotus flowers appeared, bursts of a rich floral fragrance also filled the entire sword formation. This added an additional sense of realism to the scenes unfolding within the formation, and if one weren't careful, they could easily fall captivated by the beautiful scenery. However, the azure lotus flowers failed to entrance the young man. Instead, he was immediately able to identify the killing intent hidden within the flowers, and his expression darkened as the blue projection behind him swung its hammer toward the flowers. The 3 monstrous heads on the hammer opened their eyes in unison before also opening their mouths to release fierce white winds, scorching crimson flames, and powerful silver lightning. The flames were fanned by the winds, and the lightning was fueled by the flames as 3 surged forth as massive waves of devastating power. Almost at the exact same moment, azure light flashed from the surfaces of the azure lotus flowers and they transformed into countless azure sword projections that rained down from above, following which the sword projections struck the 3 powerful waves in a flash. The hammer was an extremely rare treasure, but with Han Li's recent cultivation-based advancements, his azure bamboo cloud swarm swords had also become far more powerful, especially when enhanced by the power of his sword formation. Even though these were only sword projections that had been released by the flying swords, they were no less powerful than actual flying swords. Thus, the torrential downpour of sword projections managed to steadily force back the 3 massive waves. The young man's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, but he then immediately gave a cold harumph, upon which his blue projection hurled its triangular shield through the air as well. This was clearly a fire attribute treasure, and after circling around in the air, it transformed into a fiery cloud that was around an acre in size before rising upward. The fiery cloud churned violently, and countless fist-sized fireballs swept forth along with streaks of crimson light. Many of the sword projections that struck the fiery cloud were instantly incinerated into nothingness, and the temperature within the entire sword formation was drastically elevated as if it had become a massive furnace. This fiery cloud assisted the 3 massive waves that had just been unleashed, forming a watertight protective barricade that allowed none of the torrential downpour of sword projections to reach the young man. Right at this moment, the azure light barrier behind the young man suddenly parted, and a huge golden hand that was as large as a banana leaf reached out. Before the hand had even reached the Xianxia being, a burst of enormous invisible force crashed down upon him, and he felt as if the surrounding air had become a cage of iron and steel. His body was completely immobilized, and he was unable to break free from these invisible constraints in a short time. The golden hand continued downward and reached the top of his head before quickly making a grabbing motion. At the same time, silver light flashed from another part of the azure light barrier, and a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in length emerged before opening its mouth to expel a burst of scorching silver flames. In the face of this perilous situation, the Xianxia being remained completely unflustered. As opposed to displaying any signs of fear, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he suddenly stopped uttering his incantations as he expelled a burst of 7-colored light out of his mouth. The rainbow light swirled before revealing itself to be a snowy white and translucent small bell. Ding! The bell rang in a pleasant manner, following which an incredible turn of events unfolded. In the instant that Han Li heard this ringing sound, he was suddenly struck by a sense of disorientation. Immediately thereafter, his surroundings suddenly blurred, and he somehow found himself tipped upside down. Not only that, but peculiar scenes were also unfolding within the sword formation. The sword projections that were raining down from above suddenly swerved upward to crash into the azure light barrier amid strings of resounding booms. Meanwhile, the space beneath the giant golden hand warped slightly and the golden-horned young man abruptly vanished, only to be replaced by the silver fire raven. The golden hand grabbed onto several of the giant bird's thin fiery feathers, and scorching silver flames instantly swept upward to envelop the golden hand. As for the burst of silver flames that the bird had unleashed earlier, it had already gone off in some random direction. Han Li was quite alarmed to see this, and he hurriedly adjusted himself into an upright position. Right at this moment, a clear ringing sound rang out and the entire sword formation seemed to have been struck by some kind of mysterious force. The azure light barrier twisted and warped before immediately shattering into pieces, and the surrounding space tremored before 72 azure flying swords were revealed. The Spring Dawn sword formation had been broken just like that. The golden body and silver fire raven were rooted to the spot, clearly at a complete loss, and Han Li was also quite stunned. That little bell seemed to possess the legendary ability to invert the heavens. When the bell had first begun to chime, he could sense that it was imbued with a hint of the power of laws. Han Li's expression changed several times in succession and blue light flashed through his eyes as he instantly swept his gaze over an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet around him. His gaze then suddenly locked onto a patch of empty space, and his pitch-black law destruction eye abruptly appeared on his glabella. Black light flashed, and a pillar of light that was around as thick as a thumb shot forth in a flash before vanishing into space. A loud boom rang out, and the golden-horned young man stumbled out of thin air in a rather disheveled manner. "That's a law destruction eye!" the young man immediately exclaimed at the sight of Han Li's third demonic eye. He had already donned a suit of blue armor, and as soon as he steadied himself, he swept a sleeve through the air, and the giant blue projection that was wielding the pair of treasures appeared once again. The young man then made a grabbing motion with one hand, and rainbow spiritual light flashed, following which the pristine white bell appeared in his hand. In the instant that the small bell emerged in his grasp, the bewilderment on the Jiao Qi being's face vanished, and he turned to appraise Han Li in an intense manner. Han Li was completely expressionless as he waved a hand toward the golden body and the spirit engulfing fire raven, following which the two of them abruptly appeared beside him. Almost at the exact same moment, the 72 azure flying swords in the surrounding air suddenly transformed into streaks of azure light without any warning before hurtling directly toward the young man. The 72 flying swords reached him in the blink of an eye, almost as if they had teleported through the air before crashing down from above. The speed of the azure bamboo cloudswarm sword was quite alarming to the golden-horned young man, but he remained completely unfazed as he pointed a finger toward the small bell in his hand. The bell chimed, and rings of white ripples surged forth from it, sweeping directly toward the streaks of azure light. As soon as the two clashed, the streaks of azure light flashed before reverting back into flying swords that were around a foot in length each. Immediately thereafter, a few more ripples of light surged through the air, and all of the flying swords were shattered into nothingness. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he witnessed these unfolding scenes, but his pupils had contracted drastically. He had just ascertained through his spirit eye ability that the white ripples released by the small bells were actually bands of space constructed from countless thin spatial rifts. These rifts were completely different from normal spatial rifts, and they vanished just as quickly as they had appeared. The azure bamboo swarm swords were extremely powerful, but they were naturally unable to withstand such spatial power, and they had instantly been destroyed. After destroying all of the flying swords with a single strike, the golden-horned young man displayed no intention to stop. The small white bell chimed twice more, and white ripples surged forth again. At the same time, the projection behind him brandished the two treasures in its hands, and three-colored light erupted forth along with the fiery cloud. Meanwhile, a sinister look appeared on the young man's face, and he opened his mouth to expel a burst of dense black chi that began to revolve around his body. Harrowing ghostly howls rang out, and countless faint green threads that were emitting an overwhelming stench appeared within the black chi. On this occasion, the golden-horned young man was unleashing several types of abilities at once, clearly with the intention of killing Han Li in one fell swoop. Han Li's heart also jolted upon seeing this. He wasn't particularly concerned about the other attacks, but the spatial attacks being unleashed by that small white bell were quite worrying. However, due to his fact that his magic power hadn't completely recovered, he had no intention of prolonging this battle. As such, he immediately made a decision for how he was going to proceed, and bright purplish golden light suddenly erupted from his golden body at his behest. Purple runes fluttered throughout the golden spiritual light as one of the golden body's arms blurred before making a grabbing motion to summon a golden blade segment. The blade segment let loose a loud ringing sound, and all of the world's origin chi in a radius of several kilometers converged in a frenzy as countless five-colored streaks of light as if they had been summoned to this place. The world's origin chi formed a massive five-colored light barrier that obscured most of the entire sky, and only in the vast glacial realm would there be such an astonishing amount of world's origin chi. The enormous spiritual chi imbued within the light barrier came as quite a shock to the young man. Yet before he had a chance to react, spiritual light began to swirl around the golden body, while golden light was injected into the golden blade segment along its arm in a frenzy. After just a few flashes, the 20 feet tall golden body grew noticeably shorter, and golden light flashed violently from the blade segment before it blurred and transformed into a complete blade. The golden body's blade-wielding arm shuddered, and the clear ringing sound being released by the golden blade abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, the five-colored light barrier in the air descended from above before surging into the golden blade. The blade was like a bottomless pit that absorbed the entire light barrier within the span of just a few breaths, and it elongated from around a foot in length around 10 feet. The runes on its surface flashed, and it was slashed through the air in a completely soundless manner. A streak of golden light erupted from the golden blade, and it was initially only several feet in length, but it transformed into a boundless golden wave that swept toward the young man in a flash. The young man was quite stunned by the power of the golden wave, but at this point, there was no way he could try and negotiate a truce with Han Li. As such, he let loose a sharp cry as he pointed a finger in Han Li's direction in a solemn manner. The white ripples, fiery cloud, three-colored light, and black chi immediately swept toward the giant golden wave at his behest. The fiery cloud, black chi, and three-colored light crashed into the golden wave amid a resounding boom, but they were instantly vanquished without being able to last even a single second. However, the white ripples managed to hold their own against the golden light, and a string of explosions rang out as the white and golden light intertwined in a tense impasse. That's a profound, heavenly, holy artifact. The young man had suspected whether this was the case, but now that the notion had been confirmed, his heart immediately sank. He had falsely identified the profound heavenly blade segment as a treasure of the same caliber as the small bell. But then again, that wasn't all that preposterous of a comparison. From a pure power perspective, the incomplete blade segment was indeed quite similar to a profound heavenly holy artifact in that it was only able to emulate and unleash part of a profound heavenly treasure's abilities. At this moment, the young man flicked his wrist and tossed the small white bell into the air before flicking his fingers toward it. The bell chimed several times in succession, and crimson light began to appear over the young man's fingers. Furthermore, his face paled progressively with each and every flick, and after the bell had chimed 7 or 8 times, the young man's face was completely devoid of color. It was quite clear that the small bell required far more energy to fuel than the average person could imagine. Even though this young man was at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, he was still clearly struggling after just a few flicks. However, the effect produced by the ringing of the bell was extremely alarming. In the instant that Han Li heard it chime for the first time, his ears immediately began to ring, and the space around him blurred while his body was almost dragged into space by some kind of power of laws. He was naturally given quite a fright by this sudden development, but he immediately donned his suit of black devilish armor, which released layers of black runes that revolved around him before exploding one after another. Bursts of fierce black winds instantly took shape, forming a burst of enormous invisible power around him that shielded him within. The power of laws was extremely troublesome to deal with, but it could only make those black winds warp and twist without being able to reach Han Li. However, the bell then chimed for the second time, and the black winds were completely vanquished, unable to withstand the power of laws any longer. As the bell chimed for the second time, piercing black light abruptly erupted from Han Li's devilish armor, and the space near the black light blurred as bursts of buzzing sounds rang out. The power of laws was acting directly upon the suit of heavenly devilish armor, causing the black light to sway unsteadily. Han Li had wielded profound heavenly treasures on several occasions in the past, so he was naturally aware of just how fearsome the power of laws was. As such, his expression changed several times in quick succession, and he hurriedly made a hand seal. A thunderclap rang out, and azure and white spiritual light flashed on his back as a pair of translucent wings appeared. Right at this moment, the bell for a third time and the black light being released by the devilish armor instantly congealed before shattering into countless pieces. Han Li's lips twitched upon seeing this, and he didn't hesitate any longer as he immediately flapped his wings. A loud thunderclap rang out and Han Li transformed into an azure and white arc of lightning before vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, the space around where he had been standing just a moment ago warped and collapsed as a black hole appeared. Han Li had just barely managed to evade the direct attack unleashed by the bell's spatial power. However, in the instant that the bell chimed for the fourth time, a loud thump rang out from a certain point in space over 200 feet away. A ball of white light appeared out of thin air, following which a figure with arcs of lightning flashing around his body stumbled out of empty space. It was none other than Han Li, who had just vanished into space. His lightning movement techniques had been easily nullified by the power of the bell. Following another melodious chime, Han Li felt the air tighten around him, and he was struck by a rush of dizziness before he was enveloped within the power of laws in an unavoidable manner. The power of laws then fell upon him as a burst of enormous force, immediately following which this force abruptly spread in all directions in an attempt to tear Han Li's body apart. However, right at this moment, Han Li's eyes suddenly widened as he let loose a thunderous roar. Golden light that was as dazzling as that of a scintillating sun erupted from his body, and countless strands of coarse golden fur appeared over his skin. At the same time, his teeth transformed into sharp fangs, and he instantly became a massive golden ape. The ape was around 50 to 60 feet tall with an extremely ferocious appearance. Its limbs were extremely thick and burly and seemed to possess boundless strength. The giant ape let loose a violent roar before swinging its four limbs vigorously through the air in unison, and a dull thump rang out as if something in the air had been broken. A sinister smile then appeared on the giant ape's face as it took a huge stride forward, covering over 300 feet in the blink of an eye, which brought it close to the golden-horned young man. The giant ape then immediately reached out with a huge furry hand, and gusts of fierce winds hurtled directly toward the young man. The golden-horned young man was already astonished by the fact that the attack from his small bell had failed to take effect, and he couldn't believe his eyes at the sight of the giant ape that Han Li had transformed into. The massive ape then abruptly appeared beside him before unleashing a vicious attack, and he was caught completely off guard with no time to use the small bell again. He wasn't familiar at all with Han Li's giant ape transformation, but the fact that it was able to break free from the power of laws with its physical body alone naturally revealed to the young man that it was extremely powerful. As such, the young man had no choice but to hurriedly make a hand seal, upon which the brilliant light erupted from the blue projection behind him, and it reached out with both hands to conjure up a pair of giant blue blades. Blue light flashed, and one of the blades swept directly toward the giant ape's oncoming palm while the other hurtled toward the ape's chest, trying to force it to fall back in retreat. However, the huge ape remained completely expressionless, as if it couldn't even see the blue blade slashing toward its chest, and it focused all of its strength on its massive furry hand. The sound of metal clashing with metal rang out, and as soon as the blue blade came into contact with the massive ape's hand, it abruptly shuddered before being pulverized into blue powder. Meanwhile, the other blue blade struck the giant ape's chest, only to be repelled by the burst of golden light without being able to harm the ape's fur even in the slightest. Arg! The golden-horned young man was truly horrified now, and his heart thumped violently as he desperately spurred the projection behind him into action. The blue projection abruptly swelled in size before rushing upward and swinging its fists toward the giant ape. At the same time, the young man opened his mouth again to expel another burst of black chi that was intermingled with green threads. He then quickly raised an arm, and crimson light flashed past his face, as well as his finger, as he flicked it toward the small white bell again without any regard for magic power expenditure. However, the young man had still underestimated just how powerful Han Li was in his giant ape form. In the instant that the blue projection came into contact with the huge golden hand, the former was completely destroyed by the massive ape's extraordinary strength. As for that burst of black chi, it was also torn apart by the giant hand without being able to pose any impediment. Thus, the giant ape's hand fell like lightning, completely brushing aside the young man's protective spiritual light before grabbing onto his head and squeezing its fingers together without any hesitation. The young man only had a chance to adopt an expression of shock and horror before his head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body swayed before plummeting toward the ground. However, in the instant that the body began to fall, brilliant crimson light erupted, and it suddenly exploded amid a resounding boom. Blood began to rain down from above as an extremely faint shadow shot forth in a flash toward the small white bell in a wraith-like manner. It was none other than the young man's nascent soul. He was naturally aware that after losing his physical body, it would be next to impossible for his nascent soul to escape from Han Li on its own. As such, the nascent soul immediately tried to seek refuge in the small bell, hoping to use the bell's abilities to help it escape. In the face of the oncoming blood arrow, the giant ape made no attempt to evade. Instead, a ferocious look flashed through its eyes, and its chest bulged before it let loose a devastating roar. The roar was like a culmination of countless thunderclaps, causing the surrounding sky to ring violently. Sound waves swept through the space up ahead, causing it to twist and warp as countless white marks appeared in the air. The giant ape's roar alone had shattered the surrounding space, and that was sufficient testament to its enormous power. The blood rain was instantly reduced to nothingness, and the young man's nascent soul hadn't had a chance to escape out of the range of the roar yet. It only had a chance to let loose a howl of anguish before it was also completely destroyed, and much to Han Li's surprise, the small white bell also abruptly self-detonated amid a flash of white light in the instant that the young man's nascent soul was destroyed. However, the treasure's self-detonation didn't release any power, and it merely vanished as countless specks of white light. Blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes upon seeing this, and it immediately vanished into space without any hesitation. In the next instant, the giant ape appeared in the air above the giant white python, which was still battling the six-pawed lizard, and its fists rained down from above like a torrential storm. The poor lizard was also a mid-spatial tempering stage being, but in the face of the giant ape's attacks, it was pulverized into mincemeat without being able to offer any resistance. Even its demon core was gouged out of its body in the end, and the demon soul that escaped from its pulverized body was devoured by the white python. Now that the final enemy had also been slain, golden light immediately flashed around the giant ape's body, and it instantly shrank back down into its human form. Han Li then turned toward the spot where the small white bell had just vanished with a contemplative look in his eyes. Just as the small bell had self-detonated within the vast glacial realm, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from a pavilion within a certain mysterious palace in the spirit realm, which was surrounded by layers of restrictions. Impossible! The voice was filled with shock and fury, and there were several golden armored warriors standing at the entrance to the pavilion, but they remained completely expressionless, as if they hadn't even heard the loud cry that had just rung out from within the pavilion. There were 3 Jiao Qi beings in different forms on a higher level of the pavilion, and all of them were appraising a massive white bell on a green jade table with grim expressions on their faces. The one who had let loose the cry of surprise was a middle-aged beauty who appeared to be in her 30s. She had a pair of small green horns on her head, and her hand was covering her mouth as an enraged look flashed through her eyes. The giant bell on the table was over 10 feet tall, and aside from its size, it was completely identical to the small bell used by the golden-horned young man. On the ground beneath the table, there were 5 shimmering golden miniature formations, and 4 of the formations were completely empty with only a white ball of light hovering above the formation that was closest to the giant bell. The white light and the giant bell were flashing in unison, as if in resonance with one another. A profound heavenly holy artifact has been destroyed, and even the divine bell true spirit that was the main material of holy artifact has returned of its own accord. It seems that the disciple wielding this profound heavenly holy artifact has most definitely perished in the vast glacial realm. The middle-aged beauty murmured. However, a white-robed old man with an azure mark on his forehead remained completely unflustered, and he stroked his beard as he said, "What's so remarkable about that? There are countless powerful beings who are sent into the vast glacial realm every time it opens, and it's far from impossible for those disciples to encounter a few powerful opponents or power beasts within the vast glacial realm. I beg to differ, Brother Xianxia. The disciples who are carrying profound heavenly holy artifacts that are replicas of this heaven-bending bell should be able to save themselves even against holy great opponents. On top of that, we made it extremely clear to them that all groups had to travel as a single unit at all times. I can't think of anything in the vast glacial realm that can kill a core disciple with a profound heavenly holy artifact when there are so many people protecting them. On top of that, it's been half a year since they entered the vast glacial realm, so no matter how far away they initially were from their destination, they should have reached it and begun to set things into motions now," a blue-robed middle-aged man said with a faint smile. The elderly man fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this. The middle-aged woman calmed herself down before musing in a cold voice. Regardless of how that core disciple perished, that group of disciples has lost their profound heavenly holy artifact, which means that they've lost their opportunity to obtain that thing. This will have a significant impact on our plan. It's alright, that thing was split up into a total of 5 segments. As long as the other 4 groups succeed, we can just secure the final segment when the vast glacial realm opens next, and we'll still be able to enact our plan, the middle-aged man said. I'm just afraid that something will happen to the other groups as well. It's not a disaster if we miss one segment, but if we miss out on more than that, then we'll be in big trouble. The elderly man mused in a slow voice. Surely we can't be plagued by that much misfortune. Even if that does happen, it simply means that it's not yet time for our race to rise into the ascendancy. So there's nothing to complain about, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. That is indeed true, but we've used a lot of our race's precious materials and even had to use this heaven-bending bell to refine those profound heavenly holy artifacts. It would be quite a waste if we can't achieve our objective. Those holy artifacts are all temporary treasures that were specifically refined to target those things. After all, even though they aren't less powerful than true profound heavenly holy artifacts, they'll disintegrate on their own in a year. We were the ones who proposed this plan, so if we don't reap the desired rewards, we'll have a hard time explaining ourselves to those old geezers, the elderly man said with furrowed brows. What's there to explain? Have you two forgotten that our plan consists of killing 2 birds with 1 stone to begin within? We may have failed in our plan for the vast glacial realm, but there's a very good chance of success for our project in this realm, the middle-aged beauty said as a cold light flashed through her eyes. That is indeed true. It's about time we ended this battle against the heavenly cloud races. The middle-aged man and elderly man exchanged a glance, and both of them began to chuckle. The middle-aged beauty didn't say anything further, and she pointed a finger toward the white ball of light hovering above the golden formation. The white ball of light immediately let loose a delightful ringing sound before drifting over to the giant bell and vanishing into it in a flash. The giant bell then began to chime as layers of silver runes appeared over its surface. Hanli was naturally unaware of the fact that he had unintentionally foiled one of the plans of the Jiao Qi race by killing the golden-horned young man. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the recollection of that final punch that he had unleashed in his giant ape form to kill his opponent. It was quite clear that his 12 awakening transformations could become more powerful as he did. Now that he had reached the late spatial tempering stage, this ability was finally beginning to display its true power. In his giant ape form, his body and spiritual sense were enhanced to such an extent that he was struck by an impulsive urge to seek out a body integration stage being and engage them in battle. Thankfully, his mental fortitude had also been bolstered following his ordeal in the illusionary realm of that starry ski diagram, and that allowed him to maintain spiritual equilibrium as well as control over his own emotions and impulses. On top of that, he was also quite disappointed by the abrupt disappearance of the white bell. That profound heavenly holy artifact possessed some extraordinary abilities, and securing it would undoubtedly have given him a significant power boost. However, he couldn't do anything now that the treasure had disappeared. So he could take the treasures that the young man had left behind before flying away as a streak of azure light. Not long after that, Hanli appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away, and as he flew through the air, he began to carefully consider what he was going to do next. He had already obtained the treasures requested by Duan Tianren and Kai Luiying with the assistance of Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan, but he still hadn't yet secured the tool refinement materials he had promised to the Stone Cocoon race. Duan Tianren had told him that this wouldn't be an issue as long as he could secure the treasures within the restriction, but he didn't want the Stone Cocoon race to be able to use this as an excuse to prevent him from being able to use the super teleportation formation. Thus, after considering where the ore was situated and how much time he had left, he decided that he still had enough time to secure the material. However, prior to this, he had to recover his lost magic power first. The vast glacial realm was an extremely perilous place, and he didn't dare to grow complacent in the slightest despite his drastic cultivation base improvement. Thus, after formulating a plan, Han Li immediately changed directions and flew into the distance. Close to half a day later, Han Li stopped in the air above an ordinary-looking small forest. He circled around in the air for a while with blue light flashing within his eyes, and after ascertaining that there were no potential hazards nearby, he descended into the forest as a streak of azure light. He then found an enormous tree and stepped into a hollow at the foot of the tree before raising his hand to release several formation flags. The flags disappeared at the entrance to the hollow, forming a simple concealment formation that hid the hollow from view. After that, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a streak of yellow light flew out before revealing itself to be a small furry beast. It was none other than his leopard Kirin beast. After consuming the demon cores of the three-eyed dark beasts, the spirit beast had been hibernating in the spirit beast bracelet this entire time, and it seemed to have only awakened not long ago. Even though it had already refined the demon cores, its outward appearance didn't seem to have changed much. The only noticeable change was that some inky black patterns had appeared over its body, and on top of that, its aura had now also become slightly different, striking even Han Li with a slight sense of peril. This naturally made Han Li rather intrigued. Even though Han Li couldn't see any apparent changes in the leopard Kirin beast, the fact that he was sensing a threat from it naturally meant that it had definitely undergone some kind of transformation. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to carefully analyze the beast, and he would have to wait until he left the vast glacial realm before conducting a thorough examination. With that in mind, Han Li issued the leopard Kirin beast an instruction using his spiritual sense, then sat down with his legs crossed and began to meditate. He hadn't recovered much of his magic power to begin with, and after that battle with the golden horned Jiao Qi being, he was almost completely spent. Hence, Han Li stayed in the tree hollow for 7 days, and only then did he manage to recover close to 90% of his magic power. He had naturally intended to fully recover all of his magic power before continuing in his journey, but at around noon of the 8th day, the leopard Kirin beast suddenly let loose a low snarl, immediately jerking Han Li out of his meditative state. His eyes abruptly sprang open, and he could sense chaotic spiritual qi fluctuations surging through the nearby area. Furthermore, there were faint explosions ringing out in the extremely far distance, and it seemed that someone was engaged in battle in the air above. Han Li immediately released his spiritual sense out of the tree hollow without any hesitation, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he discovered that there were 2 ferocious beasts, one large and one small, engaged in battle tens of thousands of feet in the air above. As they battled, the larger of the 2 beasts was pursuing the smaller beast, the latter of which was a beast that was only around 10 feet in size with shimmering golden fur and a pair of inky black eyes. This was none other than the Dark Beast Monarch that Han Li had seen earlier in the Dark Beast Forest, the very same one that was being hunted down by its own brethren. This Dark Beast Monarch was now in an even sorrier state. Not only were there charred sections on its body that were devoid of fur and skin, most of its thin and long tail had somehow been severed. Even so, It was still just as ferocious as ever, relentlessly blasting golden blades of wind toward its pursuer as it fled up ahead as a golden streak of light. As soon as the golden blades of wind erupted from its mouth, they extended to several feet in size, then covered a distance of several hundred feet in a flash before crashing downward with vicious force. However, the larger of the two beasts completely disregarded the golden blades of wind, relying on the spiritual light that was glowing around it to repel these attacks. Its defensive abilities were truly astonishing. This beast was over 100 feet in length, and it was a strange beast with the body of a WIRM and the head of a pig. Its head was snowy white while its body was of a shimmering blue color, and its aura was even more powerful than that of the dark beast monarch, so it was no wonder that the latter was fleeing from it. Han Li stowed the leopard Kirin beast up his sleeve. An azure light flashed from his body as he held his breath. The two beasts had most of their attention focused on one another, so neither of them noticed Han Li lurking down below. Moments later, the two of them vanished into the distance, and only then did Han Li withdraw the azure light around him as he furrowed his brows slightly. Why did that dark beast monarch come all the way here? He was naturally a little perplexed, but with his current powers, he certainly wasn't fearful of those two beasts. However, he naturally wasn't eager to draw unnecessary trouble to himself, either, which was why he chose to remain hidden. The appearance of the dark beast monarch was rather abrupt and surprising, but it didn't have anything to do with him, so he didn't think much of it. Even so, he decided it was best to leave this place after that disturbance. After all, the remnant auras left behind by the two beasts as they passed through this area was quite powerful, and it could easily attract nearby beasts to the area. Thankfully, the two beasts had rushed off in a different direction from the one he was planning to go, so he wasn't overly concerned. Thus, after withdrawing the formation flags at the opening of the tree hollow, he flew out from within as a streak of azure light and continued on his journey. As he flew through the air, he summoned a top-grade spirit stone in each hand to continue to replenish his magic power. And at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered his magic power even without seated meditation. Han Li traveled day and night for an entire month straight, encountering only a few foolish low-grade beasts along the way that dared to oppose him, all of which were naturally easily taken care of, and he was naturally quite elated by his good fortune. On this day, Han Li caught sight of a gigantic lake with no end in sight in the distance. The surface of the lake was as blue as the sea, and there was not a single cloud in sight, creating a captivating sight to behold. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of this lake, and at the same time, he carefully released his spiritual sense toward the lake. If he weren't mistaken, he would be reaching his destination soon. Moments later, he withdrew his spiritual sense and began to fly over the lake. Several hours later, a hint of surprise had appeared on Han Li's face. This lake was far more massive than he had originally envisioned, and even after flying for so long at his incredible speed, there was still no end to the lake in sight. If it weren't for the fact that all of the correct landmarks had appeared along the way, he would have most likely been led into believing that he had accidentally stumbled upon an unknown sea. What was even more unsettling to Han Li was during these past few hours, he detected barely any beasts in the lake aside from some ordinary fish. The few lake beasts that he did encounter were all low-grade beasts that were very adept at concealing themselves, and all of them were hidden in a completely stationary manner on the lakebed. If it weren't for his powerful spiritual sense, it would have been very difficult for him to detect them. A hint of wariness began to appear in Han Li's eyes, and many thoughts also quickly flashed through his mind. This was not an unfamiliar scenario to him. It was most likely the case that there was an extremely powerful beast in the lake that had startled all of the other low-grade beasts away. The stone cocoon race had told him that this area was very safe and devoid of powerful beasts, but that was only the case on the last occasion that the vast glacial realm had opened. So many years had passed since then that it wouldn't be any surprise to Han Li if a powerful beast had taken over this area. With that in mind, he became rather hesitant. Was it really worth taking this risk to secure the tool refinement materials for the stone cocoon race? After all, even if he didn't make this trip, Duan Tian'an had assured him that he would help Han Li gain access to the super teleportation formation. With his lofty status in the vast glacial realm, he most likely wouldn't lie about something like this. However, there was always a possibility. Furthermore, He had already traveled so long to get here, and he was rather reluctant to simply turn back after coming this far. Thus, an indecisive look appeared in his eyes, and he gradually began to decelerate. Right at this moment, a black spot appeared in the distance, and it expanded further and further in Han Li's field of view before revealing itself to be a massive island. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he stopped in midair as he looked on from afar. This island appeared to be close to 1,000 kilometers in size, and there were two mountains on the island, one tall and one short, that were situated next to and connected to one another. The taller mountain was over 100,000 feet tall, and was completely gray with most of the mountain completely devoid of any greenery. The shorter of the two mountains was around 30,000 to 40,000 feet tall, and it was filled with lush greenery. "Looks like this is the place," Han Li murmured to himself. His gaze quickly fell upon the gray mountain, and he appraised it in an intent manner. The shape of the island was virtually completely identical with the one on the map, and the precious material requested by the stone cocoon race was a type of unique or that could only be found on the tall gray mountain. This or could only be sourced in the vast glacial realm, and it seemed to be quite important to the stone cocoon race. Just as Han Li was inspecting the island, his expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air to send a small azure sword hurtling forth in a flash. Almost at the exact same moment, a pillar of water suddenly erupted from the placid mirror-like surface of the lake before hurtling directly toward Han Li. Azure light flashed, and the pillar of water was parted by the streak of sword chi. A strange cry rang out, and a strange fish that was concealed within the pillar of water was also sliced in half by the sword chi, sending green blood raining down from above. Han Li lowered his head, and blue light flashed through his eyes as he appraised the strange fish to find that it was only around a foot in length with a green body and a pair of wings on its back. Upon closer inspection, Han Li could see that its head resembled that of a venomous snake, and there were a pair of claws on its abdomen that were so thin that they were barely visible. Han Li's eyelids twitched, and he was suddenly struck by the feeling that he had heard of this type of strange fish from somewhere. However, he was unable to immediately recall the exact details. All of a sudden, an alarming turn of events unfolded. As soon as the carcass of the strange fish fell into the lake, a myriad of loud cries suddenly rang out within a radius of several feet. Countless pillars of water erupted from the lake before revealing a series of the same strange fish of different sizes, all of which were hovering in midair and appraised Han Li with completely expressionless eyes. These fish were completely identical to the one that he had just slain, except these ones were shimmering with spiritual light of all types of different colors. "Flying rainbow fish!" Han Li exclaimed as he finally recalled the origin of these strange fish. Back when he was in the holy city of the Tianpeng race, he had seen records regarding this fish by chance in a very ancient tome. These strange fish had a very pleasant name, but in ancient times they were extremely polarizing creatures that were both loved and hated by foreign beings that dwelled in the sea. These foreign beings loved these strange fish as their inner core was the main ingredient for an extremely rare type of ancient pill that was known as the rainbow pill. Rainbow pills were special pills that were specifically fed to primordial spirit insects, and it was said that consumption of these pills would allow the spirit insects to mature in advance, and that even mature spirit insects that took them had a certain probability of evolving once again. However, what was hated about these strange fish was that not only are they extremely poisonous, the venom they blasted was virtually indefensible, and they always dwelled in large schools of at least several thousands. If someone were to encounter a school of these fish while traveling alone, they were as good as dead unless they possessed some special abilities. However, these strange fish had already gone extinct in ancient times, and records of them only existed in some ancient tomes. Never did Han Li think that he would encounter these strange fish here in the vast glacial realm, and at the same time, he finally understood why all of the high-grade beasts in this lake had disappeared. They must have either been devoured by these fish or fled in horror. Of course, these flying rainbow fish were indeed quite powerful, but the value of their inner cores far outweighed their powers, which was why they had been hunted into extinction so quickly by powerful beings in primordial times. Han Li was truly very surprised to encounter these strange fish here, and even though the records on the ancient tome had stated that the venom of these fish was extremely fearsome, Han Li was rather skeptical about these claims. Thus, he immediately waved a hand through the air, and a gray light barrier appeared before him. He then flipped over his other hand, and a burst of 5 colored flames surged forth. The two intertwined with one another to form a light barrier that shielded him within, and immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air, upon which several tens of small azure swords shot forth in a frenzy. The azure swords circled around before splitting up into several hundred streaks of shimmering azure sword chi that were flashing with a cold light. One of the flying rainbow fish let loose a sharp screech upon seeing this, and all of the flying fish converged toward Han Li in a menacing manner as streaks of light. Slash! Han Li's expression darkened as he made a hand seal while letting loose a low cry, and the hundreds of streaks of sword chi shuddered before erupting forth in all directions, sweeping through the school of fish as thick pillars of azure light. All of the flying fish in the path of the streaks of sword chi were sliced in half, and their bodies plummeted from the sky amid a torrential downpour of green blood. Over 1,000 of the flying fish were slain in the blink of an eye, and a strong stench of blood and gore wafted through the surrounding air. The azure bamboo cloud's worm swords were extremely sharp, but there was a limit to their numbers, so they couldn't kill all of the flying fish at once. As such, there were still some flying fish that managed to get closer to Han Li. All of them let loose sharp screeches before expelling fist-sized balls of green liquid out of their mouths that hurtled directly toward Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he switched to another hand seal, and all of the streaks of surrounding sword chi abruptly converged around him before transforming into massive azure lotus flowers. The azure lotus flowers rotated slowly in mid-air, completely shielding Han Li within a barrier of sword chi. Han Li was well aware that as long as he could keep the poison attacks of these flying rainbow fish at bay, it wouldn't be impossible for him to eradicate all of them at once. After all, flying rainbow fish relied extremely heavily on their poison. Even though his cultivation base had improved significantly, he was still rather unsure of his ability to withstand this legendary poison. However, he would regret it if he left without at least giving it a try. It was said that those rainbow cores had extraordinary effects and would be extremely beneficial to his gold-devouring beetles. If he could evolve the gold-devouring beetles once again, then this was a risk that was worth taking. After all, he had several powerful treasures and abilities that would allow him to escape if things were to go awry. At this moment, the outermost layer of giant azure lotus flowers had already bloomed, and the azure flower petals formed layers of azure sword barriers that were extremely vibrant to behold. The green liquid struck the seemingly airtight barrier formed by the lotus petals, and plumes of smoke began to rise up into the air, following which holes of different sizes appeared on the barrier. The azure sword barrier was quickly riddled with holes, and it became quite evident that the poison of these flying rainbow fish could easily melt through even the sword chi formed by the azure bamboo cloud's worm swords. This was quite an incredible discovery to Han Li, and his heart jolted with shock, but his expression remained calm and collected. The azure sword barrier had been damaged, but his azure bamboo cloud's worm swords were able to almost instantly recover. Right at this moment, Han Li made a hand seal before releasing a burst of 5 colored flames from his pristine white hand, and as soon as the green liquid came into contact with the 5 colored flames, the latter was also melted away. A grim look finally appeared in Han Li's eyes as he switched to another hand seal yet again, and 5 colored flames flashed before beginning to rotate at an incredible speed. The flames formed a 5-colored tornado that repelled many of the oncoming balls of green liquid, but there were simply too many flying rainbow fish in the surrounding area, and there seemed to be no end to the poisonous liquid that they were expelling. The 5-colored flames had been unleashed to their full power, but they were still whittled down into nothingness, revealing the innermost gray light barrier around Han Li. The green liquid gushed forth, and a loud sizzling sound rang out. Han Li's eyelids twitched violently, and he abruptly let loose a cold harumph as he opened his mouth to expel a fist-sized ball of silver flames. The silver flames glowed with scintillating light before expanding to around 10 feet in size, then transformed into a huge fire raven. Go! Han Li pointed forward without any hesitation, and the silver fire raven spread its wings and raised its head before letting loose a loud cry. It then flew directly out of the gray light barrier, and all of the green liquid that struck its body instantly evaporated into mist of different colors, as if it had met the bane of its existence, leaving the massive fire raven completely unscathed. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, yet right at this moment, a portion of the flying rainbow fish suddenly let loose strange cries in unison, following which all of them abruptly expelled their poisonous green liquid toward the same point in the sky above. A giant green python that was comprised entirely of poisonous liquid instantly took shape, and it was around 70 to 80 feet in length. It was an extremely lifelike python, and it arched its body before pouncing directly toward the huge fire raven, leaving a rank odor in its wake. The fire raven naturally wasn't going to back down. It flapped its wings a few times before opening its mouth again to expel a burst of piercing white flames. This was the golden crow true flames that the spirit engulfing fire raven had devoured in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. As soon as the flames came into contact with the poison python, the former swelled drastically as if oil had been poured onto it, and the giant python was instantly inundated by a scorching sea of fire, then quickly reduced to nothingness amid an anguished wail. Right at this moment, Han Li let loose another loud cry before making a hand seal and pointing a finger at the silver fire raven. The massive fire raven's silver feathers stirred before all of them transformed into a white color. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom erupted as the fire raven self-detonated, sending countless thin threads of flames hurtling forth in all directions. All of the balls of green liquid in the air were instantly punctured by their fire threads before erupting into flames. All of the poison attacks were eradicated in the blink of an eye, and the gray light barrier, which had already been severely ravaged, quickly recovered to its former state amid a flash of gray light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li also finally sprang into action. He pointed his 10 fingers forward in rapid succession, and bursts of azure light flashed as the azure flying swords that had already vanished suddenly reappeared. All of them then transformed into lethal sword chi again before hurtling forth in all directions. The flying rainbow fish were still relentlessly blasting forth balls of green poison, but the countless white fire threads in the air completely nullified this threat. Without the impediment posed by the poisonous liquid, the hundreds of streaks of sword chi were completely unstoppable. The more powerful flying rainbow fish could still survive for an attack or two, but the low-grade flying rainbow fish were quickly hacked into one dismembered carcass after another. Thus, with the combination of the fire threads and sword chi, all of the flying rainbow, of which there had been around 40,000 to 50,000, were slain by Han Li. When he waved a hand through the air to withdraw his swords and fire raven, the surrounding air was already completely empty. However, as he cast his gaze down below, he was rather taken aback to find that aside from the dismembered carcasses of the flying rainbow fish, there were also many other dead fish that had floated to the surface with their bellies facing the heavens. The nearby surface of the lake was entirely filled with white fish bellies, creating an extremely peculiar sight to behold. Han Li inspected the slightly green water of the lake, and he immediately realized why this had happened. Most of the poison expelled by the flying rainbow fish had been eradicated by the golden crow true flames, but a lot of it had been repelled earlier and fell into the lake down below, thereby killing a large number of nearby fish. Even though he was already somewhat aware of how potent this poison was, the scenes on the lake were still quite harrowing for him to behold. If it weren't for the fact that he had cultivated the spirit engulfing true flames, he definitely wouldn't have been able to take care of these fish so easily. He would have most likely had to release his gold-devouring beetles at the expense of his spiritual sense, or use his profound heavenly blade segment again, both of which would have severely weakened him. As such, he was naturally reluctant to adopt those methods unless he had to. A contemplative look appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly swept a sleeve downward to release a ball of white light, which transformed into an adorable little girl in a flash. Chuer pays her respects to her master. What are your instructions, master? As soon as Chuer appeared, she extended a curtsy toward Han Li with a wide smile on her face. Go and extract the inner cores out of the heads of all of those fish. I made sure to preserve their heads when I killed them earlier. Come and find me on the island once you're done, Han Li instructed. Yes. Chuer immediately nodded before raising a hand, upon which countless thin blades surged forth from her back, then hurtled down toward the surface of the lake. Chuer herself also began to slowly drift down toward the lake while Han Li flew toward the island in the distance as a streak of azure light. A short while later, the azure light faded, and Han Li appeared above the tall gray mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the mountain, and only after a long while did he abruptly flip a hand over to produce a shimmering golden disk. This was a treasure that had been given to him by the stone cocoon race prior to his journey, and he raised an eyebrow as he opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure chi onto the disk. The azure chi vanished into the disk in a flash, following which he raised his other hand and cast a white incantation seal onto the treasure as well. A startling turn of events immediately unfolded. The golden disk flashed with golden light and emitted a loud ringing sound while releasing a series of silver runes. The disk then shuddered before escaping Han Li's grasp and hurtling toward the mountain down below as a ball of golden light. The ball of golden light then abruptly exploded amid a dull thump, and the silver runes it had released flew toward all parts of the mountain. Silver light flashed, and the runes vanished into the mountain face before rapidly traversing through the belly of the mountain. Han Li hovered patiently in mid-air in a completely expressionless manner. Around 10 minutes later, the disk down below suddenly emitted a ringing sound, following which it began to glow with scintillating golden light. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before raising a hand, and the disk shuddered before flying upward, appearing over his palm in the blink of an eye. Han Li glanced at the disk to find that a ball of piercing light had appeared over its surface. Azure light then flashed from his body as he immediately flew toward the mountain down below, then vanished into it before flying through the belly of the mountain at an incredible speed. Moments later, light appeared up ahead, and a giant cave emerged down below. There was a silver head-sized ball of light that was hovering at the center of the cave in a completely stationary manner, and it had been formed by the silver runes that had been released by the golden disk earlier. The azure light faded, and Han Li appeared within the cave. He quickly looked around to discover that there were several winding passageways connected to this cave, and his expression changed slightly before he strode toward one of the passageways. The inside of the passageway was completely devoid of light, so much so that he couldn't even see his own fingers. However, he then raised a hand, and several white crystals flew out of his sleeve before revolving around his head, illuminating the passageway so that it was as bright as day. After only making his way through a small section of the passageway, Han Li released his spiritual sense toward the bumpy surface of the stone walls around him. Moments later, his footsteps faltered, and he opened his mouth again to expel a burst of azure light onto the stone wall. The stone wall was sliced apart like tofu by the sharp streak of sword chi, and a cave with a diameter of several feet was quickly carved into the stone wall. Clang! A strange sound rang out from within the dark cave, and it was particularly audible in this narrow passageway. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing the sound, and he made a hand seal before pointing into the cave. A small azure sword shot forth, puncturing through an unknown piece of purplish-black ore. This really is the place. There's quite a bit of this ore here. It'll take me a few days if I want to excavate all of it. Han Li raised his hand to withdraw the flying sword before catching the piece of ore in his hand and giving it a thorough inspection. He naturally wasn't going to remain here and mine the ore himself. He swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and several balls of spiritual light shot forth before revealing themselves to be several puppets of different sizes and forms. These puppets were all ones that he had refined in the human world, so they were of an extremely low caliber, but they were more than capable of acting as miners. Han Li then patted the top of his own head to release his second nascent soul to supervise the puppets, then unleashed an earth movement technique to rise up to the summit of the mountain. At this moment, Chuer was also flying over to the mountain, and she quickly flew over to him before handing him a storage bracelet that contained tens of thousands of flying rainbow fish demon cores. Han Li inspected the contents of the storage bracelet and was very pleased with what he saw. Thus, he extended some words of praise toward Chuer before carefully stowing the storage bracelet away. Chuer hesitated momentarily before suddenly asking, "Master, I can sense that there seem to be a lot of spirit medicines on this island. Should I go and pick them?" "Spirit medicines? You're a spirit medicine yourself, so I'm sure your instincts are correct. All right, there aren't any powerful beasts in this place, and we have enough time anyway, so you can go and collect the spirit medicines if you'd like." Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he allowed Chuer to do as she pleased. "Thank you, Master." I'll be going now. The little girl departed in an elated manner, flying toward the other lush mountain as a ball of white light. Hanli looked on with a smile for a moment before finding a giant rock nearby to take a seat on. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and a dozen or so formation flags of different colors shot forth before vanishing into the surrounding air after just a few flashes. A 5-colored light barrier appeared to encapsulate the entire mountain peak, but it then abruptly vanished in a flash. From a distance, it didn't seem as if anything in the surrounding area had changed, but Hanli had vanished from sight. After setting up the restriction, he made a hand seal, and bright golden light erupted from his body, following which a golden figure appeared behind him. It was none other than the provenance projection. Hanli pointed a finger at the projection, and purple runes immediately flashed over its body, following which it manifested into a golden body that stood in a stationary manner in front of him. Hanli narrowed his eyes slightly and inspected the golden body for a long while before suddenly waving a hand toward it. One of the 3 heads of the golden body opened its mouth to expel a silver ball of light, within which was the silver ruler that belonged to the deceased golden-horned young man. This treasure wasn't a profound heavenly treasure, but it had also displayed extraordinary powers and couldn't be looked down on. It was most likely a divine spirit treasure. However, Hanli hadn't yet had a chance to confirm this, which was why he was bringing it out now for closer inspection. The silver ruler was drawn into his grasp in a flash, and he stroked the surface of the ruler with his fingers while slowly closing his eyes to seep his spiritual sense into it. His expression remained placid, and after an indeterminate period of time, he abruptly opened his eyes. This chaotic origin ruler was indeed a divine spirit treasure, and all he had to do to be able to control this treasure was to cultivate the artifact imprint technique recorded within the treasure. Azure light flashed from his hand as he injected bursts of pure spiritual power into the ruler, and in the next instant, it let loose a long cry before shuddering as it abruptly expelled a silver light barrier. Rows of ancient text appeared on the light barrier, and Hanli's eyes flashed as he memorized the artifact imprint technique of the chaotic origin ruler, then flicked his wrist, and the treasure vanished in a flash along with the light barrier. He then withdrew his golden body as well before making a hand seal and began to cultivate the chaotic origin ruler's artifact imprint technique. Time passed by in the flash, and 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. With Hanli's current cultivation base at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, it naturally didn't require as much time for him to refine this ruler as it did for the Heaven Void Cauldron. Within the short span of 3 days, he successfully cultivated the treasure's artifact imprint technique before fusing it into his own body. During this time, the puppets down below had also almost finished mining the unknown ore in the mountain, and he would complete his mission after about another day. Chuer had also collected many spirit medicines from the island during this time, some of which were extremely rare in the spirit realm. This was quite a pleasant surprise. After exploring for a day or two without encountering any hazards, Chuer had become a lot braver and had begun collecting some of the extremely obscure spirit medicines growing on the nearby lakebed. Hanli had been at a critical juncture in his cultivation of the artifact imprint technique at the time, so he had only extended some words of caution toward her via voice transmission before letting her go. However, had naturally left a wisp of his spiritual sense on her in case any mishaps were to occur. As it turned out, his cautionary measures were warranted, and around half a day after he had finished cultivating the artifact imprint technique, he suddenly sensed something while he was meditating, and a cold expression appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he flew out of the restriction as a streak of azure light before hurtling toward a certain direction, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Meanwhile, there were 3 streaks of light flying through the air in an extremely panicked manner several hundred kilometers away from the island. One of them was a ball of white light that contained a small figure. It was none other than Chuer. Several kilometers behind them were 4 strange triangular battle carriages that were giving chase in hot pursuit. Each carriage was only several tens of feet in size, and their surfaces were riddled with patches of green rust. The spiritual light emanating from them was also quite dim, and they even seemed to be somewhat damaged. However, they were extraordinarily fast and could cover a distance of several hundred feet with each and every flash. Chuer was quite adept in movement techniques, but she was slowly being chased down. As for the other 2 people with her, They were even faster and could just barely maintain the distance between themselves and the flying carriages. Kukuku, fellow Taoist, you've already expended far too much energy during the last battle. How far do you think you'll be able to go even if you burn your latent potential like this? If you know what's good for you, then you'll hand over the 9-flame herb you have, and I can grant you a painless death. A coarse and unpleasant male voice rang out from within one of the flying carriages, and the voice was tinged with a hint of impatience. I'd sooner destroy the spirit herb than hand it over to you. A cold female voice sounded in response from a streak of blue light that was flying up ahead. Don't waste your time talking to them, Fariu. They immediately stabbed us in the back after we secure that treasure. We can't place our trust in them. The enraged voice of an elderly man rang out from within a streak of gray light. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Su. It would be downright pitiful if I were to trust them again after what they did, the woman replied. Almost at the exact same moment, she transmitted her voice to the elderly man. Fellow Taoist Su, are you sure this is the right way? We won't be able to last much longer like this. It should be correct. The treasure tells me that there should be a heavenly cloud being nearby in this direction. That little girl behind us has a rather strange aura. She's most likely a spirit beast that was brought here by that heavenly cloud being. They've planted tracking marks on us, so we have no choice but to make this final gamble. The elderly man replied something else in a loud voice while transmitting his voice to the woman as his actual response. The woman heaved a faint sigh upon hearing this and fell silent as she flew on ahead as quickly as she could. The foreign being that had just spoken was naturally enraged by the woman's defiance, and he didn't waste any further time with words as he let loose a sharp cry. A buzzing sound immediately rang out from the 4 battle carriages before they all converged toward the same carriage, combining as one to form a battle carriage that was several times the size of the original individual carriages. This carriage was over 100 feet in length and was rhomboid in shape. There was a beast head that resembled a WIRM, but also a python, on the front of the carriage, and as soon as this giant battle carriage appeared, rainbow light flashed in the surrounding area, following which 2 pairs of thin and long dragonfly-like wings appeared. The woman and elderly man were both quite alarmed to see this. Hurry! The elderly man was relatively kind of heart and abruptly cautioned Chewer before hurrying forward. The streak of light that he was situated in combined with that of the woman, and their collective speed more than doubled. Almost at the exact same moment, the battle carriage flapped its 4 wings, and red light flashed through the eyes of the beastly head, following which it abruptly vanished on the spot. With the reminder extended toward her by the elderly man, Chewer had naturally sensed what was happening behind her, and she was greatly alarmed as white light flashed from her body in an attempt to unleash an acceleration secret technique at the expense of her true essence. However, it was already too late. Spatial fluctuations appeared in the air above, following which a burst of azure light abruptly flashed. A burst of unpleasant cackling rang out, and a giant hand that was several tens of feet in size emerged from the azure light before reaching down toward Chewer. Chewer wasn't their target, but seeing as they had chased her down, there was certainly no reasons for them let her go. Chewer's expression changed drastically as she gritted her teeth before making a hand seal, upon which hundreds of thin blades swept toward the giant hand in a flash. A slight cry of surprise rang out from within the battle carriage, but the giant hand showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it released a burst of green light from its palm to sweep aside most of the flying blades amid a rumbling boom, while the giant hand continued to descend. Arg! Chewer's face had turned deathly pale as she looked on at the gigantic hand. She knew that her powers were nowhere near enough to ward off this astonishing attack. In this dire situation, a cold harumph suddenly rang out from nearby. The harumph wasn't very loud, but for some reason, it was quite clearly audible to everyone. Immediately thereafter, silver light flashed, and a massive silver seal that was around an acre in size appeared in midair. The sound of howling wind and rumbling thunder rang out before the giant seal crashed down toward the huge hand. A resounding boom rang out, and the giant hand was quite massive in itself, but there was no way it could withstand an attack from the huge seal, which was comparable in size to a small mountain. Thus, the giant hand was instantly reduced to nothingness amid a thunderous explosion. Who's there? Who dares to oppose our own race? An enraged roar rang out from within the azure light, and the spiritual light faded to reveal the rhomboid battle carriage with its pairs of transparent wings flapping incessantly. There were 4 humanoid figures that were enshrouded entirely in green light standing atop the carriage, and at first glance, they resembled humans, but upon closer inspection, it was quite clear that they were completely different from normal humans. Not only were their entire bodies covered in coarse green fur, they had sinister jackal-like heads that were quite harrowing to behold. "Seeing as you dared to attack my servant, I'll let you have a taste of my new treasure," a cold male voice rang out, following which a young man with a pair of translucent wings appeared out of thin air. He raised a hand, and spiritual light flashed as a shimmering silver ruler appeared. This was naturally none other than Han Li, who had virtually instantly arrived on the scene through the power of his thunderstorm wings. The silver seal from earlier was formed by the heavenly astral seal, and with his recent drastic power boost, the treasure was far more powerful than before, thereby allowing it to easily destroy that giant hand. Han Li had now fully recovered his magic power and had just refined the chaotic origin ruler, so he naturally wasn't fearful in the slightest toward these 4 foreign beings. Furthermore, the fact that they had attempted to kill Chua had ignited the killing intent in his heart, and he immediately flicked his wrist as the chaotic origin ruler let loose a low ringing sound. Countless ruler projection then appeared before surging forward in a frenzy. "Thank you for saving me, Master." Fellow Taoist Han." 2 different voices sounded in unison, the first of which was Chua's elated cry of gratitude, while the other was an expression of surprise from the elderly man that was fleeing up ahead. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the distance, where both the woman and the elderly man had already stopped and revealed themselves. The elderly man was a little familiar, while the woman was instantly recognizable to him. She was none other than the Fairy who had led the other team into the vast glacial realm back in Cloud City. A hint of surprise also appeared in the woman's eyes at the sight of Han Li, while the elderly man heaved a long sigh of relief. In his eyes, even though Han Li's inclusion still wouldn't make them a match for these rogue beings, it significantly increased their chances of survival. Furthermore, he clearly recalled that Han Li was the leader of the other group, so perhaps there were more heavenly cloud beings nearby who could lend them some assistance. Han Li was also rather taken aback, but he merely nodded at the 2 of them before the ruler projections in front of him hurtled directly toward the 4 foreign beings. Boundless silver light surged through the air, creating an extremely astonishing sight to behold. The 4 rogue beings on the flying carriage were initially startled by this turn of events before 2 of them immediately sprang into action. One of them flipped a hand over to produce a black flag, which he waved through the air to send countless black chains hurtling toward the oncoming ruler projections. Meanwhile, the other rogue being opened his mouth to expel a green copper mirror that instantly swelled to several feet in size. Green light flashed from the surface of the mirror, and boundless green flames erupted forth, sweeping through the air in a frenzy. The other 2 rogue beings merely appraised Han Li in a cold manner, displaying no intention of attacking. They were clearly of the opinion that their 2 companions would be more than enough to take down Han Li. Han Li's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this, and brilliant azure light erupted from his ruler-wielding hand as pure spiritual power gushed into the chaotic origin ruler in a frenzy. The slightly blurry ruler projections in the air immediately became a lot more substantial amid violent flashes of spiritual light, transforming into silver rulers that were around half a foot in length each, with silver arcs of lightning flashing over their surfaces. A loud rumbling boom rang out, and countless silver rulers rushed into the black chains and green flames before immediately gaining the upper hand. So it seems he's not just some pushover. One of the 2 foreign beings who hadn't attacked furrowed his brows upon seeing this before sweeping a sleeve toward Han Li, sending a crimson bead flying toward him amid a flash of red light. The treasure flashed before expanding to around the size of a human head. Red runes were surging all over its surface, and fiery clouds began to appear out of thin air. Han Li looked on from afar as these scenes unfolded before he narrowed his eyes and suddenly reached out with an inky black hand. A small black mountain that was around 10 feet tall immediately appeared above the huge bead before plummeting downward, and the foreign being who had just summoned the bead was given quite a fright. This bead was not a treasure to be used in direct clashes with other treasures. The wrong being hurriedly made a hand seal and the huge red bead swayed before conjuring up a dozen or so identical projections that shot forth in all directions. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he immediately pointed a finger at the small black mountain, upon which it suddenly vanished amid a flash of gray light. In the next instant, gray light flashed in the air above one of the beads and the small black mountain reappeared before crashing down like lightning. A resounding boom rang out as gray and red light intertwined momentarily before the bead was shattered into a fiery cloud. "How dare you break my treasure?" The foreign who had summoned the treasure immediately flew into a thunderous rage as he pointed a finger at Han Li, sending a dozen or so streaks of crimson light hurtling directly toward him. In the face of this oncoming attack, Han Li merely chuckled coldly before adjusting his artifact imprint technique, and the countless silver rulers that were dominating the black chains and green flames suddenly converged toward a single spot. A giant ruler that was several tens of feet abruptly appeared, and it was shimmering with silver light. At this moment, the dozen or so streaks of crimson light had already reached Han Li, and in response, he merely raised his inky black hand and swept it forward. A gray light barrier immediately surfaced, and the dozen or so streaks of crimson light were instantly swept up by the light barrier, thereby preventing them from advancing any further and revealing them to be a dozen or so crimson flying daggers. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li tightened his fingers around the chaotic origin ruler before swiping it through the air before him. The giant silver ruler in the distance immediately let loose a long cry that was akin to a dragon's roar, then came crashing down toward the flying carriage with devastating might. The other two wrong beings on the carriage naturally weren't going to allow this treasure to fall as it pleased. As such, both of them immediately sprang into action. The black chains surged through the air before forming a huge black net below the massive ruler, and the mirror that was blasting forth green flames also turned toward the ruler before expelling a huge pillar of green light. A muffled thump rang out, and the giant ruler was able to easily crash through the green pillar of light like a hot knife through butter. The two wrong beings who were controlling the treasures were naturally quite taken aback by this. And right at this moment, the final wrong being who had remained silent this entire time suddenly exclaimed, "Look out!" He then waved a hand upward, sending a streak of gray sword chi slashing through the air. Meanwhile, a silver shadow flashed in that direction, and a slightly blurry giant ruler appeared out of thin air. A peculiar scene then unfolded. The gray sword chi had clearly struck the silver rulers, but the former simply passed through the latter as if it were nothing more than an illusion. The giant silver ruler then appeared above the flag-wielding wrong being in a flash before crashing down with devastating force. The flag-wielding wrong being was quite alarmed by this development, and he immediately laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which his coarse green fur erupted through the air as a vast expanse of green light. However, the silver ruler somehow passed through the green light, but attained a substantial form once it struck the wrong being on the head. The protective spiritual light around the wrong being posed no impediment to the silver ruler, and his head was smashed open like a watermelon as blood sprayed in all directions. His headless body then tumbled down from the flying carriage, and a green shadow instantly shot forth from within it. This was the wrong being's nascent soul, and it rushed toward the mirror-wielding wrong being with a horrified look on its face. "Save me, brother Liao." However, as soon as the words escaped the nascent soul's mouth, a ruler projection instantly plummeted from above and obliterated it out of existence. The giant silver ruler then immediately conjured up 3 identical ruler projections that swept toward the remaining 3 wrong beings. The deafening sounds of fierce wings and rumbling thunderclaps rang out as the ruler projections appeared, and the remaining 3 wrong beings hurriedly adopted defensive measures in a fit of shock and fury. A gray veil and a black shield emerged, only for the ruler projections that struck them to immediately disintegrate into specks of silver light. Those were truly nothing more than illusionary projections. Both of those wrong beings immediately realized that they'd fallen into a trap, but it was already too late. The mirror-wielding wrong being had also released a wheel treasure to defend himself against the final ruler projection, but that projection suddenly vanished right in front of the wheel, only to reappear around a foot away from that wrong being before striking his hideous face. Lightning flashed, and countless arcs of silver lightning erupted from the ruler projection, instantly reducing the wrong being to dust without even sparing his nascent soul. The remaining two rogue beings' expressions had darkened significantly. The silver ruler circled around before conjuring up another dozen or so ruler projections that swept toward them, and one of them suddenly yelled, "Run! This man is far too powerful for us." As soon as his voice trailed off, that foreign being stomped a foot down onto the flying carriage, and it hurtled back through the air as a ball of azure light, escaping from the range of the ruler projections after just a few flashes. The other rogue being also immediately returned to his senses and hurriedly cast an incantation seal onto the monster head carving on the front of the carriage. The flying carriage shuddered before flapping its wings, and 5 colored runes appeared all over its surface as it attempted to flee the scene. However, right at this moment, a cold voice rang out in the air above the carriage. "Don't you think it's a little too late to be running now?" As soon as this voice rang out, and a rumbling boom erupted, and a black mountain that was over 1,000 feet in size appeared above the flying carriage in a flash. There was a humanoid figure standing at the summit of the mountain in a stationary manner, and this man was naturally none other than Han Li. He had crossed through space and appeared above the carriage atop his extreme essence-fused mountain, and the two rogue beings were horrified to see him. A ferocious look appeared on one of the rogue beings' faces as he rubbed his hands together, upon which a layer of peculiar green flames suddenly erupted over his body. The flames then swept upward and transformed into a fiery WIRM that was over 100 feet in length. The other rogue being let loose a loud cry, and his body swelled to around twice its original size. His arms also expanded drastically, and he swept his 10 extremely sharp claws up into the air. Countless claw projections appeared out of thin air before sweeping upward, but neither of them were naive enough to think that these attacks would be enough to kill Han Li. They were merely praying that the attacks would buy them enough time for them to escape. Han Li had slain 2 of their companions in the blink of an eye, and their hearts were now devoid of battle intent. All they wanted to do was to flee for their lives. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he stomped down on the mountain beneath his feet. Gray light flashed from the extreme essence-fused mountain, and it was sent crashing down from above. All of a sudden, the silver runes on its surface lit up, and it abruptly vanished into thin air. Thus, the fiery WRM and claw projections struck nothing but empty air, following which a massive black shadow appeared right above the two rogue beings' heads in a flash. It was none other than the Black Mountain, and it came crashing down with devastating force. However, these two rogue beings were clearly more powerful than their deceased companions. Even in the face of the oncoming extreme essence-fused mountain, they were still able to just barely abandon the carriage and rush off into opposite directions. The rhomboid flying carriage was dealt an extremely heavy blow by the extreme essence-fused mountain, and it exploded into specks of 5-colored spiritual light that faded into nothingness. However, if one were to turn their attention toward the summit of the Black Mountain now, they'd discover that Han Li was nowhere to be seen. In the next instant, one of the feeling rogue beings heard a loud thunderclap erupt overhead, and he was very alarmed as he hurriedly raised his black shield, which surged upward as a dark cloud. At the same time, green flames erupted all over his body, forming a fiery barrier that shielded him within. However, a cold harumph then rang out beside his ears, following which hundreds of streaks of azure sword chi came raining down from a winged humanoid figure who had just appeared. Azure light flashed, and the dark cloud and fiery barrier were almost instantly torn to shreds. The streaks of sword chi then transformed into sword thread that wove themselves into a giant net. A cry of anguish and horror rang out as the rogue being released several more treasures in a blink panic, but all of those treasures were sliced into countless segments by the extraordinarily sharp azure bamboo cloudsworm swords, along with the rogue being's body and nascent soul. The other rogue being shuddered upon hearing his companion's anguished cry, but he continued to flee as quickly as he could without turning his head even once. However, he only managed to fly for several thousand feet before spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared up ahead, following which a golden figure emerged right in his path. The rogue being's expression changed drastically, but he then gritted his teeth, and not only did he not slow down, he accelerated even further as he flipped a hand over to summon a long black blade, while his other hand abruptly expanded in size. The long blade was slashed through the air in a blue, and a dozen or so black saber projections were unleashed in rapid succession. At the same time, he reached out with his other hand and a giant green claw abruptly appeared above the golden figure before crashing downward with black chi swirling around its fingertips. Right at this moment, purple runes of different sizes suddenly appeared over the body of the slightly blurry golden figure, immediately following which it became a substantial being with 3 heads and 6 arms amid a flash of golden light. It was none other than the Provenance golden body. As Hanli set off in pursuit of the other rogue being using his thunderstorm wings, he also released his second nascent soul and golden body to pursue the other rogue being. Black light flashed, and the dozen or so saber projections reached the golden body almost at the exact same time as the giant green claws did. However, the Provenance golden body displayed no intention of taking evasive measures. Instead, a cold look appeared on one of its faces and a pair of giant golden blades suddenly appeared in 2 of its hands before it slashed them toward the black saber projections. Meanwhile, 2 of its other hands thrust upward, sending countless golden fist projections hurtling toward the huge green claws in a frenzy. As for its remaining 2 arms, they were brought together in front of the golden body's chest, then split apart to reveal a ball of golden light. 2 of the golden body's heads closed their eyes in unison, following which they began to chant 2 different incantations that overlapped one another. The golden ball of light immediately began to revolve at a rapid rate while expanding to around the size of a human head. Furthermore, it was only accelerating in its rotation, forming a mysterious golden vortex. Bright golden and black light intertwined as the black blade projections struck the golden blades, and they seemed to be evenly matched. Meanwhile, the giant green claws were almost instantly shattered amid a flash of spiritual light in the face of the devastating barrage of golden fist projections. However, with that short period of delay, the final rogue being's body blurred, and he suddenly vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted over 100 feet behind the golden body, and the rogue being reappeared before continuing in its escape. However, right at this moment, one of the Provenance golden body's heads suddenly lowered itself before uttering the words, "Revolving golden light." The golden vortex between 2 of its hands then suddenly vanished. Spiritual light then flashed several feet behind the rogue being, following which the golden vortex abruptly appeared. As soon as it emerged, it swelled to around 10 feet in size, and loud thunderclaps rang out from within the vortex alongside the sound of Buddhist chants. The fleeing rogue being suddenly felt the air tighten around him, upon which he was completely immobilized. Arg! He let loose a cry of alarm, yet before he had a chance to unleash any other abilities, he was struck by an irresistible suction force from behind. His body was then drawn into the vortex behind him in a flash, and following an anguished howl, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The golden vortex shuddered slightly, following which everything suddenly fell silent. At this moment, the golden body turned around and ceased its chanting before pointing a finger at the massive vortex. The golden vortex flashed as it quickly shrank down to its original size, then disappeared amid a dull thump. All of a sudden, Hanli emerged from the nearby space and glanced at the Provenance golden body with a pleased look on his face. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the golden body disintegrated into specks of golden light. The second nascent soul then flew toward him as a ball of black chi before also vanishing into his body in a flash. He had released his second nascent soul to possess the golden body, but due to the fact that it still hadn't fortified its cultivation base, it had been unable to use its devilish powers during that battle and could only use its spiritual sense to control the golden body. In doing so, the second nascent soul wouldn't have to worry about facing backlash from inner demons, but the golden body wouldn't be able to unleash its full power either. Thankfully, after Hanli reached the late spatial tempering stage, he had also cultivated to the last level of his Provenance true devil arts, so his golden body had become far more powerful than back when he was at the early spatial tempering stage. As such, he was able to use many more powerful abilities that he had been looking forward to for a long time, one of the most powerful and unpredictable of which was the revolving golden light. Even if an ordinary body integration stage being were to be caught off guard and sucked in by this golden light, there was a very good chance that they'd perish in there unless they had some extremely powerful abilities or treasures to protect themselves. As such, even though the second nascent soul was unable to use its devilish powers, it was still able to kill that wrong being with ease. All four of those wrong beings had been slain in virtually the blink of an eye, and Fairy Yu and the elderly man were still hesitating in the distance about whether they should turn around and lend Han Li their assistance when the battle was already over. The four troublesome enemies who had posed such a major threat to them had been eradicated by Han Li with the utmost ease, and both of them were completely rooted to the spot. Their expressions were filled most with astonishment, as well as a hint of unease, and the slightest hint of elation. Han Li completely disregarded them and arrived before Chuer in a flash. Ever since Han Li had appeared, Chuer had remained rooted obediently to the spot without moving so much as a single inch. The two of them engaged in a brief conversation via voice transmission, following which white light flashed from her body and she quickly disappeared up Han Li's sleeve. Han Li paused momentarily with a contemplative look on his face before turning to appraise the woman and elderly man in the distance. The two of them also seemed to have engaged in a brief conversation, and after a brief hesitation they flew over to Han Li together. Even though they had decided to approach Han Li, they still chose to stop over 100 feet away from him in the end. "Thank you for stepping to save us, fellow Taoist Han. Otherwise, I'm not sure Fairy Yu and I would have been able to escape those wrong beings. Your immense powers truly put the two of us to shame," the elderly man said as he cupped his fist in a grateful salute. A calm expression reappeared in Fairy Yu's eyes as she sighed. Indeed, those wrong beings' movement techniques were quite powerful, and if you hadn't stepped in just in the nick of time, our lives were truly at risk. I'm also extremely grateful to you. So the two of you have already expended much of your magic power. I was wondering why you were unable to shake off those wrong beings. There's no need to thank me. I may not be a heavenly cloud being, but I entered this realm with you two back in Cloud City, so I certainly won't just stand by and watch when you two are in grave danger, Han Li replied with a modest smile. You have a sharp eye, brother Han. Indeed, by the time Fairy Yu and I discovered those wrong beings' nefarious plot, we had already expended much of our energy. I won't forget what you did for us, fellow Taoist Han. I'll be sure to thank you for your efforts. The elderly man was quite relieved to see how benevolent Han Li was, and the smile on his face became a little more genuine. Han Li merely smiled and remained silent. All of a sudden, Fairy Yu raised a hand to produce a jade box. This is a 9-flame herb that's already extinct in the spirit realm, and it's a mandatory ingredient for refining several types of spirit pills. It's also one of the reasons why those wrong beings were so intent on hunting us down. We have no way of thanking you for saving our lives, so we can only offer the spirit herb in repayment. She tossed the jade box over to Han Li as she spoke, and a hint of surprise appeared on the elderly man's face upon seeing this, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a smile again. Han Li was also rather taken aback by this, and he made a grabbing motion with one hand to draw the jade box into his grasp. He looked down at the jade box to find that it was flashing with red light, and that there were several blue talismans plastered over the box, indicating that it contained something very important. He opened his mouth to expel a burst of azure light, and the talismans on the jade box flashed erratically a few times before flying off on their own. The lid of the box was removed, and a ball of glazed light that seemingly possessed an extremely high level of spiritual nature emerged from within. However, Han Li was already prepared for this, and he certainly wasn't going to allow it to escape. He waved a hand and made a grabbing motion, upon which a burst of immense force instantly immobilized the ball of light. He curled his 5 fingers back, and the ball of light flew directly toward his hand. Fairy Yu's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she hurriedly cautioned, "Be careful, fellow Taoist Han. It's all right." Han Li merely smiled in response before shimmering golden spiritual light radiated from his hand, and the glazed ball of light gently settled into his grasp. This was a spirit herb that resembled a flame and was emitting 9 different types of spiritual light. The spirit herb was only several inches tall, but its 9-colored light was radiating such intense heat that the surrounding air was shimmering and warping violently. However, Han Li didn't seem to be bothered by the scorching heat at all as he held the spirit herb up to his eyes for closer inspection. A hint of astonishment flashed through the elderly man's eyes upon seeing this, and he chuckled. "Looks like your concerns were unwarranted, Fairy Yu. With Brother Han's astonishing powers, there's no way the spirit herb will be able to harm him." Fairy Yu faltered slightly before a wry smile appeared on her face. Indeed, the spiritual light released by this nine-flame herb can melt metal and stone with ease, but it has no effect on you. Your powers are truly unfathomable. Fellow Taoist Han. You two are far too kind. I've merely cultivated some techniques in the past that grant me greater resistance to flames and heat. This nine-flame herb is indeed an extremely rare fire attribute spirit herb, and I do actually have a use for it, so I'll be accepting this gift, Han Li replied with a smile. He then placed the herb back into the jade box and applied a few talismans of his own to its surface. The jade box then vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. A faint smile appeared on Fairy Yu's face upon seeing this. The elderly man was quite reluctant to part with the spirit herb, but he naturally had no objections to this arrangement. Instead, a faint smile also appeared on his face, and he was just about to say something when Han Li abruptly swept a sleeve through the air, sending a faint azure jade vial flying toward each of the two of them. Both of them faltered slightly before reflexively spreading open a hand each, conjuring up bursts of light that swept the jade vials into their hands. What's this, Brother Han? A hesitant look appeared on the elderly man's face. Fairy Yu was also looking at Han Li in a surprised manner. The nine-flame herb is far too precious for me to accept without offering anything in return. Those vials contain pills that can help even ninth-tier upper race beings improve their cultivation base, so it should be helpful for when the two of you decide to break through your bottlenecks, Han Li explained in a nonchalant manner. What? Pills that enhance even a ninth-tier upper race being's cultivation base, the elderly man exclaimed before removing the lid of the vial and injecting his spiritual sense into it to inspect its contents. He then took a whiff of the medicinal aroma wafting from the vial, and an ecstatic look appeared on his face. Fairy Yu's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this. These pills will indeed be very useful to me, but you've just saved our lives. How can I take these pills from you? The elderly man finally calmed down slightly before inspecting the jade vial in his hands in a hesitant manner. It was a simple task for me to step in there. Compared to the nine-flame herb, those pills really aren't all that significant at all. I don't want to benefit unfairly from anyone, so please accept the pills, Han Li said with a faint smile. After a brief moment of contemplation, the elderly man accepted the vial with a smile. In that case, fellow Taoist, you and I would be more than happy to oblige. Fairy Yu also examined the contents of the vial before stowing it up her sleeve, as she extended words of gratitude toward Han Li. Following that exchange, the wariness in the elderly man's heart had largely abated, and he looked around before suddenly asking, Brother Han, are you the only one in this area? I was traveling with two other fellow Taoists, but we encountered some danger a while ago and split up, Han Li replied in a truthful manner. I see, that's quite a pity, the elderly man said as a disappointed look flashed through his eyes, and the same expression was also mirrored on Fairy Yu's face. You seem to be withholding some information, fellow Taoistu. Could it be that there's something that you and Fairy Yu want to do that require many helpers? Han Li asked as he stroked his chin with a hint of a smile on his face. The elderly man turned to the woman with an inquisitive glance upon hearing this, and Fairy Yu hesitated momentarily before making a decision. Brother Su, that place has already been taken by those wrong beings, and our powers won't be enough to fight them off. However, with Brother Han's unfathomable powers, perhaps we'll have a chance. As such, I think we should tell him about this. If we succeed, we'll take nothing more than a replica of that golden seal text cultivation art. Golden seal text? Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted upon hearing this. Indeed. We were actually with several other fellow Taoists, but they've all since perished. We discovered that golden seal text cultivation art with those wrong beings in a certain secluded cave. The elderly man paused here momentarily as he heaved a long sigh. Han Li merely appraised him and didn't urge the elderly man to continue. He knew that a detailed elaboration would follow. Sure enough, following a brief pause, the elderly man continued. However, before we had a chance to break that restriction and record the entire cultivation art, we fell into a trap sprung by the wrong beings. Everyone else perished, while Fairy Yu and I only barely managed to get away using secret techniques. However, in doing so, we had severely depleted our energy and couldn't take any further risks. However, you can certainly give it a try if you're interested in this cultivation art, Brother Han. By the way, this secret cave was extremely obscure, so there might be other treasures in there aside from that golden seal text cultivation art. Oh? Is that so? Where is this secret cave you speak of? Also, it's already been so long. Wouldn't the wrong beings have already secured the treasures in the cave and left? Han Li asked. Don't worry, Brother Han. The restrictions in the cave are extremely powerful, and the cultivation art was split up into several segments. Even though so much time has already passed, I'm sure those wrong beings wouldn't have been able to break all of the restrictions and obtain the complete cultivation art, so it's most likely the case that you still have a chance if you go there right away. Fairy Yu explained. How many wrong beings are there? Han Li asked. He had to admit that he was a little tempted. Around 10 or so. Those wrong beings are extremely cunning. Only half of them appeared initially and invited us to explore the secret cave together. However, as soon as we discovered the golden seal text cultivation art, the rest of them also suddenly appeared and turned on us, which is how we were reduced to such a sorry state. You are indeed quite powerful, but you won't be able to take on all of them at once in a direct confrontation. I'd advise that you sneak into the secret cave and strike when an opportunity arises, the elderly man suggested. He had clearly already thought extensively about this matter. Han Li was silent for a moment before suddenly smiling as he asked, if there are around 10 of them, then it will indeed be wise not to face them head-on. Also, I have another question. How did you two find out about this golden seal text cultivation art? And do you know what this cultivation art is? According to my knowledge, there aren't that many people in all of the heavenly cloud races who can read this text. The elderly man was rather hesitant, but the woman heaved a faint sigh and admitted, your wisdom is truly unmatched. Brother Han. Looks like we won't be able to hide anything from you. Truth be told, the seniors of our race told us about the secret cave and the golden seal text cultivation art. Fellow Taoist Su and I are somewhat versed in golden seal text, and we know that the cultivation art is a secret technique known as the spirit refinement technique. Spirit refinement technique? A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this. According to one of the elders of our race, this technique is extremely profound and can enhance one's spiritual sense by severalfold. Once successfully cultivated, it'll be extremely effective even to breaking through body integration stage bottlenecks in the future. The elderly man also came clean and revealed what he knew. A cultivation art that can enhance one's spiritual sense by severalfold? That's impossible. How could such an extraordinary cultivation art possibly exist? Han Li exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. Fellow Taoist Su is speaking the truth. The elders of our two races were actually made aware of the existence of this secret cave and the golden seal text cultivation art during one of the previous occasions where the vast glacial realm was opened. So they know some details about this divine refinement technique. However, the relevant records were quite ambiguous and our two races had expended a lot of time and effort before they discovered the location of the secret cave. However, the restriction at the entrance of the secret cave is extremely profound and requires knowledge of golden seal text to be broken. So our two races have been searching arduously for information about golden seal text across the Thunder Continent for many years. Fellow Taoist Su and I finally learned how to read golden seal text prior to the opening of the vast glacial realm, which is why we attempted to break the restriction to access the cave. Thinking about it now, it's far too much of a coincidence that those rogue beings just so happened to appear at the cave right after we broke the restriction. It's very likely that they've had their eyes on us for a while now, and they must have also been made aware of the existence of this secret cave through alternative avenues. Fairy Yu explained. Han Li contemplated this information for a long while before finally replying. If this spirit refinement technique really is as extraordinary as you proclaim, then I wouldn't mind making a trip to secure it. However, I have no idea how to read golden seal text, so the cultivation method would be useless to me. The elderly man could tell that Han Li was truly interested and he hurriedly stepped in to seal the deal. That won't be an issue as long as you can secure the cultivation art and are willing to give myself and Fairy Yu a replica copy each. We would be more than willing to teach you how to read golden seal text so you can use the cultivation art. That will be our repayment to you for taking this risk. Fairy Yu remained silent, so she clearly also approved of this. In that case, looks like I have no choice but to make this trip. Brother Su, give me a copy of your map. Han Li had finally made up his mind. Of course, fellow Taoist Han, I'll make you a copy of the map right away. The elderly man agreed in an elated manner. He flipped a hand over to produce a jade slip, which he placed against his forehead, and faint while light began to shimmer from it. Mere moments later, the jade replicated the map within the elderly man's spiritual sense. The elderly man then handed the jade slip over to Han Li with a wide smile on his face, and said, "Do be careful, Brother Han. Fellow Taoist, you and I will be awaiting your triumphant return. The two of you can go and rest on that island over there. If I manage to obtain the Golden Seal text cultivation art, I'll be sure to come back here and reunite with the two of you." Han Li replied as he accepted the jade slip. Azure light then flashed from his body, and he flew away into the distance. After just a few flashes, the azure light vanished into the distant sky. After Han Li had completely disappeared from view, Fairy Yu withdrew her gaze and asked, "What do you think of fellow Taoist Han's chances, Brother Su?" The elderly man contemplated this question for a long while before replying, "It's hard to say. If he were a normal upper race being, he would naturally have next to no chance at all. However, he has displayed incredible powers that perhaps even surpass those of a holy race being. If luck is on his side, he should have a roughly 50% chance of success. Don't forget that there's also an extremely powerful rogue being among their ranks who managed to wound us even after we joined forces against him. 50% is already quite fantastic. To think that our two races dedicated so much time and effort into this only for those wrong beings to suddenly swoop in and foil our plans. If we don't manage to obtain the spirit refinement technique, you and I will both be subjected to very unsavory fates," Fairy Yu sighed. "There's no helping it. Who would have thought that those rogue beings would suddenly turn up and foil our plans?" The elderly man also sighed in a resigned manner. A cold expression appeared on Fairy Yu's face. "If I had known that those rogue beings were plotting against us from the very beginning, I would have refused to cooperate with them no matter what. We ended up being used as tools by them and broke many of the restrictions in that cave before they stabbed us in the back." The elderly man shook his head and countered it wouldn't have made a difference. "We had already opened the entrance to that secret cave, and they would have immediately attacked us had we refused to cooperate with them, so it would have happened sooner or later regardless. Furthermore, if the altercation had taken place outside the secret cave, we wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the cave's internal terrain and restrictions, and our chances of escape would have been even slimmer." "That's true. We can only hope that fellow Taoist Han will succeed now." Fairy Yu cast her gaze into the distance again. Meanwhile, the elderly man stroked his beard and fell silent as a contemplative look appeared on his face. At this point, Han Li was already tens of thousands of kilometers away, and he was flying through the air at an incredible speed. During his flight, he narrowed his eyes as he placed the jade slip to his forehead, using his spiritual sense to glean the information within. The elderly man had injected a lot of information into the jade slip. Not only was there a map of the secret cave, there were even annotations denoting all of the paths in the cave that they'd explored before. This would undoubtedly save him quite a bit of trouble. "Spirit refinement technique, eh?" Han Li murmured to himself. He had already been made fully aware of the benefits of having powerful spiritual sense after cultivating the Great Development technique. If this secret technique really could multiply the power of his spiritual sense, then not only would it become easier for him to break through future bottlenecks, he would also be able to release more gold-devouring beetles at a time during battle. On top of that, possessing powerful spiritual sense would be greatly beneficial to him in other areas such as formation crafting and pill refinement. As such, he was determined to get his hands on this extraordinary cultivation art. Such a cultivation art could only exist in the true immortal realm. There was no way that he would be able to find something like this in the spirit realm, so he naturally wasn't willing to pass up this opportunity. With that in mind, even the perpetually calm and steadfast Han Li was becoming slightly excited. According to the map, the secret cave was about a day's flight away. It was quite remarkable that the elderly man and Fairy Yu had managed to escape so far even after expending so much energy. As for the rogue beings who were situated in the secret cave, Han Li wasn't all that concerned about them now that he had fully recovered his magic power. As long as there weren't any body integration stage beings among them, he would always be able to escape even if he couldn't defeat all of his enemies. With that in mind, Hanli no longer contemplated the matter any further, and a loud thunderclap suddenly erupted behind him as his thunderstorm wings appeared on his back. He then made a hand seal and his body shot forth through the air, vanishing into the distance in a flash. In the next instant, he appeared over 1,000 feet away, then disappeared once again. From a distance, it looked as if there were an azure and white thread that was teleporting through the air in a wraith-like manner. Han Li was flying onward at full speed in case those rogue beings broke the restriction and took the Golden Seal text cultivation art. The journey would have originally taken him a day to complete, but at his current speed, he would be able to get there in less than half a day.